Chapter 301, Suppressing Everything, The Mysterious Super Boss. Part 1. This was Li Yueming's first battle in the real world after obtaining the perfect genetic body. Golden flames erupted from his body. It was the first golden talent he had obtained when he was injected with the gene awakening drug. After fusing with the perfect gene serum, this special talent had already been integrated into his perfect genetic body. In other words, Li Yueming could still use the talent of the wilderness martial saint, and the effect was much better than before. The current him was a super martial saint from the wilderness. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, Li Yueming flew into the sky and looked down at the battlefield. He discovered that the attacks of the dark creatures were quite fierce. Without hesitation, he dived over. Even though he didn't have any weapons in his hands. However, in the blink of an eye, a golden sword that was nearly 100 meters long appeared in his hand. Beneath his feet, many of the reincarnators in Linjiang City sensed the abnormality. They all raised their heads and looked at the sky. A huge golden sword nearly 100 meters long slashed down from the sky. It was just a single sword strike. He directly killed dozens of dark creatures. Seeing this situation, all the reincarnators were stunned. It was just one sword. It was able to unleash such powerful power. Was this a supergiant from the fantasy or Xiangxia side? However, just as they were in a daze, the figure in the sky was already red with killing intent. With a fierce swing of his sword, he actually wiped out hundreds of dark creatures in one strike. Among the dark creatures that were easily killed, more than half of them were Tier 4 dark beasts. Seeing this situation, the group of reincarnators who were in the midst of an intense battle felt their entire bodies go numb. D*MN, when did such a big shot appear in Linjiang City? This terrifying attack power must be the strength of a level 6 reincarnator in the fantasy world. This is ridiculous. Who knows who that big shot in the sky is? He seems to be wearing a mask. Are all the big shots so low-key these days? This is so cool. With such a big shot helping us resist the dark tide, Linjiang might still be saved. Amidst everyone's discussion, Wu De and Wang Shuming also looked up. At this moment, the figure in the sky was like a scorching sun. It lit up a glimmer of hope for them in the darkness. The fat Taoist priest Wu De's expression was full of admiration and yearning. After killing a level 4 dark creature, he said to Wang Shuming, "My goodness, 1/1 slice. What kind of super big shot is this? If I, Fatty, can be such a hero one day, even if I die, it will be worth it. Obviously." The fat Taoist priest looked forward to it. Wang Shuming's stiff mechanical face didn't have much expression. After a while, he said, "Don't you think this person is a little familiar?" Hearing this, the fat Taoist priest, Wu De, was stunned. He looked up again. At this moment, the figure in the sky had already charged down. He landed right in the middle of the dark tide, surrounded by countless dark creatures. That figure was still immune to all attacks, and all enemies avoided his kicks. All the dark creatures that lived in vain could only be cut into two in front of the other party. After staring at it for a long time, Wu De finally came back to his senses and said with a similarly suspicious expression, "Strange, there seems to be a strange familiar feeling. Did the two of us newbies come into contact with this big shot?" Wang Shuming didn't answer. A pair of mechanical eyes stared at the battlefield not far away. On the battlefield, more and more dark creatures began to gather toward Li Yueming. Seeing that Li Yueming was about to be drowned by the tide of dark creatures, many of the Linjiang City reincarnators were shocked. Oh no, is the big boss too impulsive? The disgusting thing about dark creatures is not only their strength, but also their ubiquitous pollution. Being surrounded, the big boss's rationality and control of his body will decrease, right? No, we have to help the big boss. When the group of reincarnators saw this, they all felt that the situation was not good. They all wanted to go down and help. After all, when there were not many dark creatures, they might not be able to affect the reincarnators. However, once there were many of them, the omnipresent dark energy would erode the rationality of the reincarnators. In the end, it would even unknowingly assimilate the reincarnators into a part of the darkness. In other words, no matter how strong Li Yueming was, he was still a powerful fighter. However, once they were surrounded by dark creatures, they would still be in great danger. However, even though Li Yueming had attracted a considerable amount of fire power for them, however, the number and strength of the reincarnators guarding the city wall were inferior to the dark creatures. Therefore, even if the defensive pressure was reduced, most reincarnators were still unable to leave the battlefield for the time being. But at this moment, Li Yueming, who was surrounded by countless monsters in the dark wave, suddenly exploded. The golden sword exploded. Li Yueming's low roar rang out, 10 directions martial force. As soon as he finished speaking, before the many reincarnators could prepare themselves mentally, in the next second, an even more shocking fist intent suddenly bloomed. Looking from above, the dark creatures that surrounded Li Yueming and the entire ground around them shattered inch by inch. Chapter 302, Suppressing Everything, The Mysterious Super Boss. Part 2. The boundless power destroyed everything. Thousands of dark creatures were turned into ashes by his punch. There wasn't even a speck left. Not far away. This included a few level 5 reincarnators. Everyone opened their mouths wide, unable to close them for a long time. Although many people didn't know how powerful Li Yueming was, the punch called 10 Realm Martial Saint just now should be a top-notch secret technique produced in the Xiangxia or fantasy world. A top-notch big shot who mastered the Xiangxia and fantasy worlds. Was it really something that a small place like Linjiang could have? For a moment, it was unknown how many reincarnators had doubts about Li Yueming's identity. After all, these big shots were usually the pillars of the provincial capital or the capital. Why did he appear here? After unleashing this shocking punch, Li Yueming stood up and turned his head to look at the few level 5 reincarnators who were ready to support him. He casually said, "You guys can go back. I can do it myself." Hearing this, the few level 5 reincarnators could not help but swallow their saliva. Logically speaking, as a big shot in Linjiang City, each of them had their own reincarnator family. His performance shouldn't be so bad. However, at this moment, Li Yueming's power was too overwhelming. Even if they knew that they were friends and not enemies, the few level 5 reincarnators did not dare to be impudent. He dismissed a few reincarnators who wanted to get close to him. Li Yueming's gaze once again landed on the dark creature not far away. Ever since he became a reincarnator, most of his energy was spent on researching matters related to reincarnation. Strictly speaking, this was the first time he had unleashed his full strength without any scruples. The strength he displayed was quite good. But this was not enough. Li Yueming wasn't satisfied with this small fight. He wanted to wipe out this group of dark creatures and see if he could follow the clues to find the Tier 6 Reincarnator King hiding in the dark. Hence, he decided to do it. Li Yueming stood up. He continued to charge in the direction of the dark creatures. His combat strength was so powerful. Lush desired to attack. It was like a bulldozer harvesting leeks. In the blink of an eye, a large area was wiped out. He killed his way to the back. Not only were the reincarnators on the city wall who had witnessed all of this afraid. Even the dark creatures were somewhat afraid of the murderous aura on his body. Subconsciously, she did not dare to get too close to him. In the end, Li Yueming had killed more than 50,000 dark creatures by himself. He was like a god of death. In the end, they killed the remaining tens of thousands of dark creatures and fled. Of course, it was definitely not the dark creatures who fled on their own accord. Perhaps they wanted to, but their intelligence did not allow them to think about such complicated things. The reason why he could do this It was obvious that the king of dark creatures was controlling everything behind the scenes. Seeing this situation, Li Yueming closed his eyes. He used his perfect genetic body to evolve his spiritual perception. A moment later, he found the spiritual fluctuation that gave the order in a dark place. In the next second, Li Yueming was like a sharp blade. He went straight to that place. The golden foot stomped down. Instantly, a huge cloud of thick fog surged out of the darkness. Just as it surged out, the fog's first reaction was to run away. However, Li Yueming was already prepared for this. How could he let it escape so easily? He reached out and grabbed a corner of the thick fog. Li Yueming directly lifted him up and then stomped down. Such a violent action! Not to mention the king of dark creatures itself. Even the countless reincarnators not far away were stunned. He felt that the worldview that he had built up for a long time had exploded with Li Yueming's actions today. Wasn't the king of dark creatures famous for being sinister and cunning? How did this big shot pull him out of the shadows in such a short period of time? Moreover, didn't reincarnators not be able to touch high-level dark energy? Would they be contaminated? How did this big shot catch him with his bare hands and kick him with his feet? Being treated like this, the existence in the fog was finally enraged. He shook off Li Yueming's control. It quickly condensed into a blurry figure and said, "Human, you deserve to die." Li Yueming twisted his fingers and his bones cracked. He laughed and said, "Come on, let's see who deserves to die." After he finished speaking, Li Yueming's fist was like a hot grenade. In terms of combat power alone, Li Yueming would definitely crush this so-called Tier 6 king of dark creatures. However, Li Yueming's reincarnation mark had just reached level 3. He was still one step away from level 4. According to the rules, Li Yueming's attack was a higher level attack. The damage dealt to the king of dark creatures was about 40% less than normal. Therefore, he had no choice. Li Yueming's fist smashed down. The king of dark creatures did not die on the spot. But that was all. With this punch, Li Yueming pulled his strength to the maximum. It directly turned the king of dark creatures into a ball of black fog. The king of dark creatures had finally regained its human form. This punch almost scared the king of dark creatures. It originally wanted to resist in front of Li Yueming. However, he never expected Li Yueming to be so terrifying. Not only could his fist hit it directly in the fog, but it could also explode with power that was enough to make him lose his soul. Chapter 303, Suppressing Everything, The Mysterious Super Boss. Part 3. As a dark creature, all kinds of abilities that were like talents could allow it to have the power to crush ordinary reincarnators. However, in front of Li Yueming, it was like trash at the bottom of the food chain. Li Yueming was like the perfect predator. Every single cell in its body seemed to have been created to kill and restrain it. Seeing that the situation was not good, it controlled all the dark creatures that were about to escape and turned their spears around again. They wanted to use the human wave tactic to stall for time. It would buy time for it to escape. After all, there were many dark creatures, and the dark nodes were almost endless. As long as it was not destroyed, it wouldn't be long before they could make a comeback. However, Li Yueming didn't seem surprised. He continued to chase after it relentlessly. The numerous dark creatures around him could not even form an encirclement before they were smashed into pieces by him. After a while, Li Yueming once again caught up with the king of dark creatures. He also gave her a fierce punch in the air. This time, there were no more surprises. The king of dark creatures was blasted into the air by his punch. The black mist dissipated like dust. Finally, he could no longer condense into the human form he had before. After doing all this, Li Yueming stayed where he was for a long time. Originally, he had wanted to use his perfect genetic body to capture some of the energy that had dissipated. However, after trying, Li Yueming was surprised to find that the so-called dark creatures were not formed by any energy combination that he knew. He searched for a long time but did not find anything useful. At this moment, all the reincarnators in the sky above Linjiang City cheered, losing the command of the Tier 6 King of Dark Creatures. The remaining dark creatures became headless ants, and their threat dropped sharply. At this moment, at least Linjiang City was saved. They didn't need to escape from their homeland and wander to other cities. And all of this, it was all thanks to the mysterious big shot not far away. Now, countless pairs of eyes were on Li Yueming. It contained gratitude, longing, admiration, and shock. There were all kinds of expressions. As a representative figure among the Linjiang reincarnators, 3 level 5 reincarnators from Linjiang's local families and the branch president of the Reincarnator Association formed a team of 4 and walked towards Li Yueming. However, due to Li Yueming's power, they did not dare to get too close. He only dared to bow to Li Yueming from afar. Among them, the branch president of the Linjiang Reincarnator Association said respectfully, "I'm Xian, the branch president of Linjiang City's Reincarnator Association. On behalf of the hundreds of millions of people in Linjiang and more than 30,000 reincarnators, I thank you for your help." A scholarly-looking man dressed in a scholar's robe stood out and said, "I am Mu Nantian, the clan leader of the local Mu clan. On behalf of Linjiang City's Mu clan, I thank Senior for your help." The other 2 level 5 reincarnators also walked forward and bowed. Obviously, they treated Li Yueming as a super big shot among the reincarnators. Li Yueming did not explain. The reason why Li Yueming wore this mask was because he didn't want any trouble. Therefore, he had no choice. He didn't pay attention to the 3's closeness. "No need to thank me. I was just passing by." With that, he didn't stay and left the scene. Only a group of reincarnators with admiration on their faces were left watching his stalwart back. Look, what was a big shot! He came lightly and left lightly. In an instant, he had saved the lives of hundreds of millions of people. However, he didn't even want to leave his name. It was simply too awesome. When would they be able to become such a super big shot? Even Xian, Mu Nantian, and the others. All of them revealed looks of yearning. Probably only Wu De and Wang Shuming looked at the back thoughtfully. This mysterious super boss. Why did he feel more and more familiar? It was really strange. Chapter 304, Big Boss's True Identity Exposed, Public Dungeon Rankings. Part 1. The storm in Linjiang City came very quickly. The Reincarnators Association sent reincarnators out to clean up the dark boundary points. The King of Dark Creatures used this window of time to lead the dark creatures to attack Linjiang City. The whole thing went out of control in less than a day. However, this day felt like a century to many people. Especially for the ordinary people in Linjiang City. The news of the Dark Tide's arrival was no different from the Doomsday Declaration. Linjiang City wasn't a big city, and it wasn't within the provincial capital's defensive perimeter. It was a rather remote third-tier city. Under normal circumstances, it was almost impossible for such a city to survive the Dark Tide. After all, there were too many examples in the past. When the Dark Tide broke out in remote cities like Linjiang, which had the same size and population, there were few cities where reincarnators could resist the attacks of dark creatures. Basically, they would not be able to hold on for long before they were completely defeated. In fact, many cities simply did not have the strength to fight back. The most terrifying thing was that during the escape, 80 to 90% of the residents would be contaminated or killed by the dark creatures. After all, the speed of the dark creatures' spread and the scale of their invasion were not something that ordinary people could compare to. Normally speaking, there were only a few ordinary people who could successfully escape to other cities. However, to the surprise of all the residents, this wave of darkness came very quickly, catching people off guard. However, it left even faster than it came, and it was even more unexpected. Many residents were preparing to move, and most of them had not had the time to leave Linjiang City. As a result, he heard the news of the dark wave being repelled halfway. After repeatedly confirming that the news was not a rumor, all the residents were stunned. It could be said that at this moment, they truly felt what it meant to be in hell for a moment and heaven for a moment. Under the arrangements of the Reincarnator Association, countless residents who were still in a daze began to return to their respective cities one after another. On the way, many people who came to their senses later went around asking for information. After all, everyone was curious about how the frontline managed to do it. He actually managed to resist the dark wave. Under such circumstances, the news about the frontline battlefield had also spread smoothly throughout Linjiang City. Countless residents were discussing in whispers. "Have you heard? Our dark tide was repelled by one person. I heard. I also heard that the mysterious reincarnator wore a mask. No one knows his true appearance." "Really? Are you spreading rumors?" "It's really not a rumor. The second wife of my second uncle's aunt's landlord retreated relatively late. She personally saw the masked reincarnator fly into the sky. That aura was simply awesome." "That's right. My uncle's dog also saw it." At that time, after confirming their own safety, the human nature of gossiping was completely exposed. The reincarnator who saved Linjiang City wore a mask, and the mask meant that everything was unknown. The unknown meant mystery. Humans were extremely curious about unknown. Many people were chatting. The topic changed to the true identity of the mysterious reincarnator. Some people thought that the mysterious person was a Loki reincarnator who lived in Linjiang. Some people thought that the mysterious man was sent by the provincial capital to support them. Some people thought that the mysterious person might have come to Linjiang by chance during the parade. All kinds of speculations spread like wildfire, and as time passed, they did not show any signs of extinguishing. Instead, it became more and more enthusiastic. Especially after someone posted Li Yueming's video on Linjiang's local internet forum. It almost set off an explosive public opinion. "Ah! I feel that this big shot is so handsome. It's a pity that I'm not a reincarnator. Otherwise, it would be great to marry this big shot. What are you thinking? Why would the big boss take a fancy to you? Sigh, this mysterious reincarnator saved hundreds of millions of people in Linjiang, but we don't even know who he is. Isn't this a little inappropriate? Don't mention it. Not to mention us commoners, I heard that even the reincarnator above doesn't know. Stop bullshitting. I have the most say in this matter. At that time, my wife and I were separated from our son when we were escaping. It was the mysterious reincarnator who personally handed my son over to the staff of the Reincarnator Association. According to my son, that reincarnator big shot was a young man." "Really? Such an awesome reincarnator is a young man." The public opinion on the internet had never stopped. The real world was not much better. Even the entire Linjiang Reincarnators Association was in an uproar. Almost all the reincarnators were discussing the mysterious big shot. Based on the strength that this mysterious reincarnator had displayed, he should be at least level 6 or even a super big shot above level 6. Logically speaking, big shots of this level were either in the provincial capital or in those super big cities. Under normal circumstances, it would not appear in a small place like Linjiang. There was nothing else. It was simply impossible for a small place to nurture such a high-level reincarnator. Chapter 305, Big Boss's True Identity Exposed, Public Dungeon Rankings. Part 2. It was already quite powerful to have a few level 5 reincarnators. The probability of a level 6 reincarnator appearing was even smaller. But now, such a big boss had appeared in Linjiang City without anyone being mentally prepared. He even helped them settle the disaster that they thought would be irreversible. It was hard not to be excited. According to the investigation of the Reincarnator Association, The only thing he could accurately know was the mysterious reincarnator who helped Lin Jiang survive the dark wave. He would not be older than 30 years old. In fact, it was very likely that he was only a youth in his 20s. This was quite terrifying. The Reincarnator Association could not help but be surprised. After all, a young level 6 reincarnator meant that his potential was immeasurable. The relevant news even attracted the attention of the provincial capital. Under the instructions of the provincial city's Reincarnator Association, the entire Linjiang and the few cities around Linjiang were secretly searching for traces of the mysterious reincarnator. At the same time, in the Linjiang Reincarnator Association, Wu De and Wang Shuming had just walked out of the Reincarnator Association. Just now, the president of the Linjiang Reincarnator Association, Mu Nantian, and the others had asked them if they had any impression of the mysterious reincarnator. Regarding this, Wu De and Wang Shuming looked at each other. They all tacitly didn't say anything. But now, after he came out of the Reincarnator Association, the two of them could see a hint of bewilderment in each other's eyes. Obviously, even though Li Yueming had put on a mask and changed his clothes. However, as the two of them who had only interacted with him for half a day not long ago, they still felt an inexplicable familiarity. Moreover, when he heard that the mysterious person's identity was relatively young, the strange feeling in their hearts became even stronger. After confirming that there were no ears on the wall, the sloppy Taoist priest, Wu De, muttered in a low voice, "Old Wang, do you understand what I mean?" Wang Shuming's mechanical eyes were also filled with uncertainty. He looked around. After confirming that no other life forms were eavesdropping, he said, "You're trying to say that the mysterious big shot feels familiar, right?" Wu De nodded and whispered like a thief, "Who do you think he looks like?" Wang Shuming didn't speak. However, it was obvious. Some things didn't need to be put on the table at all. It was the best tacit understanding to stop at a certain point. "Don't you know divination?" Wang Shuming asked. "Let's see." Hearing this, Wu De was shocked. Wang Shuming, who always said he believed in science, was forced to take the initiative to ask him for a divination. Clearly, it was not easy. "Let's not talk about who's who," Wu De said angrily. "Others don't know about my little ability, but don't you?" However, even though he said that, Wu De still very professionally took out the guy he used to eat in the Xiangxia world. He shook it. However, just as he was about to do a divination, unexpectedly, the entire bamboo tube fell to the ground. Countless bamboo slips and jade slips fell to the ground. Wu De was stunned. He finally came back to his senses and said, this. As he spoke, he lowered his head and began to search through the bamboo slips and jade slips. After rummaging for a long time, he finally took out a jade slip and said, Haven't even started calculating yet. How did this thing shatter?" The sloppy fatty stood up and said with lingering fear, "The identity of this mysterious big shot can't be counted. If it wasn't for the jade slip taking the hit for me, I would be in trouble now." The height of the fall was less than 1 meter. Under normal circumstances, even if the jade piece would shatter, it should at most fall 2 or 3 pieces. However, looking at the jade pieces in Fatty's hand that had been evenly shattered into more than 10 pieces, even Wang Shuming, who believed in science, felt a strange feeling. Fatty put away the jade and bamboo slips. After thinking for a moment, he said, "This kind of thing can't be counted as divination. Let's just go to that kid's city to take a look. If it was really him, then he really defied the heavens." Wang Shuming nodded. He didn't want to believe that the mysterious reincarnator was Li Yueming. However, that familiar feeling did not lie to anyone. If it was really Li Yueming, Wang Shuming couldn't even imagine what kind of reincarnation score the other party had obtained to be able to become such a powerful existence from a newbie reincarnator in just over 3 months. Star Moon City. Li Yueming was cultivating the secret manual he bought from Wang Linlin. After obtaining the two super talents of infinite deduction and perfect genetic body, he was able to obtain a complete set of genes. Li Yueming's cheat had been activated to a certain extent. From the perspective of the effect of the talent and the degree of its power, the talent of infinite deduction and perfect genetic body was enough for Li Yueming to stand at the top of countless reincarnators. Was a universal talent. There was no need to mention infinite deduction. This was the golden talent that Li Yueming had obtained during his first reincarnation. It was also the reason why Li Yueming was able to maintain his strength. Through infinite deduction, not only could Li Yueming speed up the learning of personal strength cultivation techniques, but he could also speed up the progress of various scientific research. Even the star-moon art that he had settled down in was something that Li Yueming had come up with through countless deductions and countless failures. Chapter 306, Big Boss's True Identity Exposed, Public Dungeon Rankings. Part 3. No matter which world, this talent could bring Li Yueming extreme enjoyment. As for the perfect genetic body, its effects were also endless, and the most important thing was that this talent could be used together with infinite deduction. Li Yueming could sense the limits of his genes and body in advance through infinite deduction. Then, he would undergo selective evolution. This way, the risk of losing control and going berserk could be minimized. With the unlimited genetic body, Li Yueming could also make his body structure more suitable for the operation of the star-moon art. If Li Yueming used the star-moon art in the past, he could obtain 100% of the effect. Now, through the evolution of the unlimited genetic body and the modification of some of the body's structures, the body's structure had changed. Li Yueming could already obtain a 150% bonus by using the star-moon art. In short, after obtaining these two talents, the increase in Li Yueming's strength and potential far exceeded 1+1. It reached 1+2 or even 1+3. That's why, this time, Li Yueming was digesting and practicing the 5 cultivation techniques that Wang Linlin had sold him. The speed was many times faster than last time. It had only been 3 days since he had killed the Tier 6 King of Dark Creatures. However, Li Yueming had already extracted the essence of the first martial arts manual that Wang Linlin had given him. As long as you join the Star and Moon Arts, in the future, she would become a part of his untold plan. Li Yueming had just finished refining the essence of the secret manual and was about to get up to take a short rest. Outside the door, Zhao Xia carefully walked in. When she saw that Li Yueming had woken up from his meditation, she respectfully said, Lord Wu De and Lord Wang Shuming came to visit yesterday and have been waiting for a long time. During these few days, Li Yueming was basically cultivating in seclusion in the city lord's mansion. If it wasn't for the fact that Wu De and Wang Shuming were both experienced reincarnators in Linjiang and had enough face, Zhao Xia wouldn't take advantage of Li Yueming's waking up time to come here to make an announcement. After hearing Zhao Xia's words, Li Yueming had already guessed what the two brothers were here for. It was none other than the fact that he had revealed some clues when he killed the Tier 6 King of Dark Creatures last time. It only aroused their suspicions. This was nothing to Li Yueming. After all, it was just a guess. Before there was any conclusive evidence, nothing could be concluded with absolute certainty. As long as he didn't admit it, no one could do anything to him. Of course, the most important thing was that with Li Yueming's current strength, as long as he didn't die on his own, probably no one in Linjiang could do anything to him. Hence, he decided to do it. Li Yueming stood up, looked at Zhao Xia, and asked casually, I know. You didn't treat me impolitely, did you? Hearing this, Zhao Xia was shocked. He hurriedly shook his head and said, the two of you are both experienced reincarnators. I dare not be rude. Not bad. Nodding, Li Yueming waved his hand and said, bring me to the living room and get the kitchen to cook some food. Zhao Xia bowed and accepted the order. However, just as she was about to go down and explain, Li Yueming stopped her again and revealed a mysterious smile. Remember to make me a sumptuous meal. Point 0. About 10 minutes later, Wu De and Wang Shuming came to the new living room in Star Moon City. He looked at Li Yueming, who seemed to be fine. Wu De and Wang Shuming couldn't help but look suspicious. The two sat down. Li Yueming opened his mouth and said, I didn't expect the two seniors to have the time to come to this junior's Star Moon City as guests. This junior is truly honored. Fat Wu De did not say anything. Beside him, Wang Shuming spoke first. When the dark wave came last time, we separated outside the city. You seemed to have only returned for a short period of time. Obviously. Before he came to look for Li Yueming. Wu De and Wang Shuming had already privately calculated Li Yueming's itinerary on the day of the dark tide. This included Li Yueming tricking Mu Yu into going home. Li Yueming's public announcement after he returned to Linjiang City. Although they did not find any direct evidence. However, he also found a few suspicious points. As an old straight man, Wang Shuming didn't know how to beat around the bush. Therefore, he didn't even bother with small talk and went straight to the point. Seeing this situation, Wu De quickly tried to smooth things over by the side. Ha ha ha, old Wang's bad temper is really asking for a beating. If it wasn't for the guild leader taking care of him, I don't know how many people would have put a gunny sack on him and beaten him up. Li Yueming didn't feel much dislike towards this. After all, even though a straightforward person's words were not pleasant to hear, such people often disdain to stab others in the back. The truly disgusting ones were the ones who acted like they were sweet talkers on the surface, but turned around and stabbed them. Those were the truly disgusting villains. Therefore, not only was Li Yueming not angry, he even smiled. Haha, don't tell me you think I'm the hero who saved Linjiang City. Wang Shuming didn't say anything. A pair of red mechanical eyes stared at Li Yueming for a long time. Obviously, she wanted to see some clues from his face. Li Yueming looked young. However, he was more or less an old fox who had experienced 3 reincarnation worlds. Naturally, it was impossible for him to reveal any flaws on his face. Wang Shuming found that he couldn't get any useful information from Li Yueming's face. Chapter 307, Big Boss's True Identity Exposed, Public Dungeon Rankings. Part 4. Therefore, he gave up on observing and nodded. To be honest, the two of us can't believe it's really you. Li Yueming smiled and said indifferently, right? After all, I'm just a newbie. The atmosphere between the two sides eased up. Since there was no way to find a decisive whole body, and Li Yueming was unwilling to admit it, there was no point in dwelling on this question. Moreover, there were some things. Knowing too much was not a good thing. At this moment, the various spiritual food that Li Yueming had arranged was also served by the maidservants. Wu De glanced at the incomparably sumptuous dishes on the table and said, D*MN, your new life, you're living a little extravagantly. Wang Shuming also nodded. As experienced reincarnators, Wu De and Wang Shuming had long left the category of newcomers. However, even they probably could not meet this standard when entertaining VIPs. After all, many of the ingredients that Li Yueming took out were quite precious vegetables and fruits. The price was rather staggering. No wonder Wu De was so amazed. I'm not paying my respects, Li Yueming said happily. Hearing this, Wang Shuming's eyes flashed. He glanced at Li Yueming, but this time, he didn't say anything. Even Wu De, who had a very long reflex, suddenly came to his senses after eating 2 bowls of spiritual rice. He looked at Li Yueming with surprise and disbelief. Regarding this, Li Yueming didn't explain anything. However, everything was in silence. After the meal, Wu De and Wang Shuming were both silent. After a moment, Wu De said, let's not talk about the mysterious reincarnator anymore. According to the hint of the reincarnation mark, the public reincarnation dungeon seems to be opened next month. Does Little Friendly have the intention to go to the public reincarnation dungeon and show off? As he spoke, he rubbed his hands. With your strength, you can probably compete for the public dungeon reincarnator ranking. The public dungeon reincarnator ranking list was also one of the benefits given by the reincarnation mark. After entering the public instance dungeon, when a Verve reincarnator returned to the reincarnation source, the mark score would be recorded. The recorded score would be recorded in the reincarnator ranking list. The top 10 reincarnators on the leaderboard would receive additional rewards from the reincarnation mark. Entering the top 5 would also give them quite generous rewards. As for taking a step further, he was ranked first in the rankings. That was the position that countless senior reincarnators fought for by breaking their heads. As for the reason, it was very simple. This was because someone had obtained a god-tier weapon from a certain dungeon. That's why. That was why so many reincarnators would flock to the public reincarnation instance dungeon. It was because this was a business that had no capital and no profit. Hearing this, Li Yueming thought for a moment before replying, yes. For the time being, I'm not sure if I'll enter the public reincarnation instance dungeon. However, if a reincarnation sequence that I'm interested in appears, I might give it a try. Hearing this, Wu De immediately became excited. He ran to Li Yueming's side and said eagerly, "Hehe, if you meet me in the instance dungeon, I'll ask little friend Li to help me." Obviously, Li Yueming did not admit that he was the mysterious reincarnator who saved Linjiang City. However, from the wealth he had just revealed, it was equivalent to tacit consent. The so-called simple food and tea, not a sign of respect. In other words, he was telling them not to care about things that they shouldn't care about and not to ask about things that they shouldn't ask. As for things that were not conducive to unity, that was even more difficult to say. Therefore, he had no choice. The two of them understood what Li Yueming meant. After all, they were all friends. And now, Wu De, this shameless fatty, even went up to Li Yueming to show his loyalty. His every move was just short of hugging Li Yueming's thigh and shouting, "Boss, please help me," at the side. Wang Shuming raised his eyebrows. It was obvious that he felt a deep disdain for Wu De's shameless behavior. It was as if he was ashamed to be associated with this person. However, after thinking about it, he felt a little depressed. From the various signs, Li Yueming seemed to be a big shot in the aspect of personal power. As a cyberpunk player in urban technology, even if he wanted to hug Li Yueming's thigh, he couldn't. After all, he couldn't expect a big shot who cultivated Qijin to teach him how to ascend mechanically, right? Hence, he decided to do it. He could only get up unhappily. "I'm done eating. You guys can continue chatting. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first." She saw his depressed and unhappy expression. Wu De almost burst out laughing. "Goodbye, take care." Chapter 308, The Female Grand Ascension Ranked in the Immortal Class, The Father-in-Law Reincarnation Dungeon, 1. Wang Shuming felt very depressed. Although he was very unhappy with Fatty's shameless appearance. But how should he put it? The feeling of hugging someone's thigh was really fragrant. Actually, if it was possible. He also rushed up to hug Li Yueming's thigh. After all, although Li Yueming was only a newcomer who had just become a reincarnator for less than 3 months. However, there was no doubt that he was an extremely heaven-defying super thigh. Let's not talk about anything else. How many new reincarnators could be found in the world like Li Yueming, who could defeat a level 6 king of dark creatures in 3 months? Even the elites of the large-scale reincarnator forces in the Imperial Capital, the Demon Capital, and the Demon Capital. He would fill up all the resources that could be given in the early stages. The high-level reincarnators of the family were always there to guide them, and they had cultivation techniques and secret manuals. He probably couldn't do such a ridiculous thing. In 3 months, even if he did not stop reincarnating. On average, it was completed once every 10 days. Every time, he would receive an A+ grade or even an S grade score. In 3 months, he would probably only be able to raise his rebirth mark to level 4 at most. Its strength was at most comparable to a tier 5 dark creature. However, for someone like Li Yueming, as a commoner without any family background, he was a commoner. Moreover, he was a pure rookie who had no reincarnation experience. In just 3 months, his combat strength had actually reached a level that was comparable to a tier 6 king of dark creatures. Wang Shuming believed that no one in the world could do it. If this were to spread, the entire world of reincarnators would probably be in an earthquake. One could imagine what kind of thick legs Li Yueming had. Right now, this thigh was still in the low-key stage and had not completely soared. He had already displayed such terrifying strength. Wang Shuming couldn't imagine if Li Yueming could grow up in a few more years. What kind of towering tree would he become? That's why Wang Shuming felt even more depressed. Because he knew that such a future super big shot was right in front of him. However, the power systems of the two were different. Li Yueming was a big shot in the aspect of personal strength, but it was completely unrelated to the mechanical ascension that he focused on. It was the type that was completely unrelated. He couldn't possibly expect a big shot who cultivated the inner and outer heavenly cycle to train his body to teach him how to ascend mechanically, right? Therefore, he had no choice. Wang Shuming could only watch as the damn fat man buzzed non-stop. 0. Wang Shuming left with a depressed expression. Wu De stayed behind to chat with Li Yueming alone for a while. After making an appointment to enter the personal power side world of the public reincarnation dungeon with Li Yueming next time, Fatty also left happily. Soon, Li Yueming was the only one left in the spacious living room. He wasn't worried that Wang Shuming and Wu De would reveal his true identity. Not to mention that this would not benefit them at all. Even Li Yueming's anger was not something the two of them could withstand. He slowly finished the last bit of food. Li Yueming waved his hand. Soon, a few maids tiptoed in and cleaned up the plates on the dining table. Most of these maids were around the age of 18 or 19. They were all carefully selected by Zhao Xia from hundreds of thousands of people. She was specifically there to help Li Yueming with his daily chores. Every one of them had a clean family background and were beautiful. Be it their figure or their looks, they were extremely outstanding. Li Yueming admired it for a moment. But that was all. It was not that he had never been an emperor in the reincarnation world. He had also seen many women who were 10 times or 100 times more stunning than this. How should he describe it? Perhaps women were like daffodils after a spring rain. From afar, it looked hazy and charming, like a pearl that had fallen from the sky. Always able to bring appreciation of the people, a kind of 7 points full, 3 points blank intoxicated. However, once they got too close, the flowers would lose their haziness and become no different from ordinary wild flowers. If he was not careful and broke it, that would be an act that would spoil the scenery. There are too many beautiful women in the world. However, there were only a few women who could really see each other and get together. Li Yueming had gone through 3 worlds. Ye Nanyuan was the only one who had truly reached the end of her life. Sun Ruoju could only be considered halt ot it. Therefore, he had no choice. In Li Yueming's opinion, most women should be treated like flowers. There was no need to touch it, just admire it. This was enough. The maids cleaned up the dining table and left. Zhao Xia quickly walked in and whispered, "City Lord, do you have any other instructions?" At this moment, her voice and expression were as calm as possible. But in reality, Zhao Xia's heart was surging. She had been waiting for Li Yueming's instructions outside the door. Although he didn't listen, he didn't dare to listen to the conversation between Li Yueming and the others. However, she could see Wu De and Wang Shuming's expressions very clearly. As a disciple of Linjiang's Zhao family, although Zhao Xia did not become an official reincarnator, however, he had heard of Wu De and Wang Shuming from his elders. Therefore, he knew that Wu De and Wang Shuming were both well-known veteran reincarnators in Linjiang. The reincarnation marks level should be approaching level 5 quickly. Chapter 309, the 3,000 ranked female immortal class, father-in-law reincarnation instance dungeon, 2. But now, she saw with her own eyes that these two level 4 experienced reincarnators were quite enthusiastic in front of Li Yueming. That feeling, LT, was as if he had lowered his status and was deliberately pandering to Li Yueming. This undoubtedly made her feel extremely shocked. It had to be known that Li Yueming had only become a reincarnator for less than 3 months. Now, these two famous level 4 reincarnators in Linjiang were actually so reserved and respectful in front of him. Could it be that the city lord's reputation and strength had already spread out so quickly? She had always thought that she was the only one who knew how powerful Li Yueming was. Thinking of this, Zhao Xia was excited but also a little disappointed. He saw her face flush for no reason. "What's wrong with you?" Li Yueming asked curiously. "Why is your heart beating so fast?" Only then did Zhao Xia react. He hurriedly shook his head and threw all the messy thoughts out of his mind. He regained his composure and said, "I'm fine. City Lord, if you have anything to say, just say it." Li Yueming glanced at her and after confirming that she was fine, he said, "From today onwards, I will continue to enter seclusion. If any reincarnators come to visit, you can directly ask them to come back in a month." Zhao Xia was stunned when she heard that. After explaining to Zhao Xia, Li Yueming went to Star Moon City to patrol. A few days ago, a dark tide broke out. As a result, the entire Star Moon City was in a state of panic. He finally settled down a little in the past few days. The ordinary people started working overtime to build the city again. But this time, they had obviously become much more serious when building the city. Only after experiencing the storm could ordinary people feel the current situation more deeply. Dark creatures were terrifying. He wanted to survive their attacks. Other than following a powerful city lord, the only thing he could do was to build a city that was as solid and reliable as possible. He confirmed that the city was operating normally. There were no problems for the time being. Li Yueming then returned to the city lord's mansion and began a new round of seclusion. In the past few days of seclusion, he had just extracted the essence of a secret manual. Before he could even absorb it into the star and moon arts and completely transform it into his own strength, he was interrupted by Wang Shuming and Wu Wei. This was also the reason why Li Yueming secretly warned the two of them. After all, his energy and time were limited. He didn't have the time to pretend to be polite to the group of people outside, so he deliberately wore a mask to hide his identity. In the next month, Li Yueming began to refine and extract the secret manuals that he had traded. He separated the essence from the dregs. He continued to infuse the essence into his original Star Moon art. The effect of this was obvious. In the past, the Star Moon art could increase Li Yueming's combat strength by 150%. Then, after continuous modification and refinement, the power provided by the Star Moon art to Li Yueming had also increased by 50%. Among them, the most remarkable was the refining speed and condensing efficiency of inner qi. After combining so many martial arts cultivation techniques, Li Yueming realized that many top martial arts techniques might have different forms of expression on the shape. For example, some martial arts techniques focused on physical training. There were also some martial arts techniques that emphasized qi. However, in reality, after understanding it well enough, one would realize that whether it was body training or sample qi, the core God in it was actually the same. As long as he could understand God well, there was actually no fundamental difference between martial arts techniques and secret manuals. And now, Li Yueming's Star Moon art had analyzed and integrated so many top-notch martial arts techniques. The efficiency of refining and condensing his physique and inner qi had already reached a threshold. In short, it was also qi refinement. Li Yueming's qi was more refined through the star-moon judgment. It was many times faster than other cultivation techniques. Not only that, but the amount of qi cultivated was the same as other cultivation techniques. However, Li Yueming's attack power might be dozens of times stronger than the native world in the reincarnation world. This was the power of the star-moon art in condensing inner qi. But to condense to this extent, the growth of the star-moon art had finally reached a bottleneck. Li Yueming had referred to nearly 10 martial arts manuals and cultivation techniques. Each of them was a top-notch martial arts technique and secret manual. After fusing them all into one. Currently, martial arts cultivation methods and secret manuals were no longer able to provide nutrients for the growth of the star-moon art. He wanted to continue to become stronger. Li Yueming had to get a higher-level cultivation technique to support the star and moon art to complete a higher-level transformation. After confirming that there was no way to continue cultivating, Li Yueming finally woke up from his seclusion. He slowly opened his eyes. He let out a breath of turbid air in his chest. Li Yueming stood up. Outside the door, Zhao Xia heard the commotion and walked in. She quickly reported the situation this month to Li Yueming. While Li Yueming was in seclusion, basically, nothing worth mentioning happened. Wu De had come to look for him once. It seemed that he wanted to give him some local specialties from his hometown. He heard that he had gone into seclusion and left behind some local specialties before returning. As for the development of Star Moon City, over 1/3 of the residents had moved into new houses in the past month, becoming the first batch of residents of Star Moon City. Chapter 310, The 3,000 Ranked Female Immortal Class, Father-in-Law Reincarnation Instance Dungeon, 3. The remaining 2/3 of the residents had also completed the basic construction of their houses. It was estimated that they would all be able to move into new houses in another month or two. After sending Zhao Xia away, Li Yueming opened the reincarnation seal. The public reincarnation dungeon that Wu De had mentioned last month had indeed appeared on the reincarnation mark. There were 7 more days until the official opening. After looking at the time, Li Yueming had already made up his mind. As long as the public dungeon this time was a Xiangxia or fantasy world, he went in to see if he could get some treasures for free. After all, the public reincarnation dungeon did not require additional reincarnation authority, nor did it need to provide other messy things. Other than the intense competition, there was almost no harm to the reincarnators. It was purely a waste of money. He casually fiddled with the mark of reincarnation a few times. Li Yueming immediately opened the Reincarnator forum to see if there was anything worth paying attention to in the forum and group chats. First, he opened the Reincarnator public forum. There had always been a mix of good and bad people here, ranging from world planning and legal articles to entertainment gossip and gossip. There were all kinds of posts. Many of the posts were very popular. Of course, even in the Reincarnator's world, gossip and gossip posts were still the most popular. The first thing Li Yueming saw when he entered the forum was a rather shiny title, Me and MV Fairv Girlfriends. With a curious mind, I want to be a real person. Li Yueming clicked on it without thinking. Lawless, op brothers, do I have the physique of a scumbag? The coordinates of the Xiangxia world. I was F***ing dumped by the fairy again. Fairy complained that I was too poor to buy the latest voice transmission magic tool, so she ran away with a disciple from a neighboring family and made me a cuckold. Walking in the rain, reply hehe, this brother upstairs. If I remember correctly, this is the 12th time you've been cuckolded, right? The alluring eyes of the great world, reply no. This brother is the famous green-haired turtle in our Reincarnator forum. People give him the nickname Green Hat Young Lang Jun. Life is short, reply what do you know? If he wanted to live a decent life, he had to be a little green. Soft rice really smells good, reply brother, listen to my advice. Young people don't know how good a rich woman is. They mistake young girls for treasures. Look at me, I found a 3,000-year-old fairy and became the sect master in one step. Men should spend more time and money to dress up. Is it shameful to live off a woman in the Xiangxia world? No, it was not shameful at all. How many brothers envy the reincarnators of our Xiangxia world? What were they envious of? Aren't they just envious that as long as we can achieve something, one reincarnation can be comparable to 10 or 100 of their gains? Listen to Big Brother's advice. Don't look for those *T fairies. Hurry up and think of a way to get a special title that increases your charm value. Then, get a few sets of clothes and magic treasures that increase your charm value. Big Brother will give you a jingle. This is the foundation of our soft rice sect. Listen well. When a woman is older, she will carry gold bricks. When a woman is older, she will give away the country at 30. When a woman is older, she will refine immortal pills at 30. When a woman is older, she will rank among the immortals at 30. When a woman is older, she will feed the Queen Mother at 30. When a woman is older, she will stand in front of the Buddha's door at 30,000. When a woman is older, you will have the final say in the immortal world. When a woman is older, you will have the final say in the 6 worlds. Lawless, after some guidance from Brother Soft Rice, I've finally been enlightened. From now on, he would no longer be the female fairy's bootlicker. From today onwards, I want to suck up to a rich woman, PRPR. Looking down from the first floor, Li Yueming almost laughed out loud. It had to be said that there were many top-grade reincarnators. Especially in the Xiangxia world, the number of top-grade items was much higher than in other reincarnation worlds. However, there was nothing he could do. The Xiangxia world was publicly recognized as the most difficult reincarnation world. It was also one of the worlds where reincarnators had the most accidents. Among them were old monsters who had lived for tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years. Each of them had the power to seize the stars and chase the sun. The universe was nothing in front of them. In this world, most reincarnators kept a low profile. He had no choice but to keep a low profile. Some of the big shots were really existences that could cover the sky with one hand. If he accidentally offended them, he might not even be able to keep his reincarnation mark. Under such circumstances, many Xiangxia reincarnators could not walk the path of proving the Dao with strength. It wasn't surprising that he would develop other messy tricks. And now, this guy with the ID Soft Rice Smells Good had indeed found a shortcut in life. By purchasing various items that increased his charm value and adding a title that increased his charm value, he directly stepped into the fast lane of finding a rich woman. At the beginning, he had worked 3,000 years less than the other reincarnators. In terms of IQ, he was definitely in a tight grip. The fun post was very interesting. However, this was not what Li Yueming wanted to see. As he continued to scan, the title of the second most popular post was, "Are there any private alliances in this public reincarnation? Come in and give me a secret signal." Seeing this post, Li Yueming's eyes flashed. What he was looking for was content related to public reincarnation. Chapter 311, The Last Step to Prepare for the Intense Competition in the Instance Dungeon. Part 1. The second most popular thread on the reincarnation forum was about the public reincarnation instance. The title was also very interesting. The so-called public reincarnating instance, the alliance of the individual players. As the name implied. In fact, many ordinary reincarnators who did not have family power or union power spontaneously formed an alliance to warm up. After all, for a long time in the past, the public reincarnation dungeon was the backyard of many guilds and families. These reincarnators with backgrounds were not only powerful. Furthermore, they usually formed teams to enter dungeons. Ordinary reincarnators did not have any competition in front of them. That's why, as the number of reincarnations increased, the ordinary reincarnators had also begun to awaken. It was possible that they alone could not snatch those powerful family reincarnators and union reincarnators. However, if they could gather together and form an alliance. Even if this so-called alliance was temporary, even if there was not much cohesion within it. However, as long as they could reach a consensus on the surface. At the very least, it would increase their chances of obtaining more resources. Therefore, every time before the Reincarnator's dungeon was released, there would be many reincarnators looking for people to form teams on the forum. Generally speaking, after confirming the team formation, the reincarnators would determine the secret code in advance. When the time was right, they would communicate with each other through some means in the reincarnation world. In the end, they formed groups to plunder all kinds of resources. He opened the post. As expected, there were already many reincarnators leaving messages and forming teams. Stormbringer, Op Technology/Urban World, Level 4 and above reincarnators can form teams through private chat. Loving you is like a moth flying into a flame. Reply: I'm a technological rookie from Level 3. I'm looking up to the big boss. May I ask the big boss? Can you bring me along? Feng Yan Feng Yu, landlord upstairs, privately send a photo to take a look. The woman left her phone number, and the man is self-reliant. True is the Riddler, reply: can you do it, Condor cute sister? Unbreakable fate, reply: borrow a building. Are there any big shots who are on the side of personal power? I am a level 4 commoner martial artist. Please take me in. If we can form a party, I'll bring you flying. A group of commoner reincarnators were forming teams. Clearly, they were making their final preparations. Li Yueming scanned through it. He realized that most of the people who wanted to form a team here were level 1 to level 3 reincarnators. However, after thinking about it carefully, this was a normal phenomenon. After all, reincarnators above level 5 were basically old foxes. It could grow to level 5. Having a small circle of his own should be the least he could do. Moreover, their own strength was enough to deal with most unexpected situations. Therefore, there was no need to find people on the forum to form a team. He swept his gaze around. In fact, Li Yueming didn't find any particularly valuable information. It was just that he had a deeper understanding of the liveliness of the public reincarnation dungeon. Obviously, entering a public reincarnation instance dungeon was quite different from entering an ordinary individual instance dungeon. In the public reincarnation instance dungeon, the main mission of the reincarnators was no longer the same as before. Simply by defying the heavens and changing one's fate to expand one's influence, one could obtain a higher reincarnation evaluation. Instead, it became to arm himself as quickly as possible. Then, he would use his fists to fight for more resources. After entering the public reincarnation dungeon, every reincarnator would be assigned to a different camp. Of course, there were also a few reincarnators who had no factions. However, regardless of whether there was a faction or not, every reincarnator would definitely have their own main mission. After completing the main mission, the reincarnator could choose to leave the reincarnation world. The reincarnation mark will receive the corresponding mission reward. In the process of completing the main mission, there might be some side missions and hidden missions that could be unlocked. Whether or not these missions were accepted and completed depended on the reincarnators themselves. The rewards for the side missions were mostly provided by the reincarnation world. In other words, the side quest had nothing to do with the reincarnation mark. The reincarnation mark would not give out any rewards and would only increase the overall reincarnation score. They could also kill other reincarnators in the public dungeon. There is a chance to drop some of the other party's treasures after completing the kill. If ordinary reincarnation was a single-player game, in that case, public reincarnation was an online battle game. Therefore, he had no choice. After entering the public instance dungeon, reincarnators not only needed to guard against the local aborigines, but they also needed to guard against other reincarnators in the same industry. After thinking through everything, Li Yueming roughly glanced at the posts at the back of the Reincarnator Forum. After realizing that there was nothing worth paying attention to, he quickly turned around and left. He closed the Reincarnator Forum. He opened the group chats created by Yunduan Fenjai and prepared to ask about some rules that he had yet to figure out. In the group chats, Yunduan Fenjai and the others were also discussing the public reincarnation dungeon. Yunduan Fenjai, Qin Rishan, by the way, are you all preparing to enter the public reincarnation instance this time? The coffin's plate shakes, hoping Ian He, who can reject a public reincarnation instance dungeon. Or rather, who could refuse a free ride. Don't bully the poor, Jining, the new public instance dungeon has appeared. How can we stop? Remember to form a team if you encounter an individual. Mighty Force Instance Dungeon. Secret Code King covers the Earth Tiger. Ominous Old Age, Qian Fengtian, you dare to say that you want to form a team? A person without credibility was not worthy of speaking. Chapter 312, The Last Step to Prepare for the Intense Competition in the Instance Dungeon. Part 2. Tomb Raider's Tears, Wang Linlin, stop quarreling. You won't kill me by making so much noise. Save your energy, okay? If you have any grudges, go to the reincarnation world and use your fists to speak. Tomb Raider's Tears, Wang Linlin, cough cough. Alright, it's time for this little girl to find a thigh again. If there are big shots in the group who meet this little girl, please take care of her. This little girl is especially good at crying. Don't bully the poor, Jining, PRPR. I've already set up a school for you, so when can I eat your soft rice? Tomb Raider's Tears, Wang Linlin, you're the alternate account of rice smells good on the Reincarnator Forum. F***ck off, so disgusting, hurry up and die. An ominous old age, Qian Fengtian, Jining, you're a 3-foot-tall man, yet you're living off a woman in the Xiangxia world? I'm ashamed to be with you. I suggest that the group leader kick this damn freeloader out of the group chats, rectify the group atmosphere. Yunduan Fenjai, Qin Rishan, said, actually, I have a friend. In the group chats, the discussion was as heated as ever. Speaking of which, this group of rich second-generation heirs did not only run dungeons and patrol the territory on a daily basis. It seemed like there was nothing to worry about. Moreover, because cities needed the protection of reincarnators, most reincarnators rarely left their territory when there was nothing to do. There was no way for them to gather together even if they were separated from each other. Under such circumstances, most reincarnators were otakus. There was nothing to do while resting in the huge palace. It was normal for the forums and group chats to be popular. Even Li Yueming. When he had nothing to do, he actually liked to stay in the reincarnation forum and group chats. After all, the idiotic netizens in the group chats and forum were all talented. After looking at it for a moment, when he realized that they were almost done chatting, Li Yueming took the opportunity to send a message in the group and asked, "May I ask everyone, is there anything worth noting about entering the public reincarnation instance dungeon for the first time?" He sent the message. Soon, he received a few replies from the group. Tomb Raider's Tears, Wang Linlin at Moonstar, the big boss actually showed up? How were the few cultivation techniques that he had traded last time? Seeing this, Li Yueming immediately replied, very good. Every book is a top-notch martial arts cultivation technique. Wang Linlin was obviously very proud when she heard that. She replied in the group, ha ha ha, that's good, boss. I reckon that other than our Wang family, which is a martial arts reincarnator family, the other reincarnator factions will not be able to provide you with so many martial arts secret manuals and cultivation techniques at once. Li Yueming was deep in thought. Obviously, this was the first time Wang Linlin mentioned her identity in front of him. The meaning was obvious. He was prepared to build a good relationship with Li Yueming. He thought about it. Li Yueming did not reply immediately. Wang Linlin was obviously prepared to take things one step at a time, so she didn't continue to talk about topics related to identity. She continued, "Big boss, you specially popped up today to ask about the reincarnation instance dungeon. Are you preparing to go to the public reincarnation instance dungeon to play?" Li Yueming didn't deny this and nodded, "Yes, but I'm not sure what I need to pay attention to when entering the public reincarnation instance dungeon." Wang Linlin didn't have time to reply. Yunduan Fenjai took the initiative to at Li Yueming and said, "At Moonstar, if you have anything to ask, you can ask in the group. As long as we know, we will tell you directly." He thought about it. Li Yueming didn't stand on ceremony and asked, "How many reincarnators will enter the public reincarnation dungeon?" Yunduan Fenjai replied, "Under normal circumstances, the number of reincarnators in public dungeons is not fixed. The number of reincarnators that enter each time is mostly between 100 to 200. Very few large-scale public reincarnations dungeons can accommodate 500 to 1000 reincarnators. Of course, this range was not absolute. It depended on the arrangement of the reincarnation mark. In simple terms, there's no pattern." Li Yueming asked. Yunduan Fenjai thought for a moment before replying, "It's not that there's no pattern. Under normal circumstances, the larger the reincarnation world, the more reincarnators there would be. The smaller the reincarnation world, the fewer the number of reincarnators. In addition, the number of reincarnators also depends on the degree of rejection of TNE world's consciousness. There will be more reincarnators in TNE world who do not reject reincarnators, and there will be fewer reincarnators in the world who reject reincarnators. These two should be the most universal laws at the moment." Hearing this, Li Yueming nodded, feeling a little more confident. Seeing that the conversation had reached this point, Yunduan Fenjai continued to explain, "Similarly, there are differences when reincarnators enter the reincarnation world. Level 1 to Level 3 reincarnators would generally enter some low-level reincarnation worlds. Level 4 to Level 6 reincarnators would generally enter some higher-level reincarnation worlds. As for the higher-level bosses, I don't know which world they will enter. I don't know much about the specific situation. The lower the level of the reincarnation world, the higher the tolerance of the world's will for the reincarnators. The probability of the reincarnators obtaining resources and rewards will also increase. However, there were generally no treasures in low-level reincarnation worlds. At most, they could only obtain some reincarnation points and additional reincarnation authority." Chapter 313, The Last Step to Prepare for the Intense Competition in the Instance Dungeon. Part 3. The higher the level of the reincarnation world, the lower the tolerance of the world's will for the reincarnators. The chances of the reincarnators surviving and obtaining rewards will be greatly reduced. However, high-level reincarnation worlds were rich in all kinds of treasures. If one was lucky enough to obtain one, it would be extremely beneficial to the reincarnator's strength and future development. All in all, the competition for the public reincarnation instance dungeon is quite intense. If you want to obtain benefits from it, other than forming a gang and becoming the sixth brother, you can only rely on your fists to beat the other reincarnators into submission. However, the intense competition also means that the rewards are bountiful. Not to mention the big prize on the reincarnators ranking list, just the reincarnation points and additional reincarnation rights awarded for completing the main and side missions were enough to make quite a number of ordinary reincarnators go crazy. The message was very long. Yunduan Fenjai was also writing seriously. Almost all of Li Yueming's doubts were dispelled. Li Yueming typed, "Thank you, Maple Leaf Giant. The higher the level of the reincarnation world, the lower the tolerance of the world's will for the reincarnators. The chances of the reincarnators surviving and obtaining rewards will be greatly reduced. However, high-level reincarnation worlds were rich in all kinds of treasures. If one was lucky enough to obtain one, it would be extremely beneficial to the reincarnator's strength and future development. All in all, the competition for the public reincarnation instance dungeon is quite intense. If you want to obtain benefits from it, other than forming a gang and becoming the sixth brother, you can only rely on your fists to beat the other reincarnators into submission. However, the intense competition also means that the rewards are bountiful. Not to mention the big prize on the reincarnators ranking list, just the reincarnation points and additional reincarnation rights awarded for completing the main and side missions were enough to make quite a number of ordinary reincarnators go crazy. The message was very long. Yunduan Fengjai was also writing seriously. Almost all of Li Yueming's doubts were dispelled. Li Yueming typed, "Thank you, Maple Leaf Giant. The sound of maple leaves is huge." Yunduan Fengjai beamed. In an instant, he regained the majestic feeling he had when he was on the newbie forum. Just as he was about to ignore the pleasantries and act like a veteran, he was about to leave. In the group chats, Wang Linlin suddenly interjected, "The newbie big shot is also a reincarnator of the personal power side, right?" "Me too. Is it convenient for me to ask about your current reincarnation mark level?" Hearing her question, Li Yueming thought about it. The level of the reincarnation mark was different from his personal identity information. Moreover, the people in the group chats seemed to be quite reliable. Li Yueming already had the intention to befriend them. Therefore, Li Yueming weighed the pros and cons for a moment before saying, "LT's only level 3 for now, but it's only one step away from level 4. Hearing this, the group chats fell into a strange silence again. A moment later, a series of ellipses appeared. Wang Linlin was speechless. Cloud Maple Leaf, Qin Rishan, Ho Ping Ian was speechless. Qian Fengqian was speechless. Was this the legendary Stinky Big Shot? Even Versailles was so simple. Yunduan Fengjai, who originally wanted to show off his identity as a senior in front of Li Yueming with his hands on his hips, felt even worse when he saw the situation. Damn it! What did he mean by only level 3 for now? Could it be that level 3 was so unpresentable? One had to know that even though he had already been a reincarnator for more than 2 years, he was still alive. It was only level 4 now. Just this alone was enough for them, a group of second-generation heirs with average qualifications, to be complacent. However, how long had it been since Li Yueming became a reincarnator? At most, it should be 2 to 3 months, right? Now, he was almost a level 4 expert. It was simply terrifying. In an instant, Yunduan Fengjai felt as if he had shut himself in. Suddenly, no one spoke in the group chats. "What's wrong?" Li Yueming asked curiously. "Is there a problem?" After the message was sent out, a long time later, the card was taken out. Wang Linlin forced herself to reply, "There's no problem. There's no problem at all. If it's close to level 4, it's possible that I'll be assigned to a higher level world. At that time, if the big boss sees me or our Wang family's reincarnators in the higher level personal power world, if there's a need, you can ask them for some help. I can't guarantee that they will definitely help you, but if it's within their ability, it shouldn't be a problem." Seeing this, Yunduan Fengjai also said, "Our group chats also has a unified code. The Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger, and the Pagoda suppresses the River Demon. As long as the news was released, if there were group members in the same reincarnation world, they could help each other. At this point," Yunduan Fengjai added, "the only thing you have to be careful of are Qian Fengqian and Ji Ning. Especially Ji Ning, this guy is famous in our group for being able to cause trouble." Hearing this, Ji Ning and Qian Fengqian were obviously unhappy. Qian Fengqian was the first to stand up and refute, "Qin Rishan, it's fine that you questioned Ji Ning, but why did you include me?" At Yu Mingxing was a little distant. "Newbie big shot, don't listen to Qin Rishan's nonsense. My bad character is only directed at Ji Ning. If you enter a high-level world, remember to give me a secret signal." Almost at the same time, Ji Ning replied, "At Moon Celebrity, Big Brother, join the glorious soft rice sect with me. Omnis 1Y. Whether it was Wang Linlin, Yunduan Fengjai, Ji Ning, or Qian Fengqian, they were all very excited. They all showed great recognition of Li Yueming's potential. After all, in just a few months, Li Yueming had brought them too many surprises and surprises. This newcomer was like a sealed box. Without opening it, one would never know what was inside. But even so. However, they were still worried about Li Ming's public dungeon trip. It would have been fine if he had entered a low-level world. It was a group of reincarnators below level 3 who were tormenting them. With Li Yueming's strength, he should be able to live comfortably. However, if he was unlucky and was assigned to the high-level reincarnator area by the mark, that would be terrible. After all, no matter what, Li Yueming was just a newcomer who had just become a reincarnator not long ago. Even if he had unlimited potential, he still lacked sufficient foundation. The reincarnators in the high-level reincarnation dungeon were basically old foxes who had been in the dungeon for an unknown period of time. They all had their own skills. Under such circumstances, the only thing that could make them feel fear was form and strength. Even a group of rich second-generation heirs with family backgrounds like them had to be careful. After all, in the reincarnation world, no one would dare to kill because of their background. So what if he was killed? Not to mention that reincarnators could be resurrected. So what if he couldn't revive? Most of the time, you don't even know who killed you. In this world, Li Yueming, who was not even level 4, was undoubtedly at the bottom of the bottom. An existence that could die immediately if there were any twists and turns. Therefore, they specially reminded Li Yueming that if he needed help, he could ask them for help. Hearing this, Li Yueming didn't reject their good intentions. He smiled and replied, "Thank you for your kind intentions. If there's a chance, I'll see you in the public reincarnation dungeon." Chapter 314, A5,000 Man Super Large Scale Dungeon, A New World Begins. Part 1. Li Yueming closed the group chats and sorted out the information he had just received. Firstly, the number of reincarnators in the public reincarnation dungeon was unknown. The mark would determine the number of reincarnators who could enter the reincarnation dungeon according to the specific situation of the reincarnation world. Secondly, the reincarnation worlds were divided into high and low levels. With his mark of reincarnation at level 3 and almost level 4, he was stuck between these two requirements. To Li Yueming, it was naturally better to enter a high-level reincarnation world. After all, there was nothing in the low-level reincarnation world that was worth asking for. However, it was unknown whether the reincarnation mark would assign him to a low-level reincarnation world or a high-level reincarnation world. Li Yueming couldn't predict or change. What he could do was to make as many preparations as possible in advance in case of emergencies. In the end, in a public reincarnation dungeon, many reincarnators might form teams. This wasn't good news for Li Yueming, who was used to living alone. After combining all the information, after entering the public reincarnation dungeon, the people who reincarnators needed to be wary of and pay attention to the most were no longer the natives of the reincarnation world. It was the other reincarnators who were in the same industry. As for the reason, LT was very simple. Only other colleagues who were also reincarnators knew what methods reincarnators had. After closing the reincarnation mark, Li Yueming closed his eyes and began his final preparations. He would strive to adjust his physical and mental state to the best state before the public reincarnation instance dungeon opened. After that, he could wait for the instance dungeon to open and enter the world of the serial number he wished for. Point 0. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. This morning, Li Yueming discovered that the reincarnation mark on his hand was emitting microscopic light. Ding! The father-in-law's reincarnation dungeon is being opened. The public reincarnation worlds that are open this time are, Sequence number 7, Fantasy World, Sequence number 3, Apocalyptic World, Sequence number 4, Urban World. Every reincarnator with a reincarnation mark will receive a free chance to enter the public reincarnation world. If you die in a public dungeon, the reincarnator will return to the reincarnation space. The reincarnator who dies will randomly drop an item. After completing the main mission, the reincarnator can freely choose to return to the reincarnation space. The public reincarnation dungeon has been activated. Reincarnators who wish to enter, please choose within 3 days. MTNE Sliverum's reincarnation space. Lines of text appeared in front of Li Yueming. Without any hesitation, he whispered, "Imprint, enter the Sequence 7 Fantasy World Public Reincarnation Dungeon." A moment later, the reincarnation mark on his wrist began to glow and project a string of words. Detected reincarnator name, Li Yueming, serial number 7001611. Remaining reincarnation authority, 6. Mark of reincarnation level, LV3, 9500/10,000. Reincarnation points balance, 451,300. Origin power, 100 times talent enhancement. Fixed talent, infinite deduction, gold. Special talent title, God of Martial Arts, red, perfect genetic body, shiny gold. Fixed talent, 1. Fixed number of additional talents, 2. Do you want to purchase additional services? If he didn't need to click on the option, he could activate the reincarnation directly. According to his past experience in normal dungeons, Li Yueming would definitely only spend a few thousand reincarnation points to buy a resource pack for the reincarnation world. Items like the golden spoon had no effect on increasing the rating of the reincarnation dungeon. If you don't use it well, then you'll have to go. There might even be side effects. After all, you were born into a noble family, and the resources you received from a young age belonged to the noble family. The requirements of the reincarnation mark will also increase correspondingly. Naturally, if you wanted to obtain a higher evaluation, you had to have greater achievements. On the contrary, if you were a beggar, the requirements of the reincarnation mark on you will also be correspondingly reduced. After all, as a beggar who didn't have enough to eat or wear, it was already considered heaven-defying to not starve to death. It was naturally more difficult for them to achieve something than the children of the noble families. That's why Li Yueming couldn't be bothered to spend unnecessary reincarnation points to become a wrong child. However, this public dungeon reincarnation was clearly different. This public reincarnation instance dungeon was different. In order for his birth resources to be higher than other reincarnators, or at the very least, not to fall behind the other reincarnators too much, he definitely needed to buy a golden spoon. Of course, the other reincarnators wanted to seize the initiative and obtain a higher status. Most likely, they would all choose to buy a golden spoon and keep it in their mouths. After all, the descendants of high-ranking officials and noble families could enjoy more resources from a young age. With enough resources, they could greatly shorten the growth cycle of the reincarnators. The growth speed of the reincarnators became faster. Only when they faced other reincarnators would they have enough strength and methods to compete for resources. It could be said that there were many benefits. Therefore, after thinking about the cause and effect, Li Yueming did not hesitate and said, "Imprint, buy a gold spoon." Ding! Do you want to spend 10,000 reincarnation points to buy a gold spoon? 10,000 reincarnation points was indeed a little expensive. However, since the wool was on the sheep's body, at most, he could earn more after entering the reincarnation world. Therefore, Li Yueming was not stingy and chose to buy it. Ding! The golden spoon has been successfully purchased. Detected that you are about to enter a public dungeon. The effect of the golden spoon has been reduced. The probability of you reincarnating into a rich family has increased by 5%. Chapter 315, A5,000 Man Super Large Scale Dungeon, A New World Begins. Part 2. Do you want to spend more reincarnation points to buy a golden spoon to increase the probability? Li Yueming, concealment. Good heavens! Mark of reincarnation, you have thick eyebrows and big eyes. You actually know how to play such a f***ing trick. According to normal probability, after buying the golden spoon, the probability of being reincarnated into a rich family should increase by at least 80%. But now, Li Yueming spent 10,000 reincarnation points to buy a gold spoon. The probability of reincarnating into a rich family only increased by a pitiful 5%. Be careful, I'll report you for false advertising. It was as if she could feel the strong desire to ridicule him in his heart. The effect of the golden spoon has been reduced due to too many reincarnators buying it. Isn't this reasonable, M? It was very reasonable, right? All right then. That did seem a little reasonable. However, if the probability increased by 5% once, it would only increase by 50% 10 times. What the F***ck was there to buy? Li Yueming entered the public reincarnation dungeon with the mentality of a freeloader. Thus, he was naturally unwilling to invest too much. Li Yueming narrowed his eyes and asked, "In that case, can you return me the 10,000 reincarnation points? I don't want to buy the item you bought, the golden spoon, is non-refundable." Li Yueming, concealment? Forget it. He couldn't count on the reincarnation mark to have much conscience. He did not continue to argue with the reincarnation mark. Li Yueming directly said, "Then I'll buy an additional share of information. I don't want anything else." Ding, do you want to spend 5,000 reincarnation points to buy an information resource pack? Yes. The resource pack has been successfully purchased. Additional information has entered your mind. I wish you a happy reincarnation. The information from the mark quickly flashed. At the same time, a bunch of information was stuffed into Li Yueming's head. Before he could fully digest it. In the next second, an extremely familiar feeling of his soul leaving his body assaulted him. Li Yueming felt that he had gradually lost all sense of his body. World loaded. World loaded successfully. Planet serial number 7-21741. The reincarnator is currently in the midst of a mystery in the womb. After the initial introduction, you can enter the reincarnation world. Legend has it that in ancient times, the human emperor Tiandu clan led the human race to launch an unprecedented war. The Tiandu clan mobilized the entire clan's strength and finally defeated the insect race's demon lord, opening up a prosperous era for the human race in the future. In order for future generations to have the power to resist the demon lord and not be disturbed by the demon lord in the future, the Tiandu clan has created a cultivation method that uses qi to control the body. Any human body can cultivate with the help of the spiritual energy that exists in the world. Once you cultivate to the void reversion realm and gather the fate of the world into one, you will be able to vindicate your Dao and transcend the world, achieving an undying body that will last forever. After the Tiandu clan ascended, the Tiandu dynasty that they founded gradually fell apart over the long years. After tens of thousands of years of evolution, the Tiandu dynasty continued to decline. 5,000 years ago, the last human emperor of the Tiandu clan was dissolute and immoral. He repaired the palace altar and wanted to imitate the ancestor emperor of the Tiandu clan to prove his Dao and ascend. The endless labor caused the people under his rule to suffer. The world was filled with sorrow and the people were in dire straits. The dukes have received the order of the heavens to crusade against the human emperor. After hundreds of years of war, the Tiandu dynasty was erased from history and completely split into 9 sub-dynasties. These 9 sub-dynasties are Great Zhou, Great Qian, Great Tang, Great Yuan, Great Ming, Great Qin, Great Song, Great Han, and Great Nia. The 9 sub-dynasties all believe that they are the legitimate successors of the Tiandu dynasty. They promised that they would once again unify the world and use this merit to prove their Dao and ascend again. In the past 5,000 years, the 9 sub-dynasties had been at war and annexed each other. After a long war, 3 dynasties were destroyed, leaving 6 out of the 9 sub-dynasties. They are Great Tang, Great Ming, Great Qin, Great Han, Great Song, and Great Zhou. The war between the 6 states is still going on. All the vassals want to unify the world and gather fate to follow the human emperor to prove his Dao and ascend. Reincarnation world background introduction completed. Randomly drawing talent. Congratulations on obtaining talent, Eggy's Sorrow, Gray. Eggy's Sorrow, Gray. Due to some unpredictable power, your egi is stunted and feels very sad. Your concentration will be slightly increased, and women will no longer be able to disturb your mind. The 100-fold increase in the origin energy talent has been triggered. The effects of all your talents will be increased by 100 times. Your talent Egi's sorrow has been amplified by 100 times by the origin energy and has been transformed into the purple talent Rootless Man. Rootless Man, green. Due to some force, you have lost an object that you should have. By sacrificing this item, you will be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort when practicing a certain cultivation technique. You can also obtain an additional 250% concentration. Moreover, whether it is women or the outside world, they will no longer be able to affect your speed of drawing your sword. The rules of this reincarnation world are level 5. Reincarnators are allowed to bring 2 talents into the reincarnation world. Please choose 2 of the following talents to bind: Rootless Man, green, infinite deduction, gold, perfect genetic body, shiny gold. He looked over from top to bottom. There was nothing much to say about the world's background. The power systems of the martial arts world, the Xiangxia world, and the fantasy world were all based on personal power. Chapter 316, A5,000 Man Super Large Scale Dungeon, A New World Begins. J. Actually, there was not much difference. At most, it was just that the singing team on the stage was different. What puzzled Li Yueming the most was whether this so-called insect demon lord was the same race as the insect race he imagined. However, this question was destined to be unanswered for the time being. If he wanted to know the truth, Li Yueming had to find it himself. He continued to look down. Li Yueming's gaze fell on the random talent that he had drawn this time. This was too much. What was the sadness of Egi, and what was a person without roots? If this talent was drawn out, wouldn't the conscience of the reincarnation mark hurt? Could it be that the stinky effect of the 5-colored immortal deer's mold had not dissipated yet? He thought of this possibility. Li Yueming was cursing in his heart. He was just short of digging out the 5-colored immortal deer's ancestral grave and throwing it into the crematorium. In the end, Li Yueming thought about it. He still didn't choose to buy a die to change his random talent. After all, this world could only carry 2 talents. If Li Yueming couldn't throw out a talent that was even more powerful than infinite deduction and perfect genetic body, then he would be able to use it as well. It was basically a waste of reincarnation points. However, if he wanted to throw out a talent that was even more powerful than infinite deduction and a perfect genetic body, the probability was so small that he could buy a lottery ticket. The infinite is equal to the Arabian Nights. Therefore, the best choice was to give up on this random talent and continue binding it to infinite deduction and perfect genetic body. What was even more ridiculous was that this time, the public reincarnation dungeon that Li Yueming entered had actually reached level 5. One had to know that it was already quite good for an ordinary level 3 reincarnator to be able to jump levels and enter a level 4 reincarnation world. It was a treatment that only the best among the reincarnators had. However, this time, the reincarnation mark directly jumped 2 levels for Li Yueming and placed him in a level 5 reincarnation world. According to normal rules, this was already a very special treatment. It was probably because Li Yueming's hidden points were too high, causing the reincarnation mark to balance his combat strength. Thinking of this, Li Yueming came back to his senses and said, "Imprint, binding talent infinite deduction and perfect genetic body. Ding, the initial talent has been bound. Main mission is being generated, main mission generated. Reincarnator's name, Li Yueming. Reincarnation number, 7001611. Main mission, 1. Choose a good master and sweep the world. Mission requirements, choose a suzerain country from the Tang, Ming, Qin, Han, Song, and Zhou dynasties and help it unify the world. Mission bonus, the more effort you put into destroying the country, the more generous the mission reward. Main mission, to hold the sun and moon in your hands and pluck the stars. There is no one like me in the world. Mission requirement, break through to the realm of the spirit focus. Mission bonus points: when the reincarnator returns to the reincarnation space, the higher the realm, the more generous the mission reward. Main mission: 3. A real man is born in the world. How can he be depressed and live under others for a long time? Mission requirements: set up a country and unify the world. Mission bonus points: the stronger the country, the richer the people, the faster the unification of the world, and the more generous the mission rewards. Main mission: 4. Killing God. Mission requirements: eliminate 30 other reincarnators. Mission bonus: the more reincarnators you kill, the stronger you are, and the more generous the mission reward. This dungeon is a super large-scale reincarnation dungeon with more than 5,000 people. The difficulty of the main mission is different. Reincarnators can choose according to their own circumstances. After completing the basic requirements of any main mission, the reincarnator can choose to return to the reincarnation space. Note: if you want to get a higher score, the reincarnator can choose to advance multiple main missions at the same time. The main mission rewards can be stacked. After confirming his talent, a series of information appeared in Li Yueming's mind from the reincarnation mark. These were the main missions that Li Yueming could attempt to complete. On the surface, it seemed that every mission was not very difficult. However, in reality, this was already considered a rather difficult instance dungeon. After all, this was a fantasy world with sequence number 6. Some of the natives there were even existences that were powerful enough to destroy the world. A little careless. In front of that kind of existence, even a reincarnator could very likely die in minutes. Therefore, no matter which mission it was, the basic difficulty was quite high. If it were in some level 3 reincarnators world, the initial requirements of these missions might be more difficult than all of their main missions combined. It could only be said that the level 5 reincarnation world was really terrifying. He scanned through all the missions and the corresponding requirements from top to bottom. Li Yueming secretly remembered everything. Finally, it was worth mentioning the number of reincarnators in this public reincarnation dungeon. A super large-scale public reincarnation dungeon with more than 5,000 people. According to Li Yueming's information, it might not even appear once in a few years. He did not know if he was lucky or unlucky. Or maybe. Or was there someone messing around behind the scenes? Li Yueming didn't forget that there was a strange letter in his mailbox. In the description of the letter, it mentioned that Li Yueming should be prepared to face their assessment the next time he entered the dungeon. However, no matter what, since he was already here, he had to take it as it was. At most, he would return empty-handed. Even though the Air Force didn't have a good moral, that was the worst outcome. Li Yueming threw out all the messy thoughts in his mind. He forcefully pulled his thoughts back. He took out the reincarnation world resource pack he had bought from his brain and prepared to deduce his original fate in this reincarnation dungeon. Anyway, no matter if the sky collapsed or the earth sank, the process of normal reincarnation could not be skipped. Chapter 317, Nana, I want to drink Nana. 1. He threw out all the messy things in his mind. Li Yueming calmed down and began to use his deduction talent to spy on his fate in this life. Oh, years old, you were born into a family of generals in the Great Zhou dynasty. Your late great-grandfather was the Western Conquest General, your late grandfather was the Defender General, and your father was the current commander of the Southern Mountains Army. He was also the Marquis of Southern Mountains. Your parents had a child in their later years. You are the third child in your family. There are 2 older sisters who are capable of literature and martial arts before you. As the youngest son in the family, you have been loved by your parents and 2 sisters since you were born. You're the treasure of the entire family. 1 year old, your parents gave you 2 pieces of paper to draw lots. You picked up the 2 pieces of paper and looked at them. You found that one of them had the words practice written on it, and the other had the words practice martial arts written on it. Although you are young, you have shown considerable wisdom. Under the nervous gaze of your parents and 2 sisters, you calmly grabbed the martial arts note. Seeing this, your parents are relieved. You are from a family of generals. Although your literary skills are not bad, your future is bleak. Martial arts is different. If nothing unexpected happens, you will naturally inherit the family business. 2 years old, your family has hired the best teacher in the city to teach you how to read and write. At the same time, the hanger-ons and soldiers provided by your family have begun to transmit some knowledge of cultivation, chi cultivation, and war to you. You have no interest in reading and writing, but you are very interested in cultivating chi. Every day, you will pester the family members to ask them about cultivation. Your performance has made your father very excited. That night, he called 7 or 8 of his friends and happily drank in the courtyard. 4 years old, under the close attention of many family members and consecrators, you have officially begun your cultivation. In just a month, you have officially touched the threshold of cultivating spiritual energy. This discovery has shocked all the members of the family. You didn't pay any attention to this. After cultivating for more than 3 months, you have officially stepped into the chi transforming realm. Your family's guests and worshippers were also surprised by this and told your parents about your talent. They thought that you were a god who had descended from the sky. At the same time, the hanger-ons and retainers advised your father that they should not delay your talent and should send you to the Great Joe Cultivator College. Your father looked very happy when he heard this, but the worry between his brows could not be dispelled. Years old, the rumor that you are the star of martial arts in the sky has spread throughout the Great Zhou dynasty. Even the emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty in the capital has heard of your name. After careful consideration, your father has decided to send you to the Great Zhou Cultivator Academy. But before he left, you clearly felt that there was a little worry on his face. Years old, you have officially entered the Practitioner Academy. The strongest group of practitioners in the country has gathered here. Every one of them is a stunning talent. But even so, you're still the only one who outshines the rest. In the academy, the reputation of the Guiangs is getting bigger and bigger, and more people are following you, but you don't care about it at all. Years old, you heard that there was a war between the Great Zhou and the Great Qin in the west. Your father was transferred to the front line overnight. You didn't care too much about this. As a general, it's common for father to go to the battlefield to kill enemies. But you soon realized that the battlefield this time seems to be different from the past. Years old, you are still cultivating in the academy, but a document suddenly came from the border. Under the attack of the Qin army, the Zhou army was defeated and your father died in battle. Hearing this bad news, everyone in your family felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Only you smelled an extraordinary aura. As expected, not long after, the emperor, who was deep in the palace, suddenly drafted a document to announce to the world. Your father has been convicted of colluding with the Qin army to rebel and has been ordered to kill your entire family. When this news spread, the whole world was in an uproar. Your family, which was comparable to a noble family, became a stray dog that everyone hated overnight. Troops of soldiers surrounded your family, while you fled westward under the cover of your 2 sisters. Years old, in order to protect you, the big sister was hacked to death by the Great Zhou soldiers. Years old, in order to protect you, I lured away the dragon and tiger army of the Great Zhou dynasty alone. I don't know if I'm dead or alive. Years old, you fled all the way west and secretly made up your mind to avenge your father and 2 sisters. However, just as you were about to leave the Great Zhou's territory, a huge palm suddenly stretched out from the sky and casually waved it to crush you into a ball of meat paste. You're dead. The deduction this time was very long. Li Yueming read page by page and realized that the more he read, the more his scalp went numb. Damn, was this a level 4 fantasy world? The family he was born into should be considered a family with tens of thousands of people. However, they could not escape the outcome of being annihilated in the blink of an eye. It was obvious. As long as there was nothing wrong with their brains, they could see that there was something fishy about this matter. His family was already powerful enough. His great-grandfather was the Western Conquest General, his grandfather was the Defender General, and his father was the commander of the Southern Mountains Army. Chapter 318, Nana, I want to drink Nana. Part 2. Just from the names, one could tell that each of them was a rather important position. Originally, he only needed to lie on his ancestors' merit book and comfortably enjoy the life of a noble family's disciple. There was no problem even with being extravagant, licentious, and notorious. However, he had also demonstrated his extraordinary talent in cultivation and was even hailed as the martial star from the heavens that had descended to the mortal world. And his deadbeat father had misjudged the situation. They thought that the emperor would not turn hostile and attack for the time being. Many reasons, the role of the next, the final, the brewing of this field, the death of the whole family, the disaster. How miserable! With such a high opening, he still couldn't live past the age of 14. Poisonous, right? Apart from complaining, this actually gave Li Yueming a reminder. In the past, when he reincarnated, the world level was relatively low. Therefore, most of the natives of the reincarnation world were only limited in strength. However, it was completely different this time. Not to mention that there were other unknown reincarnators who might secretly trip them up. For example, once the local experts of the fantasy world reached a certain level of strength, they would be able to reach a certain level. That was difficult to measure with common sense. For example, the giant hand that killed him in the end. It was unknown how far it had crossed, but it was still able to accurately find his position and easily crush him into pieces. From this, Li Yueming came to a conclusion. That was, before he had the power to dominate the world, he absolutely could not expand. Otherwise, in a world of this level, if they were not careful, they might really fail miserably. He calmed down a little. Li Yueming took a deep breath and said, "Mark, begin reincarnation." Point 0. Great Zhou, Wuji City. Defender Public House, Li Family. The spacious and elegant backyard was bustling with noise. In the backyard, dozens of midwives were sweating profusely in the house, constantly reminding the pregnant women who were about to give birth. Outside the door, dozens of men and women with different expressions were waiting anxiously. The leader of the group was a man with a majestic gait, and he was particularly eye-catching. The man was tall and burly. It was more than 2 meters tall. As he walked, the other family members around him could only shrink their necks and retreat. Suddenly, a baby's cry resounded throughout the entire backyard. The constipated expression on the man's face suddenly became tense, and his eyebrows furrowed into a line. He then looked at the delivery room. A moment later, a midwife hurried out. After seeing the tall man outside the door, he smiled and said, "Congratulations, Lord Marquis, congratulations, Lord Marquis, Madam has given birth to a big fat boy for you." The man frowned and asked, "How is Furen?" The midwife hurriedly replied, "Lord Marquis, both mother and son are safe." Hearing this, the man was overjoyed. "Good, good, 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 good." He said 3 good words in a row. The man laughed out loud. "It's good that mother and son are safe. I, Li Nanfan, finally have a son." After laughing foolishly for a while, then, he prepared to walk into the room. The midwife was shocked when she saw this. She quickly blocked Li Nanfan and said, "Lord Marquis, Furen can't catch a cold after giving birth." Li Nanfan suddenly realized and slapped his forehead. "Look at how happy I am, men, pass on my order. Everyone in the residence will be rewarded with 100 taels of silver. The mothers who helped my wife deliver the babies will be rewarded with 500 taels of silver each." When he heard the number 500 silver, the midwife was almost scared silly. She had been busy all her life and had helped countless families give birth. There were also many wealthy families. However, 500 taels of silver still nearly knocked her out. He hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed, "Thank you, Lord Marquis, for your reward. Thank you, Lord Marquis, for your reward." Li Nanfan laughed out loud. "No need to thank me. This is what you deserve. It's also a blessing for my son." Ha ha ha. Beside him, Relhavo 7 or 8-year-old little girls stuck their heads out and said anxiously, "Where's my brother? Father, we want to see our little brother." He looked at his two smart daughters. Li Nanfan scratched his head, not knowing how to answer. Fortunately, the midwife kowtowing at her feet was smart. "The young master has just been born. He looks very smart. However, he couldn't meet too many strangers. It was easy to catch a cold. Lord Marquis and the two little masters can follow this old woman to the side room." Soon, the family followed the midwife to the delivery room. In one of the baby cradles, a wrinkled child was curiously sizing up everything. After seeing them, the child neither cried nor made a fuss. There was also a hint of sizing and scrutiny in his confused eyes. The moment she saw the child, the three of them had different reactions. The corners of Li Nanfan's mouth couldn't help but turn to his ears. His younger sister, Li Ruxing, was more clever and eccentric. When she saw her younger brother, she reached out and carefully lifted Li Yueming's blanket. After taking a look inside, she blushed and said, "Dad, what a little brother. I saw his earthworm." Li Yueming, concealment. Li Nanfan was speechless. Li Ruya was speechless. He finally came back to his senses. Li Nanfan coughed and said, "Ruxing, girls have to pay attention to their image." Chapter 319, Nana, I want to drink Nana. Part 3. Li Ruxing stuck out her tongue. "Dad, my younger brother is still young and doesn't understand. It's okay for me, the second sister, to take a look at his growth, right?" Li Nanfan choked and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the end, Li Ruya couldn't stand it. He gently knocked Li Ruxing's head. Feeling the majesty of the eldest daughter, the little girl restrained her mischievous temper. The three of them did not pay much attention to the baby's feelings. However, Li Yueming had already suffered 10,000 points of psychological damage. Fortunately, he didn't have the F***ing talent of choosing a rootless person. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. Earthworms. Although it was very small now. But as long as there was, he could still grow up with hard work, right? Point 0. That year, Li Yueming was successfully born. They arrived at Wuji City, which was located at the northwest border of the Great Zhou dynasty. It was born in the Duke's public house of the former Duke of Guarding Country, the current Marquis of South Mountain, Li Nanfan's house. It could be said that he was born into a top-notch family. The Great Zhou dynasty was adjacent to the Great Qin dynasty in the west and the Great Han dynasty in the south. These two neighbors were both the strongest dynasties in the current 6 nations. The previous emperors could even arm wrestle with the Great Qin and Great Han. However, after the leadership was handed over to the emperor, the Great Zhou was not so good. In terms of external warfare and trade, they could no longer contend with Great Qin's Great Han dynasty. The reason for the rise of the Li family was that the ancestors of the previous 2 generations had followed the Zhou emperor and sacrificed their lives in the Qin and Han wars, making great contributions to the Zhou dynasty. This was how the Li family's current solid foundation was created. Duke Zhenqiu. Every generation of the Great Zhou dynasty only had 4 spots. After the death of the previous head of the Li family, the Duke of West Town, Li Tiangang, the emperor took back the position of Duke of West Town, but he kept the Li family's public house. Moreover, he would be extra lenient, and the Li family of this generation would still be able to enjoy the treatment of the Duke. One could imagine how prosperous the Li family was at its peak. Of course, the most important thing was that Li Nanfan was still the Marquis, and in the prime of his life. If he could make contributions on the battlefield in the future, it might not be possible to continue the legend of the Li family and the 3 generals. He was born into such a family. Li Yueming finally had a life where he could eat and wear whatever he wanted. When he was born, there were more than a dozen nannies in the family who were responsible for feeding him. Every one of them was a carefully selected woman with a certain level of cultivation. The milk tasted sweet and nutritious. Li Yueming could drink milk in a different way every day. When she drank too much, she would even vomit occasionally. All in all, it could be described in one word: extravagant. When the moon was full, Li Nantian held a banquet. All the high officials and nobles in Wuji City, as well as 90% of the famous people in the western frontier, came to congratulate him. Even the emperor, who was far away in the capital, sent a ceremonial officer to send a congratulatory gift and even conferred the title of Viscount to Li Yueming in public. It could be said that the cards were full. Of course, under this kind of flower cluster, it was not all harmonious. Anyway, Li Yueming was mentally prepared for this. After all, since ancient times, there was a universal principle: the higher one stood, the harder one would fall. How glorious was the Li family now! When he fell down, he would be in such a sorry state. Therefore, he had no choice. No matter what, he was only truly powerful when he was strong. Family or something. Sometimes, being too strong and exuberant was not just a shield. On the contrary, it might even cause a fatal disaster. When he was 1 year old, it was because they had sufficient nutrition and proper care. Li Yueming was very strong. Not only was her skin snow white and her hair black, but she was also full of vitality from the inside out. Li Ruyu and Li Ruxing both liked him very much. She would often force Li Yueming to play with them. However, it was obvious that Li Yueming was not interested in playing house with a little kid. He just wanted to learn hard. He wanted to kill the other reincarnators as soon as possible. Actually, at this time, he could already begin to grow rapidly through his perfect genetic body. However, Li Yueming had a huge appetite. There was no reason not to hone himself to make great achievements. Although the perfect genetic body could help him grow faster than other reincarnators, it was not a problem. However, it would definitely cause his innate origin to be insufficient. In the beginning, he might not feel anything, but once he cultivated to a certain realm that required the innate origin, he would be able to cultivate to a higher realm. It might cause irreparable consequences. Therefore, Li Yueming decided to stay low-key and get through the infancy period first. Other than a few big shots with especially high levels of reincarnation marks, the time of reincarnation of the reincarnators was basically the same. There wouldn't be a gap of 3 years. Therefore, most of the other reincarnators should still be in their infancy. Under the same starting line, Li Yueming wasn't worried about being led by others. On this day, Li Yueming was flipping through a book in the courtyard. Although he was flipping through the book, most of the maids and servants who served Li Yueming in the residence thought that Li Yueming was just playing with the book. After all, he was just a 1-year-old child. No one would think that he could understand books without education. Li Yueming would also deliberately lead them on. He would often tear the books apart for fun, and after he was done, he would even hug the books and gnaw on them. This made the residents half happy and half worried. Loving books was a good sign. Cute tearing books and love eating books. She didn't know whether to cry or laugh. However, in reality, Li Yueming was secretly reading all kinds of books at home to collect information. However, today, Li Yueming's days of studying were broken. The person who interrupted his study was not the annoying second sister, Li Ruxing, but the head of the family, Li Nanfen. He looked at the 2 small notes in the other party's hand. He thought about the past few days. Li Yueming suddenly had an idea. Li Nanfen brought a few elders to Li Yueming. After sending away the servants and maids who were serving Li Yueming, the 2 of them walked out of the room. Then, he slowly sat down beside Li Yueming. He carefully placed the 2 pieces of paper on the ground and said with a smile, "Son, in the future, all the glory and wealth will be in your hands. I can only help you pave the way." As he spoke, he pushed the 2 paper balls in front of Li Yueming. "Choose," he said nervously. "Do you want to learn literature or martial arts? I promise I'll find you the best." Behind him, a few of the clan elders and a few branch managers also widened their eyes. It was obvious that the group of people was very nervous. After all, he was the first heir of the family. Li Yueming's choice was very likely to affect the Li family's fate for hundreds of thousands of years. There was no room for carelessness. After seeing the note handed over, Li Yueming threw away the book in his hands and blinked his eyes. Then, under Li Nanfan's watchful gaze, he slowly crawled over and reached out to pick up the ball of paper that was used for practicing martial arts not far away. Seeing this situation, Li Nanfan heaved a sigh of relief and muttered, "Not bad, not bad. As expected of my saint child. You have guts." Even though he had written a piece of paper to practice writing. However, in his heart, Li Nanfan still hoped that Li Yueming could inherit the will of his ancestors and absorb spiritual energy to practice martial arts. After all, in the past, the 3 generations of the Li family drew lots. In the end, they were all caught practicing martial arts. The facts also proved that after they were caught practicing martial arts, every generation of the Li family's heirs had made some gains on the battlefield. He had also successfully enriched the Li family's ancestral business to this point. And now, when it was Li Yueming's turn, he drew martial arts again. In other words, the Li family's martial arts genes had been passed down to the 4th generation. 4 successive generations of heirs were determined to cultivate martial arts and conquer the world, so why would the Li family worry about flourishing and becoming famous in Beijing? However, before Li Nanfan could laugh out loud, Li Yueming bent down again. He actually reached out and picked up the paper ball. Seeing this, Li Nanfan was stunned for a moment. Then, he turned around and looked at the elders. He said proudly, "Could it be that my son is preparing to cultivate both civil and martial arts? Good, good, good. It's not bad to have both civil and martial arts. Even if I have to search the entire Great Zhou, I will find the best master for you." However, this time, he did not even have the chance to laugh. However, Li Yueming did not stop. He picked up the notes and stuffed them into his mouth. He gulped it down like he was swallowing a date. He swallowed the note. Li Yueming cried, "Nana, I want to drink Nana." Li Nanfan was speechless. In an instant, the smile that was about to appear on Li Nanfan's face disappeared. The group of clan elders and branches behind him also widened their eyes. What was wrong with this kid? Not playing by the rules. Chapter 320, First Encounter with Other Reincarnators, First Confrontation. 1. He swallowed the 2 pieces of paper. Li Yueming burst into tears. Not far away, a group of maids, servants gathered around when they heard the commotion. Arunams were even more anxious. Young master wanted milk. According to Furan's instructions, this was the most important matter in the residence. However, a group of people rushed over. He saw Li Nanfan and a few of his family members sitting next to Li Yueming with a serious expression. Only then did the group of nannies and servants stop. He hid not far away and looked at her anxiously. They didn't dare to get too close, but they also didn't dare to get too far away. After all, whether it was madam or old master, they were not people a group of servants could afford to offend. Seeing this situation, Li Nanfan felt his entire body go numb. To be honest, when he handed the 2 pieces of paper to Li Yueming, he was already mentally prepared. After all, his descendants had their own blessings. If Li Yueming really didn't like to practice martial arts, he wouldn't have insisted. But he thought about it. He had prepared 10,000 psychological preparations. However, he never expected Li Yueming to do such a thing. He actually ate both pieces of paper. What the f***ck should he do? Learning literature or martial arts? Li Nanfan turned around and looked at an old man with white hair and beard. He asked, "Granduncle, this matter? What do you think?" Back then, the human emperor of the Tiandu clan had obtained an ancient scripture. The scripture was called the Book of Changes. The human emperor of the Tiandu clan had deduced a set of cultivation methods based on the Book of Changes. In order for the future generations to have the power to resist the demon master and not be disturbed by the demon master in the future. The Tiandu clan spread this cultivation method to the world. From then on, any human body could use the spiritual energy that existed in the world to cultivate. The Tiandu clan had achieved an unprecedented state of nirvana. After the 9 cauldrons merged into one and gathered the fate of hundreds of millions of humans, they ascended to the heavens. The second generation of the Zhou dynasty, the Zhou emperor, was unwilling to be mediocre. He continued to deduce the Book of Changes on the basis of the Renhuang of the Tiandu clan. In the end, he combined the innate 8 trigrams with the mountains and rivers in the Book of Changes and evolved the postnatal 8 trigrams that could be used by humans. From the postnatal 8 trigrams, the emperor deduced the foundation of the Zhou dynasty. It could absorb spiritual energy to cultivate the human body according to the trend of all things in the world. Therefore, he had no choice. Divination was more or less popular in the Zhou dynasty. This was also why the Li family wanted to kill the child when the child was 1 year old. It was because she threw him 2 paper balls to draw lots. The Li family believed that the children who drew lots on the day of the full moon would be able to enjoy the luck of heaven. In the future, everything would go smoothly according to the guidance of the note. Even if he couldn't bring glory to his ancestors, at least he wouldn't go astray and ruin his family's reputation. But now, Li Yueming had given them a big problem. This was because he did not choose to study literature or martial arts. Instead, he chose to drink nana. Well, drink nana. The old man whom Li Nanfan addressed as his granduncle had white hair and beard. He was one of the few ancestors of the Li family who could still appear in public. Not only was his seniority high, but he was also a cultivator with a rather profound cultivation base. He had also done some research on the Book of Changes and the 8 trigrams. Hearing Li Nanfan's inquiry, the Descartes. The old man thought for a moment. She racked her brains to pick a few less exciting words and replied, "I don't study literature or martial arts." Perhaps this child was born to be an unconventional person. A glimmer of hope rose in Li Nanfan's heart. Does that mean that my son still has a chance to continue his ancestral business? The old man stroked his beard and sighed. Perhaps. Children are still childish. There are still many variables in the future, so there are very few things to see. As he spoke, the old man realized that he couldn't continue making up stories. She didn't study literature or martial arts, and she opened her mouth to drink nana. Actually, according to the divination, this was the most typical behavior of a prodigal. Therefore, he paused for a moment before sighing. Actually, what I mean is, if you're prepared, why don't you have another one? Li Nanfan was speechless. He expressed that he could not understand or accept it. His son was clearly so smart and quick-witted in all aspects. Even the teeth marks he made when he was reading seemed particularly intelligent. But why did he make such a mistake? Muddle-headed, he stood up. "Ninth granduncle, let me calm down first." Li Nanfan sighed. "If you can't inherit the family business, I'll prepare in advance." The rules of a big family were extremely strict. Even though Li Nanfan was the family head, he couldn't represent the entire Li family. If Li Yueming was talented and had a good temperament, then he would definitely be the number 1 heir of the family. However, if Li Yueming acted like he was incapable of taking on such a big responsibility, then the position of the family head would definitely not fall on his head. To the great clans, the most important thing was to ensure the prosperity of the clan. As long as the clan was still around, the branches and leaves that were attached to the family could grow healthily. Once the clan was unlucky, then all the branches and leaves that were attached to the family would be unlucky. Therefore, he had no choice. The great clans were very strict in their selection of leaders. The clan leader might not need to have much ability. After all, the clan could work together to push the clan leader to a higher position. The patriarch didn't need to be too powerful. After all, there were quite a number of experts in the clan. The other opponents looked at the strength of the clan and not the clan leader alone. Chapter 321, First Encounter with Other Reincarnators, First Confrontation. 2. However, the clan leader had to have a strong character and be able to understand the big picture. Li Nanfan's face was filled with disappointment. Ninth granduncle sighed, waved his hand, and left with a group of elders. Obviously. This time, they came in high spirits and returned in disappointment. Not far away, Li Yueming was still crying. Li Nanfan slowly came back to his senses after a moment of hesitation. He looked at Li Yueming and said, "Son, don't cry, actually, father doesn't have that many wishes. As long as you grow up safely, it's fine. We're not greedy." Li Yueming rolled his eyes and ignored his stupid father. She continued to cry, "Nana, I want to drink Nana." Li Yueming was still crying non-stop. Li Nanfan couldn't help but pat his forehead. He quickly got up and looked at the nanny who had already gathered not far behind him. He widened his eyes and said, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and feed young master." Hearing this, only then did the group of nannies and maidservants heave a sigh of relief. She hurriedly ran over to take care of Li Yueming. Looking at the dozens of guards of honor, Li Nanfan was dumbfounded. What was going on? Did his son have so many followers? Li Yueming was surrounded by a group of nannies and maids. Li Nanfan couldn't help but reveal a trace of envy on his face. He looked around. Seeing that the tigress at home was not around, he coughed twice and left the backyard as if no one was around. He had already decided. Regardless of whether Li Yueming liked it or not, he had to find a few teachers for him first. After all, even if his son could not inherit the family business in the future. However, he still had to understand the most basic knowledge of reading and writing and controlling the body with qi. 0. After Li Nanfan left, only then did Li Yueming raise his head from the nanny's softness. He burped in satisfaction. In his heart, he was calculating his future development path. Learning and whatnot. Learn my ass. The Li family was already flourishing enough. Now, they only needed a powerful cultivator to become one of the strongest aristocratic families in the Great Zhou dynasty. The emperor might already be wary of the Li family. If Li Yueming could still show his extraordinary talent in cultivation, it would make up for the last shortcoming of the Li family. Then, in the deduction, the destruction of the entire family was the fate of the Li family. Therefore, he had no choice. Learning was impossible. At least on the surface, he had displayed an astonishing aptitude. Only by drinking some Nana and being a rich playboy could he survive. In fact, of course, he would still secretly develop. When he didn't have the strength, he would hold his butt between his legs. When he had the strength, he would kill him with a quick, accurate, and ruthless blow. This was the truth that Li Yueming had concluded from his previous 3 reincarnations. Especially in this fantasy world where a 1,000-year-old monster would suddenly appear out of nowhere. Keeping a low profile and developing was the simplest way to become stronger. In addition, from the books, Li Yueming had also gathered some useful information. There were a total of 12 cultivation states in this world. They were Qi transformation, foundation establishment, spirit pool, origin sea, true form, spirit concentration, void refinement, origin returning, divine aperture, heavenly tribulation, nirvana, and ascension. This was because in the end, the ultimate goal of all cultivators was to be like the Renhuang of the Tiandu clan in the legends 10,000 years ago. He would take the gold and earth of the 9 prefectures and forge them into 9 cauldrons. He would gather the fate of all the humans in the world and finally transcend the realm of nirvana and return to void. He had achieved the eternal indestructible body. Therefore, these 12 realms were also known as the 12 ascension tribulations by cultivators. The Qi transforming stage in front. As the name suggested, it was to absorb spiritual energy into the danshan. When the spiritual energy in his danshan was sufficient, he could draw in Qi to establish his foundation. As for the foundation establishment realm, it was even simpler. Drawing in the spiritual energy in the danshan to forge the foundation of the body was the foundation establishment. Basically speaking, the cultivation in this world was not much different from the 5-07312 martial arts world that Li Yueming had reincarnated into. The only difference was that the foundation of the human body's strength in the martial arts world was obtained through tempering the body. Whether it was a martial apprentice or a martial master, a martial saint or a martial god, the fundamental source of their power was the energy refined in their bodies. However, the fantasy world was a little different. The world itself possessed a mysterious energy. This type of energy was known as spiritual energy. Cultivators could achieve earth-shattering effects by absorbing spiritual energy to control their bodies. It was hard to say which of these two paths was stronger. It was just that the direction of the world will's development was different. Therefore, the experts in the fantasy world who had spiritual energy grew faster than those in the martial arts world. Of course. In fact, Li Yueming admired 5-07312's path of tempering his body in the martial arts world more. Through tempering one's body, one would constantly develop the secrets of the human body. This path might be more difficult to walk. The initial combat system might also appear relatively low. This was because he could not rely on external forces at all. Every step had to rely on the will of the human body to continue moving forward. It required a long period of time and unwavering perseverance, as well as a batch of sages who had gone forward one after another to overcome the difficulties. Only then could humans fully develop their own strength. However, once he reached a certain level of development, he would be able to use his full potential. Li Yueming believed that the human body could also burst out with power that was not inferior to the power of the will of heaven and earth. It was definitely not inferior to any other creature. For now. This was because he had never seen the cultivators of this world fight. Chapter 322, First Encounter with Other Reincarnators, First Confrontation. Part 3. Li Yueming. For the time being, Li Yueming had no way to compare the strength of the god of martial arts in 5-07312 martial world to the cultivation realm of the cultivators in this fantasy world. However, according to Li Yueming's own guesses and estimations, back then, the god of martial arts was at most equivalent to the source sea and true form realm of this world's cultivators. Because according to the description in the book, among the cultivators, the spirit focus realm experts already had the initial ability to destroy the world. Point 0. In the blink of an eye. 2 years had passed, and Li Yueming was already 3 years old. In these 2 years, Li Yueming read many books and obtained a lot of useful information. However, overall speaking, his greatest achievement in the past 2 years was to successfully possess a very strong body. After all, this reincarnation was better. The Li family was a top-notch military family. Therefore, Li Yueming's food and drink were the best since he was young. Before the age of 1, the nanny who fed his family would be able to form a reinforced company. She could drink as much milk as she wanted. At her age 2, Ne had just been weaned. All kinds of 1,000-year-old spirit herbs that were beneficial to the growth of children were eaten by Li Yueming like carrots. Under all kinds of nourishing conditions, Li Yueming's innate essence was very firm. When he was 3 years old, he was already fair and fat, and his entire person was extremely agile. Many of the maids and maids in the Li family were very fond of this lively, cute, and intelligent young master. He would often play with Li Yueming secretly. However, happy days were always short. When he was 3 years old, Li Nanfan brought Li Yueming to meet his first teacher. It was a refined middle-aged man. His name was Wang Ziwei. It was said that he was born in a poor family, but with his extraordinary talent, he became one of the most knowledgeable scholars in the entire western frontier. Moreover, he had successfully entered the path through literature, and his cultivation strength was also quite good. It could be said that he was one of the few examples of a humble class student who was skilled in both literature and martial arts. At Li Nanfan's signal, Li Yueming cupped his hands and gave a simple greeting. Wang Ziwei glanced at Li Yueming and stroked his beard. He said proudly, "The young duke's eyes are bright and full, he must be an intelligent and quick-witted person. Lord Marquis handed him over to me. In less than 5 years, he will definitely have great achievements." Hearing this, Li Nanfan was overjoyed. After all, his biggest worry now was that Li Yueming would not be able to grow up well. Now, Wang Ziwei's statement directly hit the nail on the head. He hurriedly gave her a look. The servants immediately brought out several large boxes from the warehouse, which were filled with spiritual herbs and gold and silver. Li Nanfan bowed respectfully to Wang Ziwei and said, "Then I will leave my son to you. These are the gifts I have prepared for you." Seeing a box full of treasure, Prince Wei's beard is even higher. The corners of his mouth were filled with joy. "Lord Marquis, you're too polite. This one never looks at family background or the amount of gifts when taking in disciples. What I look at is only affinity." Li Nanfan was even more delighted. As a father, she liked it when others praised her child. Not to mention that Wang Ziwei was also famous for being a humble class clear stream. At the side, Li Yueming rolled his eyes. This mister was quite interesting. His saliva was almost flowing to the corner of his mouth. Why didn't he look at family background and only looked at fate? He would probably just fool his cheap father who had a missing strand of a string in his brain. However, he did not say anything. After all, even if he kept a low profile, he still had to cultivate. Otherwise, other reincarnators would be thinking of ways to become stronger. If he pretended to be a pig, he would really become a pig. Although this master didn't look very reliable, his reputation was just right. It would not attract the attention of the outside world. At the same time, he could study in peace. Just like that, Li Yueming began to learn martial arts from Wang Ziwei. Wang Ziwei was born in a poor family and did not have enough resources. He could only accept disciples to earn some resources from the parents of the students. Therefore, Li Yueming's private school had more than 20 students of his age. Most of these children were from prestigious families in the northwest border. Li Yueming observed them for a while, but he didn't notice anything unusual about them. However, the biggest abnormality was that there was no abnormality. One had to know that this public reincarnation dungeon was a super large-scale dungeon. It was estimated that there were at least 5,000 reincarnators who had entered this place. As for the exact amount, it was still unknown for the time being. It was entirely possible that it would reach 10,000 to 20,000. As for all the reincarnators who entered the dungeon, as long as they were not particularly lacking in the reincarnation hall, most of them should have bought a gold spoon. In other words, a considerable number of reincarnators should have been reincarnated into the aristocratic families. Under such circumstances, there were more than 20 children around Li Yueming's age gathered in Wang Ziwei's private school. How could there not be a single reincarnator? Anyway, Li Yueming didn't believe it. Of course. Actually, it did not matter if there were reincarnators mixed in. As long as the other party did not cause trouble for him. Li Yueming wasn't interested in exposing himself. After all, unlike other experienced reincarnators, this was Li Yueming's first time participating in such a public reincarnation dungeon. Chapter 323, First Encounter with Other Reincarnators, First Confrontation. Part 4. Under such circumstances, it was a big taboo to rashly expose himself to the eyes of other reincarnators. Hiding and observing the situation was the wisest decision. The so-called writing practice in this world was to recite and read some books and scriptures passed down from ancient times. Through reciting and reading aloud, he could learn the truth of the sage's rule of the world and find the way to enrich the country and strengthen the army. Of course, if one's studies reached a certain level, to be able to truly understand the charm of certain ancient books. Even a weak scholar could become a cultivator after a moment of enlightenment. As for the principle behind it, Li Yueming felt that it was a little strange. However, what was so strange? Li Yueming couldn't tell. As for martial arts, other than the regular daily exercise, the biggest difference from the other worlds was that there was an additional course to comprehend heaven and earth. He tried to comprehend the illusory spiritual qi in the world and try to absorb it into his body through his danshan. If he could succeed, it meant that he had entered the threshold of a cultivator. From then on, he only needed to absorb more spiritual energy and cultivate spontaneously to gradually become a true cultivator. In other words, comprehending the illusory spiritual energy in the world was actually the most difficult stage among cultivators. Some people were born without this bone. Therefore, he would never be able to sense the spiritual energy in the world even if he lived his entire life. Not to mention becoming a cultivator. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years had passed. Li Yueming was 5 years old. His body gradually grew, and his connate origin gradually stabilized. In other words, he could already step into cultivation. At the same time, after 2 years of Wang Ziwei's guidance and cultivation, more than half of the students who were about the same age as Li Yueming had already sensed the existence of Reiki. This batch of children all received praise and commendation from Wang Ziwei. Other than that, there were already children of Heaven's Mandate who had begun to display talent that was different from other ordinary people. Amongst them were the 2 children from Marquis Angzi's Huang family and Guan Bei's Tian family. The cultivation speed of these 2 people was very shocking. He had just entered the first year of school. The 2 of them had already sensed the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. In the second year of the game, it was already possible to control Reiki. A month ago, Wang Ziwei had even imparted the method of cultivation to them. Now, these 2 geniuses had already become the golden signboard for Wang Ziwen to go down the mountain to take in disciples. As for Li Yueming, he was still hanging at the end of the line. He did not have any intention of breaking through at all. He did not even sense the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. For this reason, as a teacher, Wang Ziwei was so anxious that his hair almost fell out. After all, he had boasted to Li Nanfan that he would be able to teach Li Yueming in less than 5 years. He even received a whole carriage of gifts from Li Nanfan. Now, 2 years have passed by. In order to let Li Yueming keep up with his studies, he would even secretly give Li Yueming tuition classes from time to time. However, it still couldn't save Li Yueming from being the last. Li Yueming was still the same as 2 years ago. He couldn't read, nor could he practice martial arts. Every day, other than eating, he would sleep. On this day, Li Yueming and dozens of other classmates were meditating on the peak of the spirited mountain to comprehend the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Under normal circumstances, as a teacher, Wang Ziwei would always watch over them from the side. However, today, Wang Ziwei had coincidentally gone down the mountain to take in disciples. Therefore, a group of children who were not disciplined by their teachers began to let themselves go and play around. Wang Ziwei had personally set up an array at the peak of the Spirit Mountain, so there was no need to worry about the safety of the students. Li Yueming sat cross-legged on a rock silently. In fact, he could already sense the spiritual energy in the world. After all, as the god of martial arts, the general, Li Yueming's previous reincarnations were not powerful enough to destroy the world. However, he had a very thorough understanding of the various powers and paths of individual martial arts. It was even more possible to cultivate qi into the body in minutes. Naturally, it was not difficult for him. The reason why he did not absorb spiritual energy to open his cultivation path was that he had not been able to do so. It was because he felt that there seemed to be a problem at the end of the path of drawing qi into the body. However, just as he was still pondering in his mind, not far away, a girl of 5 or 6 was watching him silently. After watching for a long time, the girl walked over and looked at Li Yueming. "What are you doing?" Hearing this, Li Yueming opened his eyes and looked at the girl in front of him. Cultivation. This girl was called Huang Li Er, the second daughter of Marquis and Shi. He was also one of the two most talented students in this batch of students. The young girl's eyes rolled. After a moment, she nodded and said, "But you're so serious, yet you still can't sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth." Li Yueming became vigilant. At the beginning of the first 2 years, Li Yueming had no way to recognize whether there were any reincarnators among this batch of students. So, Li Yueming already had a guess in his heart. Coincidentally, in his heart, there was an 80 to 90% chance that Huang Pair was a reincarnator. However, he had been following the rules every day for the past 2 years. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any flaws. Now that Huang Li Er had suddenly come to talk to him, he did not know what she was up to. Of course, his heart was filled with doubt and vigilance. However, Li Yueming's face did not reveal any excess emotions. He replied calmly and methodically, "It is precisely because of this that teacher wants me to work harder, isn't it?" Huang Li Er frowned when she heard that, and her petite body approached Li Yueming. He said in a low voice, "How much effort you put in is a lie to a fool. I can let you feel the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Do you want to know?" Li Yueming secretly cursed in his heart that this guy was really ruthless. He didn't even let a child off and even used seduction. However, his face revealed some excitement. His face flushed red as he stood up and said loudly, "Really? Can you really make me feel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth?" Seeing this, Huang Li Er's expression changed. She was so careful just now because she did not want others to notice her actions. But now, Li Yueming suddenly shouted. She was just short of installing a loudspeaker to tell everyone her purpose. However, just as she was about to remind Li Yueming not to make a scene. However, it was too late. The young man from the Tian family in the north of the pass, Tian Wang, had also noticed the abnormality here. He walked over in 2 or 3 steps. Tian Wang looked at Huang Li Er and said with a smile, "Yo, isn't this junior sister Li Er? What are you doing? Do you want to tutor the heir of the Duke of the State alone?" Chapter 324, Teacher and Student, One Must Go Crazy First. 1. Li Yueming sat cross-legged on a rock alone, closing his eyes in deep thought. Actually, if he wanted to, he could absorb spiritual energy into his body at any time and become a cultivator. However, as the god of martial arts, Li Yueming's experience in his previous lives told him that the choice of personal martial arts was actually very important and particular. The reason why he did not absorb spiritual energy to open his cultivation path was that he had not been able to do so. It was because he felt that there seemed to be a problem at the end of the path of drawing qi into the body. After all, if a cultivator's ultimate goal was to ascend to the outside world and attain the eternal indestructible body like the human emperor Tian Du clan did tens of thousands of years ago, it would be impossible for him to achieve the eternal indestructible body. Then who could guarantee that after ascending, there would be spiritual energy in the other world that could support their own bodies? Of course, it was possible that there was spiritual energy in the other world. But at least until now, no one told Li Yueming that this was 100% accurate. As long as there were exceptions, there was no way to make sense of it. Without logic, there was no way to form a self-consistent theory. Therefore, he had no choice. Only then did Li Yueming become more cautious. He did not start cultivating rashly. Apart from that, Li Yueming had another meaning. That was to temporarily hide himself. He would first hide and observe the strength and methods of the other people before deciding how to strike first. Now, it seemed that his plan had succeeded. This was. When they first entered Wang Ziwei's school, all the students looked normal. Even Li Yueming had no way of knowing if there were any reincarnators among the more than 20 classmates. If there were, how many reincarnators were there? And now, 2 years had passed. The reincarnators hidden among the more than 20 students could no longer hide. He had already begun to show his talents. In terms of cultivation and other aspects, he had pulled apart the gap between him and other ordinary students. This way, Li Yueming could also logically know that among this group of schoolmates, at least 2 were reincarnators. However, when Huang Li suddenly came forward to greet him, it still surprised Li Yueming a little. He boasted that he did not reveal any flaws. Huang Li should not know his identity. After getting closer, Li Yueming was vigilant, but Huang Li's attitude was very interesting. She actually took the initiative to say that she could help him sense the heaven and earth spirit energy. She even used a seductive technique on him, who was still a child. Therefore, Li Yueming quickly realized that Huang Li didn't seem to be coming for him. Instead, he was interested in the Li family behind him. He pondered for a moment. Li Yueming soon understood the reason. As a third-generation martial arts aristocratic family, Li Yueming's great-grandfather was the Western Conquest General, his late grandfather was the Defender General, and his father was the current commander of the Southern Mountains Army. At the same time, he was also the Marquis of Southern Mountains. When he was just 1 year old, he was promoted by the Emperor. It could be said that he had already stood at the end of countless civil and military officials since his birth. To put it bluntly, in the Northwest region, other than the Emperor, the Li family was the absolute ruler. The reason why Huang Li came to Li Yueming's side was probably because she had her eyes on the Li family behind Li Yueming. After all, Li Yueming was the current heir of the Li family. If he could build a good relationship with Li Yueming, in time, when Huang grew up, she would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. In addition, this also explained one thing. That was, in the eyes of Huang Li and the other reincarnators, Li Yueming should have been eliminated as a reincarnator. Otherwise, Huang Li wouldn't have come up so rashly. He must have observed and paid attention to Li Yueming for a long time before deciding to take action. It seemed that Li Yueming's disguise was beginning to work. After all, no one would have thought that a person who had cultivated for 2 years, but was unable to even sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, was actually a reincarnator. He glanced at Huang Li's undeveloped flat chest. Li Yueming secretly curled his lips. Damn it, was this immature little girl looking down on him too much? Are you using this to test the officers? Which cotter could not withstand such a test? Clearly, they were both reincarnators. Li Yueming definitely wouldn't let Huang Li achieve her goal easily. Therefore, he stood up on purpose. He looked extremely excited and said, "Really? Senior Sister Li, can you let me sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth?" As expected, this shout immediately attracted the attention of many students. Tian Wang from the Tian family of Guanbei also heard the commotion. Seeing that the situation was not good, he even walked over quickly. "Junior Sister Li, are you giving young Master Li a private lesson?" Seeing that she had failed to steal the chicken and was being roasted on the fire instead, Huang Li's face turned a little ugly. She revealed a fake smile and said, "Master taught us that we should help each other. Why? Does senior brother have any objections?" Hearing this, Tian Wang also revealed a fake smile and said sarcastically, "He, how would I dare to have any objections to master's teachings? However, as a senior brother, I have to take the lead and set an example for my junior brother, right? After all, what little junior sister said is very reasonable. We have to help each other." The two of them were smiling. However, the smell of gunpowder in the air revealed the F***ck in his heart. Chapter 325, Teacher and Student, One Must Go Crazy First. 2. Tian Wang's mark of reincarnation was of a higher level, and he was already 7 years old this year. In addition, he had displayed outstanding talent and was the eldest young master of the Marquis of Angzi clan. Therefore, he was appointed as the eldest senior brother of the sect. On the other hand, Huang Li Er's mark of reincarnation was obviously inferior. She was only 6 years old this year. Although he also displayed excellent cultivation talent. However, Guanbei's Huang family was a family of civil officials. In the current Zhou dynasty, where martial arts reigned supreme, they were naturally inferior to the families of generals. Therefore, he had no choice. In the past few years, they had been testing each other. Huang Li Er was always suppressed by Tian Wang. Because of this, Huang Li Er decided to strike first. She deliberately found an opportunity when no one was paying attention to see if she could rope Li Yueming into her camp. After all, Li Yueming was just a good-for-nothing with no cultivation talent. However, the Li family behind him was the #1 family in the western border. If he could rope in Li Yueming and pull him out to take the bullet. If that was the case, he wouldn't be so passive in the fight against Tian Wang. Unfortunately, things didn't go as he wished. Huang Li Er did not expect that after she finished talking to Li Yueming. Li Yueming's reaction was so huge that it even attracted her arch-enemy, Tian Wang. Tian Wang also came over. Obviously, she wanted to ruin Li Yueming's plan to rope Li Yueming in. Huang Li Er gritted her teeth so hard that they almost shattered. He gritted his teeth and said, "That's good. I just don't know how capable you are, senior brother. Can you help young Master Li comprehend the power of heaven and earth?" Tian Wang wasn't willing to be outdone. He walked over and looked at Li Yueming with a smile. "Junior brother Li, I can teach you the insights of comprehending the power of heaven and earth." He saw the two of them face each other. Although Li Yueming didn't show any expression on his face, he was secretly laughing so hard that he almost burst into laughter. In these 2 years, naturally, he was aware of the friction between Tian Wang and Huang Li Er. As a reincarnator. In fact, many times, the relationship between them was quite complicated, and it was not completely incompatible. However, in the current environment, there was a strong conflict of interest between the two of them. Therefore, their relationship naturally couldn't be good. Don't underestimate the fact that the students here are just a group of children. Those who could come here to study in private schools were mostly the descendants of civil officials, generals, and aristocratic families. If nothing unexpected happened, 10 or 20 years later, the entire Great Zhou would belong to this group of people. If he could grasp these resources in advance, then, whether it was completing the main mission or completing other side missions, it would be extremely easy. In summary, to rope in and befriend this group of future rulers and pave the way for future hegemony as much as possible was undoubtedly one of the most important tasks for the reincarnators at this stage. Under such circumstances, whether it was Tian Liang or Huang Li Er, they naturally wanted to rope in and befriend more students. In this way, the contradiction between the two sides was very obvious. Although this group of aristocratic children looked very young, they knew how to adapt to the situation. After all, she had grown up in politics and scheming. She was born with more schemes than ordinary children. Basically, anyone who was a little smarter. They all chose to rely on Huang Li Er or Tian Liang. After all, Huang Li Er and Tian Liang were the two most popular students in the school, and they had even displayed a talent in the path of cultivation that even Mr. Ling praised. There were naturally many benefits to following behind them. The two small groups fought openly and secretly. Overall, as a girl, Huang Li Er, who was younger, was obviously at a disadvantage. Fortunately, there were also many bootlickers in the fantasy world. A few of the scions were charmed by Huang Li Er. Of course, Li Yueming was probably the only one among the two groups who had his own faction. He had created the unique skill of lying flat. On the surface, he seemed to be studying diligently. In fact, he was either deducing the feasibility of using qi to control the body or deducing the feasibility of using qi to control the body every day. He was not interested in cultivation. He was also not interested in playing house with this group of children. Fortunately, his background was big enough, so no one dared to make trouble for him for the time being. In the boring daily deduction. If Li Yueming had any other entertainment programs every day, watching Huang Li and Tian Wang's amusement was definitely the first. And now, Huang Li actually dared to take the initiative to target him. Li Yueming naturally wanted to use this opportunity to fan the flames. Anyway, he was hiding in the dark and reaping the benefits. Of course, he was just watching the show. Therefore, he had no choice. Li Yueming raised his head and looked at Tian Liang. He also revealed a harmless smile and replied, "Thank you for your kindness, senior brother. If you can let me sense the spiritual power of heaven and earth, I will be extremely grateful and follow your lead in the future." Hearing this, Tian Liang's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. However, he kept his composure and thought that Li Yueming hadn't discovered him. After a few fake coughs, he said, "Junior brotherly, you're treating me as an outsider. Senior brothers should help each other." In fact, Tian Liang had been drooling over Li Yueming for a long time. After all, he was the only young master of the Li family. If nothing unexpected happened in the future, the entire Zilong land would be under his control. If they could win him over to their side, he would definitely be of great use in the future. Chapter 326, Teacher and Student, One Must Go Crazy First, 3. And the reason why Tian Liang didn't make a move earlier was because he had been in a bad mood. It was just that he felt that he could not see through this young master of the Li family. After all, he was an experienced veteran. She had a natural instinct for certain things. Only then did he suppress his desire to rope her in and decide to observe again. Unexpectedly, he hesitated for a moment. On the contrary, Huang Li almost took the initiative. Fortunately, it was not too late. After their initial contact, this so-called heir of the Li family did not seem to be as difficult to deal with as he had imagined. On the side, Huang Li's cheeks puffed up when she saw this. She gritted her teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. She was clearly the one who came, but it was just a small oversight. But now, Tian Liang had caught up from behind. How could she be willing to be snatched away like this? Therefore, he had no choice. He also stood beside Li Yueming and said angrily, "Junior brotherly, I can teach you how to cultivate," step by step as he spoke. She even moved closer to Li Yueming. She had a slightly young but still exquisite face that carried a hint of charm. At this moment, Huang Li stood on Li Yueming's left. Tian Liang stood on the right side of Li Yueming. It was just like the scene of the damned white school. Both of them thought that Li Yueming was a native of this world. Therefore, they all showed their abilities and wanted to rope him into their camp. However, he did not know that Li Yueming was actually a reincarnator. However, as a reincarnator, he was more cautious and liked to plan before taking action. He wondered how the two of them would react when they realized the truth. Just like that, Li Yueming, who usually cultivated alone, suddenly had two more protectors beside him. Wang Ziwei, who had just returned from taking in a disciple, was shocked when he saw this scene. One had to know that Huang Li and Tian Liang never got along. They were often sarcastic to each other. Even Wang Ziwei, his master, had heard of this. It was rare to see such a scene of living in harmony nowadays. After a moment of confusion, Wang Ziwei thought that the three of them had come to their senses. After all, it was normal for children to throw tantrums and not get along with each other. Perhaps there was an opportunity to match-make them, and they soon got back together. In addition, Wang Ziwei himself had a headache because of Li Yueming. After all, he had been teaching for so many years, and there were many disciples who were not enlightened. However, this was the first time he had seen a disciple who was harder than a rock like Li Yueming. He recalled how he had boasted to Li Nanfan 2 years ago. Moreover, he promised a 5-year deadline. Now, there were less than 3 years left to the 5-year deadline. Li Yueming had not improved at all. Wang Ziwei was already as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Therefore, he had no choice. Huang Li and Liang took the initiative to tutor Li Yueming. Wang Ziwei was naturally overjoyed. He even took the initiative to let them interact and discuss more. With his support and encouragement, Huang Li and the two of them began to teach Li Yueming how to sense the existence of the heaven and earth spiritual qi. After all, in this world, imparting Dao to dispel doubts was a great favor. As long as either of them could make Li Yueming feel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, in a sense, they could be considered half a teacher to Li Yueming. Naturally, they were not afraid that Li Yueming would not side with them. However, their imaginations were very beautiful. The reality was very messed up. The two of them fought with each other and taught Li Yueming for 2 months with hope. During this process, they even temporarily put aside their own cultivation. He was prepared to do his best to win Li Yueming over to his side. Li Yueming was also very serious in his studies and often asked them questions. The same thing. Sometimes, Li Yueming would even ask several times. She had the spirit of a curious baby. However, even though he was asking and listening, Li Yueming never made any progress. What was Li Yueming like 2 months ago? 2 months later, Li Yueming was still the same. This caused the left and right guardians to call aunts. He was clearly just comprehending the spiritual qi between heaven and earth. To them, it was simply something that could be done easily. Damn it! Their mouths were dry from talking. To put it bluntly, even a pig should be enlightened and understand some cultivation methods, right? However, Li Yueming did not understand. They couldn't imagine how Li Yueming had learned and listened to it 10,000 times, but still made no progress. This could no longer be described as having no talent. This was clearly a pig. Finally, one day, Tian Liang completely broke down and said with a choked voice, "Junior brother, I have something urgent to do today. I'll teach you next time." Seeing this, Li Yueming looked innocent and asked, "Then when will senior brother be free? I would like to ask Shixing how he can achieve and distract, perceptive. Hearing this question that sounded like a curse, Tian Liang really wanted to curse. *CK, if he remembered correctly. Didn't he mention this a few days ago? She finally resisted the urge to curse. After all, Li Yueming had a special identity. Even if they couldn't predict their relationship, it was best not to offend them. However, Tian Liang's mentality could no longer be controlled. He was practically fleeing. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the spirit mountain. He looked at the departing figure at dawn. Li Yueming scratched his head in confusion. He turned to Huang Li and asked, "Senior sister, what happened to senior brother Tian?" At this moment, Huang Li's face was also somewhat numb. Chapter 327, Teacher and Student, One Must Go Crazy First. Part 4. He looked up at Tian Liang, who was fleeing. It was rare for her to have a trace of sympathy for this enemy who hated her so much that she gnashed her teeth. After all, she was the only one who knew what they had experienced in the past 2 months. However, her remaining consciousness calmed her down. Tian Liang left. It could be considered that he had given up on the idea of continuing to rope in Li Yueming in this competition. This should have been a good thing for her. However, he didn't know why. However, Huang Li didn't feel happy. He finally put away the sympathy that should not exist. After a moment, he revealed a smile and said, "Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha ha, your senior brother is crazy. Don't bother about him." Seeing this situation, Li Yueming waved his hand in front of her. "Senior sister, are you all right?" Hearing this, the smile on Huang Li's face was a little stiff. Actually, she was only one step away from being driven crazy. "Ah! Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Senior sister is doing very well now. No matter what, Li still believed that persistence was victory. Moreover, he had already put in 2 months of hard work. He had already walked through such a bumpy 99 steps. It would be too unwilling to give up halfway. Perhaps she just had to teach him more diligently. Li Yueming suddenly realized that he could feel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and become a cultivator. This way, she would be able to easily suppress Tian Liang. Moreover, Li Yueming would still be loyal to her. In the future, he might even become the war wolf among her many bootlickers. He would help her charge into the public reincarnation instance dungeon. As the old saying goes, when God is about to give such a person a great responsibility, he must first suffer his mind, work hard on his bones and muscles, starve his body and skin, empty his body, and disturb his behavior. This is to arouse his mind, endure his nature, and do what he cannot do. This difficulty was just a small stumbling block on the path of becoming an ultimate reincarnator. If he couldn't even overcome this difficulty, in that case, there would be even more difficult challenges on the road to becoming the strongest. What should she use to overcome them? That's right, only those who suffer hardship can be superior. As long as he could endure a little longer, the heavens would definitely take care of her. Li. He 100 ked at Huang Ller, Uno was crymg and lag, Lanmi, and crying. This girl's mental state. It looked a little unstable. However, before Li Yueming could ask again, Huang Ler finally came back to her senses. The girl took a deep breath and looked at Li Yueming with determination. She said solemnly, "Junior brother, start today's training. Don't worry, senior sister won't give up on you." Li Yueming nodded. He sat down cross-legged according to her request. He closed his eyes and began to comprehend the heaven and earth spirit chi. Of course, Li Yueming said that he was cultivating. However, in reality, he was continuing to use his talent to deduce a path that was suitable for him. And talent deduction was a very exhausting act. At Li Yueming's age, he had yet to reach the stage where he could deduce as he pleased. Therefore, he had no choice. After deducing for half a day, Li Yueming opened his eyes, revealing a trace of tiredness that was difficult to hide. Beside him, Huang Ler, who had been observing carefully, had a hopeful look on her face. She carefully asked, "Junior brother, how do you feel?" Li Yueming's eyes lit up. Seeing this situation, Huang Ler thought that he had gained something this time. However, before she could cheer up, "Senior sister, I feel a little hungry," Li Yueming said. Huang Ler was speechless. Before the joy on her face could bloom, it quickly withered in an instant. Along with it, Huang Ler's spirit withered. A moment later, Huang Ler, whose eyes had lost their luster, burst into tears. Only by suffering in the midst of hardship can one be superior. My ass. Hard work pays off. My ass. Liar, it was all a lie. The ancestor was a liar. Woo. Huang Ler broke down. She cried. He was even running his nose. In the blink of an eye, a few snot bubbles appeared. The image of a charming young lady that she had originally maintained collapsed in an instant. Seeing this situation, Li Yueming was dumbfounded. He didn't seem to have done anything overboard just now, right? Wasn't it just that he had deduced too many times, causing him to feel dizzy and hungry? He wanted to eat something before continuing to learn? Was there a need to be so fragile? After observing for a moment, Li Yueming finally confirmed that Huang Ler had completely collapsed. He could not help but sigh softly. Oh no, another one went crazy. Hurry up and send him to the mental hospital. Chapter 328, When I type a question mark, maybe it's not me. In the beginning, Huang Ler and Tian Liang were both full of confidence. He wanted to help Li Yueming feel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to gain Li Yueming's favor. Thus, he could win over this young master of the Defender Duke's public house to his side. However, it had not even been 2 months. Li Yueming had already figured it out. As a veteran reincarnator, Tian Liang clearly knew when to advance and when to retreat. After teaching for more than a month, he realized that there was no effect and chose to retreat decisively. Huang Li was more pitiful. Because he felt that he had invested too much, he had not been willing to let go. In the end, he was completely defeated by Li Yueming. Even his eyes lost their glow. Regarding this, Li Yueming didn't feel too much. Actually, it was fine if Tian Liang and Huang Li didn't provoke him. After all, Li Yueming wasn't too interested in roping in the children of the rich and powerful in the school. As long as they didn't come looking for him, Li Yueming had no interest in them. Under such circumstances, the best way for both parties to get along was to mind their own business. However, things did not go as he wished. Li Yueming was already independent. In the end, these two people took the initiative to come up and drag him down. Since that was the case, Li Yueming definitely wouldn't let Tian Liang and Huang Li be too comfortable. And now, after torturing the two of them, Tian Liang and Huang Li had already fled. Li Yueming's ears finally regained the peace that he had not felt for a long time. After countless deductions during this period of time, Li Yueming could already feel the limitations of this world. Moreover, he smelled a very strange feeling inside. With DNLLHT, spirit chi was a good thing. In theory, using chi to control the body could allow cultivators to possess extremely high combat strength at the fastest speed. However, the problem was that if a cultivator relied too much on Reiki. Finally, when he reached the extreme of this path, he passed through the 12th tribulation of the fairy realm and ascended to the outside world. Would it guarantee that the cultivators themselves would still have sufficient combat strength? One had to know that Li Yueming had personally traveled in space in his previous life. At that time, the feeling that space gave him was other than the extreme cold and hot environment. The most eye-catching thing was the deathly stillness. In such a vacuum environment where even sound could not be transmitted, how could cultivators absorb and control spiritual energy? For the time being, Li Yueming was unable to explain this contradiction. If it was an ordinary person, even if he had doubts, there was nothing he could do. After all, the world's will was like this. The path it pointed out to ordinary people was to use chi to control the body to become the strongest. Even reincarnators. Basically, he wouldn't ask for trouble. After all, for most ordinary reincarnators, the most important thing in entering the public reincarnation dungeon was to complete the mission. On the basis of completing the main mission, a very small number of reincarnators would look for any side missions to try to obtain more resources. As for whether there was a problem with the path of personal power in this world, what did it matter to them? In any case, the public reincarnation instance was just a stop in their long journey. Even if he knew there was a problem, they didn't have the time to care about this mess. But Li Yueming was different. First of all, he was more cautious by nature. Under normal circumstances, he would not easily step into a trap if there was something obviously wrong before he investigated it thoroughly. In addition to the previous 3 reincarnations, he had also gradually come up with a set of cultivation techniques and experiences that belonged solely to him. The Star Moon art was combined with the infinite deduction talent. He also recently obtained a perfect genetic body. It was his strongest backing when he dominated the various reincarnation worlds. Therefore, Li Yueming had already made up his mind. He was not prepared to follow the proven path of this world and cultivate step by step. Instead, he would become independent and open up another path. Of course, this didn't mean that he completely denied the path of using chi to control the body in this world. Spirit chi could still be absorbed into his body. However, Li Yueming himself was still prepared to do what he did in the martial arts world. He focused on tempering his body to develop the treasures of the human body. Absorbing spiritual energy to control the body could be used as an auxiliary cultivation method. under the combination of the two. Their combat strength should not be too different. However, the actual path of cultivation was completely different. The cultivation path that focused on developing the treasures of the human body could break free from the control of Reiki at any time. As long as the treasure of the human body was developed properly, a human body could also unleash powerful combat power. Using Qi to control the body wasn't too good. Once he left the support of this world's spiritual energy, Li Yueming seriously suspected that the combat strength of the cultivators would be reduced by 70 to 80%. After determining his own development path, everything was very simple. First, he would integrate the Star Moon art and the cultivation methods of the martial arts world through the infinite deduction talent. Then, he would sew the cultivation method of using Qi to control the body into the new cultivation system. After more than 2 months of continuous deduction and modification, finally, a brand new cultivation path appeared in Li Yueming's mind. What was worth mentioning here was, Tian Liang and Huang Li'er had been nagging at him for more than 2 months. In fact, it was quite useful for Li Yueming. At least, Li Yueming didn't need to spend so much effort to understand the cultivation methods of this world. This was because Tian Liang and Huang Li'er would patiently explain to him every day. As for the realm name of this suturing path, Li Yueming did not make any changes. Chapter 329, When I type a question mark, maybe it's not me. It was still the 12th tribulation of the flying immortal that this world was familiar with. Another half a month passed. When Wang Ziwei returned from accepting a disciple and gave a lecture to his students, he realized that Li Yueming had become alone again. After being stunned for a moment, Wang Ziwei quickly understood that his plan to send Huang Li'er and Tian Liang to tutor Li Yueming had failed. Moreover, judging from Huang Li'er and Tian Liang's state of doubting their lives, the effect of this 2-month tutoring session was definitely unsatisfactory. After confirming this, he could not help but feel dizzy again. To be honest, right now, among this group of noble children, the one who gave him the biggest headache was Li Yueming. Even if the other disciples were unable to comprehend the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, if he studied here for 3 to 5 years, he would at least be able to read through some scriptures. At the very least, he had made some progress in his studies. But only Li Yueming is still a nobody. In the past 2 years, he hadn't read many books, and he hadn't sensed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He clearly felt that Li Yueming was working hard every day. However, he was still in the same spot every day. If this continued, he didn't know how he would answer to Li Nanfan and his wife in 5 years. When he first saw Li Yueming, it would be a lie to say that they had some affinity. But no matter how he looked at it, this little prince of the Duke's public house did not seem to be such a stupid person. What exactly went wrong? Wang Ziwei felt a little puzzled. He thought about it. In the end, he decided to give Li Yueming another year to study. If you still can't see the results of the words, then, he could only use a spoon-feeding method. No matter what, he had to give Li Nanfan an explanation. The Marquis of South Peak was polite most of the time, as if he had no temper. However, he had a proper military background. Moreover, he was the kind of person who would chop off his head on the battlefield without even blinking. If the other party knew that Li Yueming had been learning from him for a few years, but in the end, he did not make any progress. Marquis South Peak was determined to skin him alive. He'd not about LT. After Wang Ziwei distributed all the notes for today's study, there was a moment of silence. He sighed and walked to Li Yueming. In the surroundings, although the group of students looked like they were studying on the surface, however, in reality, he was looking at them from the corner of his eyes. All along, Li Yueming was a freak among this group of students. Not only was he a loner who never made friends, but he also rarely spoke to others. If you can't write, you can't write. He was also so quiet and unsociable. He spent his days alone in an inconspicuous corner, doing some inconspicuous things. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew he was the heir of the Marquis of South Peak. If he didn't dare to provoke them, they had probably been bullied and boycotted by this group of arrogant and unruly aristocratic family disciples. Even so, although the children didn't dare to provoke Li Yueming, it didn't stop them from watching Li Yueming make a fool of himself. After all, the fact that the heir of the Marquis of Southern Mountains was a fool was already a fact that was publicly acknowledged by all the students in the academy. At present, at least 80% of the students had comprehended the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The other 20% of the students were not as talented and did not have the foundation to cultivate, but they were still diligently memorizing the anthology and practicing calligraphy. He hoped that one day, he would be able to comprehend the Dao of the sage and become a cultivator like Wang Ziwei, who entered the Dao through literature. In this kind of environment, we can be a total victor. Li Yueming's variant hat had long been famous. Even the outside world had already heard some rumors. And now, Wang Ziwei walked towards Li Yueming. Many students were naturally curious about what would happen next. In reality, Wang Ziwei only wanted to see how Li Yueming's cultivation had progressed during this period of time. After all, Tian Liang and Huang Li Er had worked hard for 2 months. Even if he knew that the effect wouldn't be too good. However, Wang Ziwei still had some hope. What if there was progress? In this kind of nervous mentality, Wang Ziwei stood in front of Li Yueming and tried his best to show a friendly smile. Yueming, have you felt any spiritual energy recently? Li Yueming was currently meditating. He was using his perfect genetic body and infinite deductions to train his body. Hearing this, he opened his eyes and replied, Master, I haven't sensed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth yet. However, I have a feeling that I should be close to enlightenment. Ziwei. But now, Wang Ziwei was obviously a little impatient because he was unable to break through. Therefore, in order to avoid trouble, Li Yueming comforted Wang Ziwei. Of course, Li Yueming wasn't lying. After all, after deducing the path, he was indeed going to start cultivating officially. However, these words sounded harsh to Wang Ziwei. He knew Tian Liang and Huang Li Er's talent better than anyone else. The two of them were only 6 or 7 years old, but they had already comprehended and mastered the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, becoming official cultivators. Such an achievement, it could be said that it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a rare occurrence in 100 years. Under such circumstances, the two young geniuses had been tutoring Li Yueming for more than 2 months, but Li Yueming still hadn't felt any spiritual energy. The so-called epiphany that Li Yueming mentioned didn't sound too real. Could it be that he had really made a mistake back then? Did this child from the Li family really not have any talent for cultivation? Chapter 330, When I type a question mark, maybe it's not me. He thought about it. Wang Ziwei sighed. In fact, he was originally planning to persuade Li Yueming to give up on cultivation and switch to literature. However, he didn't say anything. He patted Li Ming's shoulder and said, Sai, I'll do my best. If I'm still unable to comprehend the spiritual energy of the world in these 2 months, you can transfer to the literature class. The class Wang Ziwei mentioned was also known as the Ziwen Hall. It was the place where the students who Wang Ziwei deemed to have no aptitude for cultivation stayed. After all, Li Yueming's martial arts class taught students how to sense and control the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. For Li Yueming, who couldn't sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, listening to it was a waste of time. It might be a better way to go to Ziwen Hall to study eulogizing books. After saying that, Wang Ziwei ignored Li Yueming's expression. She turned around and left. After he left, the surrounding students started whispering. Although the muttering wasn't loud, it was still heard. Li Yueming could hear it. I told you that this idiot would be chased away by the teacher soon, right? In my opinion, teacher is still too generous. In any case, with his talent, it is estimated that it is impossible for him to comprehend the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in another 10 years. We're all cultivators who use spiritual energy to control our bodies. This kind of idiot who doesn't even know what spiritual energy is doesn't want to cooperate with us in the same school. That's right. Does he really think that he can do whatever he wants just because he has an awesome father? SHH, keep your voice down, he is the heir of the constabulary. Ha 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 ha, he's indeed a prince, but he's just a foolish prince who can't inherit the family business. The group of students chattered on and on, sounding very ear-piercing. Even Tian Liang and Huang Li Er, who were cultivating, heard the commotion. Waking up from cultivation, he opened his eyes and glanced at Li Yueming. Both of them had complicated expressions. In the beginning, Tian Liang and Huang Li Er tried every means to rope Li Yueming in. He even stopped his cultivation progress for this. But now, other than regret, the two of them only felt extreme regret. The reason was simple. With Li Yu's current state, it was estimated that she might not even be able to inherit the Li family's business in the future. An idiot who couldn't inherit the family business. It was not worth them wasting 2 months of cultivation time. One had to know that there might be thousands of other reincarnators who were thinking of ways to hurry up and strengthen their bodies. Every minute and every second was precious. However, since things had already come to this, there was no point in continuing to talk. It would be more effective if he could absorb and control more spiritual energy. Through this, the relationship between Huang Li Er and Tian Liang had eased up quite a bit. At the very least, it wasn't as sharp as it used to be. Towards the strange discussions outside, Li Yueming didn't have much of a reaction. In the past few lifetimes, Li Yueming had been hated by countless people and forces. The number of enemies who scolded him and stepped on him was even more numerous. Nowadays, a group of children who were big were mumbling a few words. To Li Yueming, it was not even a drizzle. He continued to train his body in an orderly manner. Through the modification of his perfect genetic body, he would adjust his body to the most suitable state for cultivation. Just like that. Another month passed in the blink of an eye. Li Yueming was already 6 years old. This was because most of the students had already started to get on the right track. Recently, the frequency of Wang Ziwei's lectures had decreased significantly. Most of the time, they would only give out some lecture notes and cultivation rules. Li Yueming knew that this guy had accepted a new batch of disciples. In order to earn more resources, this scholar from a poor family was obviously working very hard. Finally, at the end of the month, Wang Ziwei returned to school. After standing on the podium and coughing twice, he said solemnly, "Disciples, it has been more than 2.5 years since you followed me up the mountain. After more than 2 years of hard work, most of you have already made some progress. Therefore, in the next half a year, I will teach you how to control spiritual energy to fight. At the beginning of next year, you will descend the mountain and have a brief exchange with some students from the Great Zhou Cultivator Academy. If you can stand out in the exchange of the Great Zhou Cultivator Academy, you will have the opportunity to enter the highest academy for the Great Zhou Cultivators. Entering the Great Zhou Cultivator Academy to study is great news for you and the families behind you. Therefore, everyone, remember not to slack off in your cultivation in the next 6 months." After Wang Ziwei finished speaking, the entire classroom was silent for a moment. The Great Zhou Cultivator Academy was a top-notch academy that all cultivators in the Great Zhou dynasty yearned for. There were very few exceptions. Children who wanted to enter the Great Zhou Cultivator Academy had to pass an extremely strict examination. The Great Zhou Cultivation College would recruit students once every 3 years. When recruiting students, regardless of background or family background, as long as they were not older than 10 years old and were citizens of the Great Zhou, their ancestors had not committed any crimes or engaged in spy activities, they could then head to the academy to take the exam. It didn't sound like anything special. However, in reality, a child would only have 3 chances to enter the Great Joe Cultivator Academy in their lifetime. He did not pass the test within 3 times. He would never have the chance to enter again in this lifetime. Of course, if his power and influence reached the level of the Li family's state duke's time, he would be able to survive. With a little operation, it might be possible for the Great Joe Cultivator Academy to make an exception. However, this probability was basically negligible. And now, Wang Ziwei was clearly prepared to send the descendants of the aristocratic families to the Great Joe Cultivator Academy to try their luck. At this moment, when he heard this news, all the students present had different feelings. Someone was nervous. Someone was excited. There were even people who were extremely excited. Of course. Actually, Wang Ziwei still had something to say. This trip was just a consolation prize for most students. Only Huang Li'er and Tian Liang had a slight chance of being selected. Thinking of this, Wang Ziwei sighed. His gaze swept across the classroom and finally landed on Li Yueming, who was in the corner by the window. He slowly said, "Yueming, how's your comprehension of the heaven and earth spiritual energy?" Hearing this, the surrounding students quickly turned their attention back to him. After all, the Great Joe Cultivation School was still half a year away. In comparison, they were more interested in Li Yueming's matter. Hence, they all turned to look at Li Yueming, who was not far away. All of them looked like they were watching a good show. At this moment, Li Yueming was drawing in qi into his body. Wang Ziwei looked over. "Teacher, please wait a moment. I'm almost done with my breakthrough," Li Yueming said casually. As he spoke, Li Yueming closed his eyes again. A moment later, a faint aura suddenly rose from his body. It was the countless spiritual energy that was swirling around the body of. From afar, it looked like a flood dragon meeting a monarch. Its aura was very majestic. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. For a moment, he couldn't believe his eyes. Was this still the idiot in their minds? It seemed a little strange. Wang Ziwei was speechless. Tian Liang/Huang pair. All the aristocratic family disciples were speechless. At this moment, there was a saying that could describe their good mood. Just as I was typing out question marks. Maybe it's not me who has a problem, but you. Chapter 331, Continuous Breakthrough, Students with Explosive Mentalities. Part 1. Just as Li Yueming finished speaking, heaven and earth spiritual energy immediately rose from his body. The appearance of this phenomenon meant that Li Yueming had sensed the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Moreover, he could interact with it at the basic level. However, for some reason, Li Yueming's spiritual energy was not like ordinary cultivators who sensed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It would disappear as soon as it came into contact with it. It was tightly attached to Li Yueming's body and could actually condense without dispersing. It looked as if the officials were protecting the monarch. The students who were waiting to watch a good show widened their eyes at the same time. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. What did he mean by "Teacher, wait a moment, I'll be done breaking through soon. Listen, look. Was this human language? And why was the spiritual energy on Li Yueming's body able to gather and not disperse? Shouldn't one need to concentrate when sensing and communicating with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Why was Li Yueming able to multitask and speak when he was sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Was it really that smooth? For a moment, all the students, including Wang Ziwei, were filled with question marks. They couldn't even tell if the person in front of them was the silly prince in their impression. Really? The foolish prince has actually been enlightened. No way, the foolish prince had not improved at all after so many years. How could he suddenly be enlightened? Although it's hard to believe, the Li family's heir seems to have really sensed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth this time. The teacher was just about to transfer him to the learning hall, and he sensed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. What kind of dog shit luck is this? Damn it, even in my dreams, I want to see him being chased to the study hall by the teacher. In the end, he did not expect that he would really comprehend the heaven and earth spiritual energy. I especially dislike this kind of noble son who relies on the power of his father's generation, but I don't dare to do anything to him. He really deserves to die. Many students gritted their teeth in anger when they saw this. It could be said that his mentality exploded. A year ago, Wang Ziwei had given Li Yueming special treatment many times. Half a year ago, senior brother Tian Liang and senior sister Huang Li Er had personally given Li Yueming 2 months of private tutoring. Logically speaking, after enjoying so many special treatments, even a pig should have been enlightened. However, Li Yueming, this foolish prince's performance was even more ridiculous than a pig. After learning for more than 2 years, there was no improvement at all. This was one of the main reasons why the other students viewed Li Ming with hostility. After all, although these students were also the children of dignitaries, they were still young. However, compared to Li Yueming, there was still a gap. To put it simply, it was envy, jealousy, and hatred. They also looked forward to the feeling of being tutored by their teacher, senior sister, and senior brother. Unfortunately, they were still not rich enough. He couldn't be like Li Yueming, even if his head was made of stone. However, he could still enjoy the feeling of being pampered by others with his superior family background. Therefore, he had no choice. The group of students could only regain their dignity from the fact that Li Yueming was a fool. After all, although their family background was not as good as Li Yueming's, but at least their intelligence was online. Even without extra tutoring, he could also sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth with his talent. Just this point alone was enough to win against the foolish prince. But now, seeing that the most influential scion in this school was about to be assigned to the writing practice hall, the group of students had yet to celebrate. Caught off guard, this publicly acknowledged idiot had suddenly been enlightened. He actually felt the spiritual energy of heaven and earth smoothly. It was no wonder that the group of students could not accept reality. But no matter what they think. However, the phenomenon that Li Yueming was showing was not over yet. At this moment, more and more spiritual energy surged. Moreover, all the students could feel that the floating spiritual energy around the school was gathering towards Li Yueming's location. Li Yueming, who was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the spiritual energy, was like a funnel that absorbed and swallowed everything. This scene didn't cause much of a commotion. It looked quite ordinary. However, it once again exploded in the hearts of the students. It could be said that it was a bolt from the blue. In general, there were 3 steps to becoming a cultivator. The first step was to sense the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. The second step was to absorb spiritual energy and draw it into the body. The third step was to master and control spiritual energy, officially becoming a qualified cultivator. Under normal circumstances, there were bottlenecks between these 3 steps. Every step required the practitioner to carefully ponder and study it until he was sure that he understood it clearly before he could proceed to the next step. Some cultivators with ordinary aptitudes would need to spend 1 or 2 years just to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Not to mention drawing qi into his body. Most of the students present were from aristocratic families. Although their aptitude was not particularly good, most of them were not very bad. However, even for them, it would take them at least half a year to reach the second step from sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to guiding the spiritual energy into their bodies. But now, Li Yueming had just sensed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and he had actually stepped into the level of drawing energy into his body. He had crossed 2 doors in 1 step. Was this really an operation that could be done by someone who had been ranked last for 10,000 years? Perhaps this was the so-called genius. Chapter 332, Continuous Breakthrough, Students with Explosive Mentalities. Part 2. Countless students gasped in shock. In the past, they had always thought that Li Yueming was trash. But today, they suddenly felt that they were too shallow. If crossing 2 obstacles in 1 step was considered trash, then how were they supposed to live? Worse than trash? Damn, his mentality exploded. Of course. When they realized that Li Yueming had suddenly become a practitioner, the students were not the ones who had the most mental breakdown. It was Tian Liang and Wang Linlin, who had once tutored Li Yueming. Especially Huang Li Er. Seeing this scene, she almost cried out in grievance. In order to win over Li Yueming, she had been a nanny for several months. He was just short of chewing up the cultivation knowledge of using qi to control the body and feeding it to Li Yueming. Originally, she had already persevered for 90% of this path. However, in the end, he still chose to give up because Li Yueming had broken through his defense. In the end, how long had it been since she gave up teaching? At most, it would take less than a month. Li Yueming, who had been like a block of wood before, suddenly became enlightened. In the blink of an eye, he had skipped the process of comprehending the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and directly entered the realm of drawing qi into his body. If there was one person who was the most emotional about this, then obviously, Huang Li Er was definitely the leader. On the D0 Dium, Wang Ziwei had only asked casually. In fact, he did not have any hope for Li Yueming at all. After all, he had been disappointed for so many years. Wang Ziwei had long since determined that Li Yueming did not have any talent for cultivation. However, she was afraid that she could not explain to Li Nanfan, so she kept trying to see if a miracle could happen. However, he had never expected this. This time, Li Yueming gave him a strong dose of medicine. He actually broke through 2 levels in front of his eyes. He jumped from an ordinary person who could not even sense spiritual energy to a quasi-official cultivator. The speed at which he broke through the bottleneck was even faster than when he was cheating. After being stunned for a long time, Wang Ziwei finally came back to his senses. He suddenly walked to Li Yueming in 3 to 5 steps and blocked Li Yueming behind him. Everyone, leave the school immediately and go to the Spirit Mountain to cultivate. Without my permission, you are not allowed to approach the school. A beginner cultivator's foundation was not stable. When controlling and comprehending spiritual energy, the greatest fear was being disturbed by external forces. Therefore, as a relatively qualified teacher, Wang Ziwei recovered from his shock. The first thing he did was to chase all the students out and try his best to provide a quiet and safe environment for Li Yueming to break through the bottleneck. In the school, the group of students were at a loss. After a while, they came back to their senses and started to leave in 2s and 3s. After leaving the classroom, the group of students turned around to look. Their faces were filled with complicated expressions. Really? Li Yueming actually broke through 2 realms in a row. We've been cultivating for 2 years and have only just finished drawing in the spiritual energy into our bodies. How could he skip the environment where he sensed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and directly draw it into his body? Who knows? Perhaps it was a blind cat that met a dead mouse. Is there a possibility, was this foolish prince really a genius? Genius? Anyway, I don't believe it. If he's really a genius, how could he not have made any progress in the past 2 years? Humph, what a *T genius! If I could get the private guidance of my senior brothers, sisters, and master, I might have been able to control and use spiritual energy long ago. That's right. Under normal circumstances, this *T heir should have been captured by the Ziwen Hall long ago. Isn't he born into a good family with the Li family backing him up? After a group of students were expelled from the school, the more he thought about it, the more he felt unbalanced and indignant. He had no choice. They worked hard to cultivate for 2 years. Now, he had finally become a quasi-cultivator. However, it was only in the blink of an eye. In the past, the person who had been at the bottom of the rankings suddenly overtook them. Not only did he catch up to them, but he also had the intention of overtaking them. If it was any normal person, it would be impossible for them to feel balanced. If he hadn't seen his master, Wang Ziwei, still in the classroom just now, he would have died. The group of students were probably already arguing. Of course, although he felt very unbalanced. But now, the students couldn't do anything to Li Yueming. He could only follow Wang Ziwei's instructions and head to Spirited Mountain to cultivate unhappily. Halfway, Tian Liyang, who was originally at odds with each other, unexpectedly took the initiative to look for Huang Li Er. The two of them looked at each other. They could all feel the F***ing emotions in each other's hearts. It could only be said that they were both people who had fallen from grace. Why did they have to know each other when they met? The two of them were really miserable. Point 0. In the school. More and more spiritual energy gathered toward Li Yueming. Li Yueming's body was like a bottomless pit that could never be filled. He absorbed it for more than 4 hours. Even his master, the prince, felt his heart skip a beat, and his eyelids twitched. Li Yueming then stopped absorbing the spiritual energy. He adjusted his breathing for a while. Li Yueming slowly opened his eyes and let out a breath. He looked up at Wang Ziwei and said, "Teacher." Wang Ziwei was speechless. There was a long silence. He finally resisted the urge to curse. Wang Ziwei sized up Li Yueming. Chapter 333, Continuous Breakthrough, Students with Explosive Mentalities. Part 3. Yes. Li Yueming nodded. Hearing this, Wang Ziwei's expression became extremely complicated. On the one hand, it was a pleasant surprise, but on the other hand, it was doubting life. As a very famous humble class gentleman in the entire Western frontier, this was not the first time Wang Ziwei had accepted a disciple to teach. Otherwise, there would not be so many aristocratic families scrambling to send their children to him. After so many years of teaching, Wang Ziwei had seen geniuses before. In fact, it was not as if they had never encountered a genius who could sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth overnight and become a cultivator in a day. However, it was the first time he had seen a student like Li Yueming who had been acting weird from the beginning to the end. 2 or 3 years of ignorance. Yes. Li Yueming nodded. Hearing this, Wang Ziwei's expression became extremely complicated. On the one hand, it was a pleasant surprise, but on the other hand, it was doubting life. As a very famous humble class gentleman in the entire Western frontier, this was not the first time Wang Ziwei had accepted a disciple to teach. Otherwise, there would not be so many aristocratic families scrambling to send their children to him. After so many years of teaching, Wang Ziwei had seen geniuses before. In fact, it was not as if they had never encountered a genius who could sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth overnight and become a cultivator in a day. However, it was the first time he had seen a student like Li Yueming who had been acting weird from the beginning to the end. 2 or 3 years of ignorance. Once he enlightened his apertures, he would be able to endure 2 to 3 years of bitter cultivation. It's true that a knife slashes his ass, and he opens his eyes. Could it be? Was this disciple really a genius? It was just that it belonged to the kind that took a different path and was more wild? Of course. Although Wang Ziwei was already upset, he did not show any expression on his face. After all, he was still his master. He could not lose face in front of his disciple. Coughing twice, he suppressed the restless thoughts in his heart. Wang Ziwei's face revealed a look of approval. He patted Li Yueming's shoulder and said, as the old saying goes, "Stupid birds fly first. You, this stupid bird, have been flapping for 2 years, and you're finally flying. It was not in vain for me to cultivate you with all my heart and blood. Not bad, not bad. Master is very gratified." He said gratified. But in fact, Wang Ziwei was almost in tears. In the past few years, if someone asked Wang Ziwei what was the thing he regretted the most, without a doubt, when he recruited Li Yueming and boasted to Marquis South Peak, he should be ranked first. All these years, he couldn't even sleep soundly. He was deeply afraid that one day, when he was sleeping, the Marquis of Southern Mountains, Li Nanfan, would come knocking on his door. He would give him the title of Cultists Without a Way Out. Then, he would skin him alive and light the sky lantern. Now that Li Yueming had finally become an official reincarnator, he could finally sleep soundly. It really wasn't easy. Li Yueming wasn't interested in Wang Ziwei's thoughts. He closed his eyes and sensed the situation in his body. After completing the initial stage of drawing qi into his body, he could already feel that his body was filled with an extremely powerful force. With every move, the sound of air being torn could be heard. It had to be said that the spiritual energy in this world was really a fascinating thing. As long as he possessed it, even cultivators who had just entered the sect could easily obtain the ability to blast mountains away. In the past, this was something that only martial kings and martial masters could imagine. One could imagine how much influence spirit qi had on a cultivator's strength. Li Yueming didn't seem to have any desire to talk. Wang Ziwei was not angry. After all, it was already beyond his expectations that Li Yueming could become a cultivator. He could put everything else aside in order to prevent Li Yueming from being arrogant. Now that you have successfully sensed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and become a cultivator, you have to guard against arrogance and impatience. Wang Ziwei said earnestly, the words of a saint are the words of a gentleman. A gentleman should never be complacent. The other senior and junior brothers have all become cultivators after comprehending the spiritual qi of heaven and earth before you. Your foundation might not be as stable as theirs. Therefore, you must strengthen your foundation. After giving some instructions, he said earnestly. After rubbing Li Yueming's spirit a little, Wang Ziwei continued, in order to stand out in the Great Zhou cultivation assessment in the second half of the year, you have to work harder and train hard. From tomorrow onwards, you'll learn how to control spiritual energy alone from me. Hearing this, Li Yueming snapped out of his thoughts. He looked at Wang Ziwei and nodded. I'll follow your orders. I understand. Wang Ziwei looked at Li Yueming. For some reason, he found it pleasing to the eye no matter how he looked at it. He could not help but stroke his beard and smile. Fast, good. 0. In the next 2 months, Li Yueming began to learn the way to control spiritual energy from Wang Ziwei. Of course, it was learning. But in fact, Li Yueming had only heard it once. He already knew how to control and use spiritual energy. However, in order not to arouse the vigilance of both Tian Liang and Huang Li, Li Yueming had never shown it. The reason why old yin coin was so despised was because it was sinister and vicious. Li Yueming felt that he was innocent and kind. However, he had indeed fooled the two of them miserably before. It was fine if he made a fortune in secret now. If Huang Li and Tian Liang suddenly realized that he was also a reincarnator, they would probably be so angry that they would lose their rationality and rush forward to fight Li Yueming. Of course, risking his life was secondary. Most importantly, Li Yueming's next actions would also require these two innocent people to block his attacks. Naturally, he would not expose his identity and cause trouble for himself. It was worth mentioning that with the change in Li Yueming's identity, now, the attitude of the surrounding students towards him had also quietly changed. Although Li Yueming could feel that most of the students still hated him, they didn't dare to say anything weird in front of him. After all, the people nowadays were tough. They were also very realistic. Before Li Yueming became a cultivator. Chapter 334, Continuous Breakthrough, Students with Explosive Mentalities. Part 4. The group of people did not have much respect for the heir of the Li family, who might not even be able to keep his position as the family head. But now, everything had changed. Li Yueming had already stepped into the path of cultivation, and the probability of becoming the future heir of the Li family had greatly increased. His status could be said to be soaring. At this moment, no one wanted to be remembered by Li Yueming. Even the students who had mocked him before were thinking of ways to apologize to Li Yueming. Whether they were convinced or not was one thing, but at least they were very convinced. Li Yueming naturally wouldn't argue with a group of fools. He only smiled lightly at this. It was quite useful to have a good birth. At the very least, it could help him filter out a large group of idiots who couldn't see the situation clearly and find fault with him, allowing him to spend his precious time on more valuable things. In addition, as Li Yueming's position rose, Huang Li'er and Tian Liang came up again. She would often say a few words to him, intentionally or unintentionally. Regarding this, Li Yueming did not reject anyone. After all, he was now a native in the eyes of Huang Li'er and Tian Liang. It was the kind that did not arouse any suspicion. It would be a waste not to use such an interesting identity. After a period of communication, the three of them became more familiar with each other. Although Huang Li'er and Tian Liang still didn't see eye to eye with each other. But because of Li Yueming. As the two of them quarreled, their relationship became closer. Looking at the situation, Li Yueming felt that they had reached a preliminary truce agreement. They wanted to join forces and capture all the influential children in Wang Ziwei's school. It was to prepare for the main mission in the future. Li Yueming was obviously the biggest fish in their net. His identity was the heir of the previous Duke of the Western Border. If he could successfully inherit the family business, basically, he was equivalent to a future overlord of the Western Border. Therefore, the two of them were naturally very concerned about Li Yueming. Under such circumstances, 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this period of time, Wang Ziwei mainly taught them how to control the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to fight. On the whole, the progress of the group was not bad. The most outstanding ones were naturally Tian Liang and Huang Li'er, the two reincarnators who had a certain foundation. As for Li Yueming, he was still in the harem. He still acted lukewarm. All right then. It didn't seem appropriate to say that it was lukewarm. It was more appropriate to say that it was a long story. Ever since he broke through the second bottleneck and successfully entered the body to become a preparatory cultivator, everyone, including Wang Ziwei, had thought that he would completely shake off the shadow of his past and become a new rising star. For this reason, Wang Ziwei even personally brought Li Yueming to his side for tutoring. He wanted to make his foundation more solid. However, a shocking scene happened again. Li Yueming started to walk on the spot again. After 2 months of studying, he did not learn the essence of controlling spiritual energy to fight at all. Many students felt numb. They didn't know if they should place Li Yueming in the genius category or the trash category. After all, he was a genius. He often did not make any progress for a month or two. But he was trash. He could suddenly make an upset at any time. Under such circumstances, a group of students had to worry every day. It was extremely painful. Time flew by. 2 months later, on a certain day, Wang Ziwei gathered the students who were controlling their spiritual energy to slash at the wooden puppets. Wang Ziwei swept his gaze across everyone and slowly said, "After 2 months of learning and training, most of you have some rough understanding of how to control spiritual energy in battle. However, hard work is not the end of cultivation. Today is the day to test your results. All the students will be divided into 2 groups. Control the spiritual energy and fight in turn. Only the victor will have the chance to follow me down the mountain and head to the Great Zhou Cultivator Academy for an exchange and spar. As for the loser, LF, you can't even defeat your fellow disciples, bringing you to the Great Zhou Cultivator Academy will be a disgrace. Cough cough cough, Li Yueming will be the referee. Everyone can get ready." Chapter 335, You Don't It Do Anything That's Coupled with People. Part 1. In order to test the results of your cultivation during this period of time, we will need to engage in a few battles of controlling spiritual energy. This battle will determine whether you can follow me to the Great Zhou Cultivator Academy. Every time the Cultivator Academy recruits disciples, it is the time when all the cultivators in the Great Zhou dynasty are the most active. Countless cultivators of the empire will be coming out of the mountains to attend the grand gathering. There, you will see the same era as you. The most outstanding ones. If you can't even win in a friendly spar between fellow disciples, then you don't have to follow me. Because even if I go, there's a high chance that I'll only lose face. In serious cases, it might even strike your self-confidence, which would be harmful to your growth. All of you are still very young. When your minds are more mature, you can participate in the next round of assessment. Alright, everyone, get ready. The competition is about to begin. On the podium, Wang Ziwei's expression was very serious. After explaining everything clearly, he gestured for the students to go and make preparations. Below the stage, a group of students had nervous expressions on their faces. The Great Zhou's Cultivation Academy was no stranger to the children of the rich and powerful. After all, those who could become nobles. More or less, there would be some outstanding family elders who had entered the Cultivator Academy. That's why. Only then did they understand the stakes involved. What kind of place was the Cultivator Academy? It was the place where the emperor stood, the center of power in the entire Great Zhou dynasty. If he could enter a Cultivator Academy. To the descendants of these aristocratic families, this was equivalent to having half a foot in the patriarch's seat. As long as he didn't die prematurely in the future, he could graduate from the academy smoothly. In the future, he would definitely be one of the most respected existences in the entire Great Zhou dynasty. In some small aristocratic families, one of their descendants could enter a Cultivator Academy. They had to pay their respects to their ancestors. The kind that hosted banquets and invited guests from all over the place. Even some of the great clans with thousands of years of history were no exception. After all, the Cultivator Academy had only recruited more than 10,000 disciples every year. No aristocratic family could guarantee that every generation of descendants would be gifted. They had the ability to enter the Cultivation Academy to study. Under such unfavorable circumstances, it was very normal for several generations of juniors to be unable to enter a Cultivator Academy. And now, the opportunity to follow their teacher to the Cultivator Academy was right in front of them. The students couldn't help but feel nervous. Even if they might not be able to get in this time, it would be good to just follow Wang Ziwei to see the world. After all, the newcomer assessment of the Cultivator Academy was held once every 3 years. This time they can't get in. After gaining experience, there might be hope next time. The students all stood up. He began to concentrate and prepare for the upcoming sparring. On the podium, Wang Ziwei saw Li Yueming stand up. He hurriedly stopped him and said in a low voice, "Yueming, you don't have to participate in the battle. You can be the judge with me." As he spoke, he winked at Li Yueming. It was obvious that he was hinting at his freedom to make arrangements. Hearing this, Li Yueming was stunned and looked up at Wang Ziwei. He then looked at the group of students around him. Good heavens, she was clearly opening a back door for him. Was it that exciting? The surrounding students naturally felt Wang Ziwei's bias. According to Wang Ziwei's plan, this group of students all needed to go through the assessment. What about Li Yueming? Wang Ziwei actually dragged him to be the referee. Wasn't this just a backdoor? They were also children of nobles. Most of them were arrogant little ancestors in their own families. But now, in front of an even more hooligan and invincible aristocrat, they could finally feel the feelings of the commoners who had been bullied and trampled by them in the past. He could only say that the damned privileged party was too damn hateful. Many students gritted their teeth in hatred when they saw this. Even if they were dozens of meters apart, Li Yueming could feel the resentment from the students. However, he didn't really care about this. He definitely had to go to the Cultivator Academy to take a look. Originally, he was prepared to display a little of his strength during the battle, at least to get a spot. If nothing unexpected happened. This so-called Great Joe Cultivation College assessment. It would probably become the best stage for all the reincarnators in the entire Great Joe. After all, to a group of reincarnators, the Great Joe Cultivator Academy was the place closest to the core of the Zhou dynasty's power. He graduated from there. The reincarnators could be properly put in an important position. They were either sent to the royal court or directly sent to the army. The main mission of the reincarnation mark was being released. The core of the first main mission was to choose a suzerain from the 6 countries and help it unify the world. This mission was the simplest of the king missions. It was also the favorite mission of most reincarnators. Because as long as he could help to destroy the country, then, all the reincarnators who contributed in this country could receive the corresponding mission rewards. More or less, they would not return empty-handed. It was the good news for hooligans. In addition, as the best public school in the Great Zhou, the teachers in the Cultivation College were naturally the best in the entire Great Zhou. Chapter 336, You Don't Do Anything That's Coupled with People. Part 2. Almost all of the most famous and powerful cultivators who belonged to the Great Zhou government's forces were also in the academy. In this way, many reincarnators could also see if they could complete the second main mission to break through to the spirit focus realm. Looking at the two together, one could imagine how attractive this academy was to reincarnators. Therefore, he had no choice. Li Yueming was not particularly interested in joining a practitioner academy. However, he had to go to the Cultivator Academy to personally observe and determine the current state of the other reincarnators. After all, only by knowing yourself and your enemy could you win 100 battles. However, Wang Ziwei clearly had no confidence in his combat strength. He was afraid that he would lose face if he could not defeat the other students in the battle. Therefore, he had already opened the back door for him in advance. As long as one acted as a referee and went through the process, they would be able to obtain a spot to enter the Cultivator Academy. Li Yueming naturally had no reason to refuse. As for the resentment of a group of little kids, it could only be said that they were happy. Anyway, Li Yueming didn't care. Soon, the group of people arrived at the backyard of the school. This was a venue that Wang Ziwei had specially opened up for the students. He used it to practice controlling spiritual energy. Now, it only needed to be tidied up a little, and it would be a very good battle venue. After 2 to 3 years of recruiting disciples, now, Wang Ziwei had nearly 100 students under his name. Of course, there were less than 50 students who had already comprehended the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and could control it. This battle was carried out among these 50 students. Only the 25 people who won the battle were qualified to follow Wang Ziwei to the Great Zhou Cultivator Academy. In a sense, this could be considered as perfection. After all, it was just as Wang Ziwei had said. It might not be a good thing to bring some students with average aptitudes to the Cultivator Academy. It was a grand gathering for geniuses. Mediocre talents would only feel out of place there, and might even be dealt a huge blow. A group of students entered the venue. Soon, the battle officially began. Under Li Yueming's interested gaze, the first 2 7-year-old players went on stage. Under the gaze of hundreds of people, the 2 young players cupped their hands and greeted each other. Then, he slowly took 2 steps back. With Wang Ziwei's order, both sides began to control their spiritual energy and fight. Of course, they were talking about a big fight. But this was for a group of children. To Li Yueming, these guys were just kids fighting. He used pure emotions without any technique. However, the student on the left controlled his spiritual energy to gather into a huge fist and hit the student on the right. The student on the right suddenly jumped up and did a sliding tackle. He ended this soul-stirring battle with a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. The victor had a smug look on his face. He turned around and cupped his hands. The loser's face turned ugly. However, he still took advantage of the situation and said, "Senior brother's fierce tiger descends the mountain is really fierce. If you master it to a high level, you can probably kill a spirit tiger with a sliding shovel. I admit defeat. The two of them exchanged words and flattered each other. Let's not talk about how they fought first. However, her acting skills and style were already solid. If this was some city, they would probably be given an Oscar. In addition to the powerful aura that erupted from the spiritual energy just now, the group of children who had just entered the gate were stunned. His eyes were shining as if he had seen Superman. After the two of them left the stage, very quickly, another two students continued to fight. However, this time, it was more boring. The two of them had just started to use their spiritual energy to exchange a few moves. However, due to his lack of skills, in just a few moments, the little spiritual energy stored in his body was exhausted. Thus, the two of them could only start fighting in close combat. He hit her until her face turned red and her neck turned red. Wang Ziwei couldn't stand it anymore and walked forward to pull the two of them apart. Unsurprisingly, naturally, both of them were eliminated. All in all, a few of the students in this batch were indeed quite talented. Put it in a corner. Perhaps he could even get the title of a little genius. However, if it was placed on a slightly larger stage, this bit of talent would not be enough. Even if he was brought to participate in the assessment, he probably belonged to the kind of existence that was just a bystander. Half an hour later, half of the 50 students had finished their rounds. Among them, Tian Liang and Huang Li'er also made a move. To them, this kind of game was like playing house, so there was naturally no pressure. After going on stage, he defeated his opponent in 2 or 3 moves. Although their straightforward moves caused a commotion among the students. However, there was nothing worth paying attention to for Li Yueming. After looking at the two of them, Li Yueming felt a little bored, so he stopped watching. He yawned and was about to leave. But at this moment, a young man around 8 or 9 years old stood out from the crowd nearby. He pointed at Li Yueming, who was yawning not far away, and said, "Teacher, why doesn't junior brother Li need to participate in the test?" Hearing this, the 100 or so students nearby all looked over. Wang Ziwei's expression was a little ugly. Previously, he had specially whispered to Li Yueming to keep quiet. He just didn't want too many students to notice. After all, Li Yueming's identity was special. 2 days ago, Li Nanfan, who was far away at the front line, had specially written a letter to send back. Chapter 337, You Don't Do Anything That's Coupled with People. Part 3. He instructed him to bring Li Yueming to the Reincarnator College. Therefore, Wang Ziwei, who had no confidence in Li Yueming's strength, had no choice but to use this method. He was prepared to open a back door for Li Yueming to avoid the competition. He would personally bring Li Yueming to the Reincarnator Academy. However, he didn't expect a hot-headed student to stand up and raise doubts in front of so many students. This made Wang Ziwei feel embarrassed. After all, he couldn't possibly admit that he had given Li Yueming special treatment in front of so many students. If that was the case, then his teacher's reputation would be completely lost. Therefore, Wang Ziwei thought for a moment and said, Student Li's situation was rather special. His elder sister was studying at the Cultivator Academy. This time, she had specially written a letter to him. Therefore, Student Li was going to visit his relatives. If anyone had relatives studying at the Reincarnator Academy, they could also tell the teacher. Hearing this, the group of students were dumbfounded. The student who raised the question earlier was even more choked. Damn it! 2 years ago, the eldest daughter of the Marquis of Southern Peak had entered a cultivation academy. This incident caused quite a commotion at that time. The Marquis of South Peak specially returned home to hold a banquet. It was said that the tables were almost set from the south of the city to the north of the city. Millions of people in Wuji City ate and drank for 3 whole days. It was so extravagant that it left one speechless. Of course, the group of students had been on the mountain all year round. Except for a few rare cases, they basically wouldn't go home. He had only heard about it, but he was not clear about the exact situation. However, after hearing Wang Ziwei's words, the group of students still felt their teeth ache. Was there still law? Was there still justice? Sob, sob, sob. Why didn't they have such a powerful father? Why didn't they have such a powerful big sister? Everyone was reincarnated. What were they lacking? At this moment, even though he knew that Wang Ziwei was openly protecting Li Yueming, he was still very worried. The so-called visiting relatives was just a pretense. In fact, he was actually bringing Li Yueming to the Cultivation College to participate in the exchange and assessment. However, she really had a sister who was studying at the Reincarnator Academy. Therefore, more than half of the students had basically died. However, the student who had stepped forward to cause trouble was clearly unwilling. Since you're visiting your family, shouldn't junior brotherly also participate in the sparring? After all, teacher had also said that when the Cultivation Academy was recruiting disciples, it was the time when the elites of the entire Great Zhou dynasty were the most active. At the very least, they should give junior brotherly a chance to showcase himself. Maybe junior brotherly can get a spot on his own. The student who took the lead in causing trouble was called Godfrey. He was a disciple of Ge clan in the Central Plains. The reason why he didn't study in the Middle State and came to this desolate western border was because he was born in a branch family and wasn't favored. He wasn't a direct descendant of Ge tribe. Although he was not a direct descendant. However, Ge Fulong's Ge family in the Central Plains was one of the few families that could be as famous as the Li family. Although he had never been a duke guardian like the Li family. However, Old Master Ge was the current right minister of the Great Zhou. Be it power or strength, Ge tribe was at their peak, they did not fear Li tribe. That's why the others were afraid of Li Yueming's identity. Ge Fulong isn't afraid of the high and low. In fact, based on his strength, Ge Fulong should have been able to obtain a spot in this battle. However, Ge Fulong's luck was not too good. He just happened to meet Tian Liang, the eldest senior brother. The result was naturally without suspense. He was flipped over by Tian Liang and fell to the ground. Therefore, Ge Fulong was naturally not convinced. He was almost 9 years old this year, and this was the last chance for him to enter the Cultivator Academy. The opportunity slipped away just like that. In his exasperation, Ge Fulong naturally had a crooked idea. In fact, he wasn't targeting Li Yueming. He simply wanted to instigate Li Yueming to step forward and compete while he took the opportunity to defeat Li Yueming. Then, by defeating Li Yueming, he would remind his master that Wang Ziwei was not weak and that he should be given a chance to enter the Cultivator Academy. However, the abacus in his heart was making loud noises. However, in reality, he was too smart. Putting aside whether Li Yueming would do as he wished, offending Wang Ziwei was a very irrational thing to do. Actually, Wang Ziwei had originally reserved a spot for him. Just now, 2 of the students were not very talented. Moreover, he was only 7 or 8 years old. Wang Ziwei eliminated both of them. In fact, he had already left a spot for Ge Fulong. Originally, he was prepared to give this empty seat to Ge Fulong after the assessment was over. But who would have thought that Ge Fulong would not be able to wait even a moment? The assessment was not over yet. He was the first to give Wang Ziwei a difficult question. This disrupted Wang Ziwei's rhythm and made him extremely angry. At this moment, it would be very difficult for the matter of the quota to fall on his head. Wang Ziwei glared at him. He then looked at Li Yueming and asked, "Yueming, what do you think?" Hearing this, Li Yueming raised his eyes and glanced at Ge Fulong. He looked at Wang Ziwei and said indifferently, "Let's follow teacher's arrangements." Li Yueming didn't care. He was just a child. He could beat a reinforced company with one hand. Hearing his answer, the expression on Wang Ziwei's face softened a lot. Chapter 338, You don't it do anything that's coupled with people. Although he had his own selfish motives, he was still diligent in teaching and could also pay attention to teaching students according to their aptitude. He also put in a lot of effort to treat every student. From all aspects, he could be considered a teacher with a conscience. After all, the words of a saint were as shiny as gold and stone, and the virtue of a saint was as heavy as the earth. However, there were very few scholars who could really understand it. Most of them were just a bunch of hypocrites who read the books of the saints and did small things. In the middle of such a group of people, Wang Ziwei felt that he could be considered a sincere and magnanimous person. However, Ji Fulong, this ungrateful fellow, had ruined his reputation in front of so many students. She didn't even give him basic trust. It really made Wang Ziwei feel very sad. He fed the dog with enthusiasm. Fortunately, Li Yueming's words had given him enough face. Since it's all arranged by him, it meant that Li Yueming had quite a lot of trust in him. After thinking for a while, Prince Wang said, "Since that's the case, I'll let you try it too." After all, what Ji Fulong said makes sense. However, since it's a spar, we have to stop. His words were also very clever. First, he told Li Yueming to give it a try, and then he said that he should stop when sparring. After all, he was the referee. In that case, he was obviously prepared to help Li Yueming. Ji Fulong had no objections. After all, although he didn't like Li Yueming, the heir of the Li family who often made special arrangements, he was still a little unhappy. However, he knew that he couldn't afford to offend Li Yueming. Fortunately, he only wanted to use the opportunity of defeating Li Yueming to force Wang Ziwei to give him a spot. Therefore, after seeing Wang Ziwei nod his head, she was afraid that someone else would steal her chance. Ji Fulong immediately stood up and said, "Since Master has agreed, then please enlighten me, junior brotherly." The students looked at Li Yueming with curiosity. After all, Li Yueming's walking on the spot skill was famous. Almost all of Wang Ziwei's students had heard of his legendary feat of breaking through 2 bottlenecks in a single day. Many students were curious whether he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Under their watchful eyes, Li Yueming happily walked out of the crowd. He stretched his body and looked at Ji Fulong, who was in the arena, and said, "Senior brother, if you have any moves, then use them. I haven't learned how to control spiritual energy yet. I only know some low-level combat techniques." Hearing this, the surrounding students almost laughed out loud. They did not expect Li Yueming to not even be able to fully control the spiritual energy. It seemed that this spar might not be as exciting as they had expected. Ji Fulong also revealed a smile on his face. However, in order not to completely offend Li Yueming, he did not act too arrogant. He kindly reminded him, "Junior brother, you have to be careful. After all, cultivators who can control spiritual energy and cultivators who can't are 2 completely different concepts." As he spoke, his expression became serious. His chest puffed up as he swallowed a mouthful of spiritual energy into his dantian. A moment later, he was about to spit out his spiritual energy and turn it into a palm print to attack Li Yueming. A figure that looked like a tiger and leopard disappeared from his sight in a few flashes, before he could come back to his senses. In the next second, he felt a huge force hit his chest. At the same time, he flew dozens of meters away. When a person was flying in the air, Ji Fulong was still confused. Fortunately, he was already 9 years old this year and had been cultivating and absorbing spiritual energy for several years. He was not a beginner who had just entered the basics, so he subconsciously stabilized his body through spiritual energy. When he landed, he did not hurt his internal organs. But even so, it was still inevitable to be covered in dust. She finally got up. Ji Fulong looked at Li Yueming, who was not far away, and his expression gradually became solemn. He slowly said, junior brother is so fast. It doesn't look like you don't understand spiritual energy. Hearing this, Li Yueming just smiled and stretched his body. Senior brother, if you're not in the way, then continue. Especially those who were familiar with Li Yueming. What the f*ck? He didn't see Li Yueming working so hard on cultivation. Moreover, shouldn't he have been making progress in the past few months? Where did such fierce combat power come from? Could it be, did he secretly work hard behind their backs? As expected, as long as it was related to someone. Li Yueming was not willing to do it at all. At this moment, in the hearts of many students, for the first time, he had a rough idea of the two words curly king and old scoundrel. Chapter 339, The Cultivation Academy's Examination, Heading to the Central Plains. It was just as Li Yueming had said. In this battle, he did not use even a trace of spiritual energy. But even so, Ji Fulong did not even have the strength to resist in front of his punches and kicks. Ji Fulong's talent was not bad. However, his usage of spiritual energy was still relatively shallow. Often, they would be sent flying by Li Yueming's punch as soon as they mobilized their spiritual energy. It was simple, fast, and extremely rough. Of course, in order to prevent Tian Liang and Huang Li Er from seeing through it, Li Yueming was very cautious throughout the entire process and did not use any power that was beyond their understanding. After all, Li Yueming was in the dark while Huang Li Er and Tian Liang were in the light. When it was not necessary, Li Yueming naturally would not easily expose his identity as a reincarnator. But even so, the surrounding students still had their mouths agape. Li Yueming actually hung Ji Fulong, who was 3 years older than him, up and hammered him. It was really hard for them to accept. Everyone was studying together. He didn't see Li Yueming's performance normally. However, when it came to the assessment, this guy could always surprise everyone. This was simply unreasonable. The battle continued. Ji Fulong also came to his senses after being beaten up by Li Yueming. After realizing that he couldn't easily crush Li Yueming with his spiritual energy, he also became ruthless. He gritted his teeth and gathered the spiritual energy in his body. He began to engage in close combat with Li Yueming. However, Li Yueming's body was like a pure freak. Even though he had spiritual energy in his body as support, Li Yueming was still being beaten up in close combat. 10 minutes later, Ji Fulong was punched in the nose by Li Yueming. Covering his nose that was still bleeding, Ji Fulong fainted from the pain. In the end, the battle ended in an unexpected way. Wang Ziwei controlled the spiritual energy to flow into Ji Fulong's body. After checking to make sure that he was fine, then, he looked at Li Yueming. He nodded his head in satisfaction. To be able to train such a strong body without even realizing it. Very good. If you can further control the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into your body, then you can also be considered a promising talent. Li Yueming revealed a smile on his face, but he still politely cupped his hands and said, "It's all because Master taught me well." Although he knew that Li Yueming was flattering him. However, Wang Ziwei could not help but laugh out loud. Good, good, good. I hope you can bring me a surprise next time. Not far away, Huang Li Er and Tian Liang also witnessed everything. The two of them were also surprised by Li Yueming's performance. However, there was not much emotional fluctuation. After all, in the eyes of experienced reincarnators like them, the battle between Li Yueming and Ji Fulong was no different from a fight between children. In this match, the only thing that caught Li Yueming's attention was his strange body. Whether it was speed, strength, or reaction, they were all extremely fast. However, the reason why Li Yueming was able to control Ji Fulong so easily, it wasn't because Li Yueming was strong. It was because Ji Fulong had not officially stepped into the ranks of cultivators, so he was unable to skillfully control and use the spiritual energy in his body. A practitioner who could not even use Reiki skillfully was equivalent to a magician who could not memorize spells in the magic world. Li Yueming approached him from behind. His combat strength was naturally in his pants. If it were them, Li Yueming would not have had the chance to get close. With the powerful destructive power of the Qi body control technique, they could directly shatter Li Yueming into pieces with just one attack. Of course, no matter what happens, the fact that Li Yueming could defeat Ji Fulong had indeed surprised both of them. Only then did the two of them realize that they seemed to have underestimated this Li family's heir. If they hadn't repeatedly confirmed that there was nothing wrong with Li Yueming, they might have suspected Li Yueming's identity. But now, although the two of them had some doubts in their hearts, they had not thought about it yet. They simply thought that Li Yueming was the kind of native genius who had accumulated a lot of knowledge. After all, there shouldn't be any reincarnator with a normal brain who would be so bored that he wouldn't move for several years, right? Point 0. Year 714 of the Great Zhou King calendar. Li Yueming was 6.5 years old. He had been cultivating for more than 3 years, but he did not choose to completely accept the cultivation methods of this world. Instead, he spent a long time and through endless deduction, changed the path of using Qi to control the body to the path of cultivating the human body mystic realm. The price of doing so was that he had made almost no progress on the path of cultivation in the past 2 years. It was not until 2 years later that he finally took the first step. In contrast, Tian Liang and Huang Li had become official cultivators 2 years ago. He was probably about to break through to the foundation establishment realm by now. Therefore, he had no choice. Li Yueming needed to hurry up and catch up with them. Not long after the sparring session, Wang Ziwei took the initiative to look for Li Yueming. He taught him the technique of swallowing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This thing was the foundation of Wang Ziwei as a teacher. Not every student could learn it. In reality, most of the students in the school cultivated cultivation methods passed down from their families. Chapter 340, College of Cultivators, heading for the Central Prefecture, 2. Wang Ziwei could truly grant him a cultivation technique. Currently, there were only Huang Li, Tian Liang, and Li Yueming. This was enough to show that Wang Ziwei had seen the potential in Li Yueming. He started to treat Li Yueming as his disciple. He no longer treated Li Yueming as a bargaining chip to earn resources. The Li family also had their own inherited cultivation technique, which was an extension of the 64 divination technique of the heavenly cycle. It was created by Li Wenchen, the ancestor of the Li family. And Wang Ziwei's cultivation technique came from the Darming dynasty. It was something that Wang Ziwei had luckily learned in the Darming dynasty when he was young and traveled around the various countries to study. It was known as the Wisdom King's Treasured Bible. Overall, these two books were top-notch cultivation techniques. As the master of technology and ruthless goods, Li Yueming naturally sutured left and right. He combined the advantages and disadvantages of these two cultivation techniques and organized them into the most suitable one for him. Cultivators had to pass through the 3 gates of sensing, absorbing, and controlling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He could be considered a serious cultivator. The first realm he had to face was the Qi transformation realm. The so-called Qi movement was to continuously swallow the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and gather it in the Danshan. When the spiritual energy was sufficient to circulate throughout the body, it was called the Qi transforming stage. After reaching this realm, cultivators would basically be able to control spiritual energy to fight for a long time. The power of one palm could even shatter mountain rocks, possessing strength that ordinary people could not reach. Not to mention anything else, just in terms of acting cool. Cultivators were much more powerful than martial artists in the martial arts world. The combat power of a Qi transformation stage cultivator was already close to that of a martial king expert in the martial arts world. Li Yueming majored in physical body. Therefore, he took a slightly different path. He was prepared to first guide the Qi Jin that was originally in his body out. Then, he absorbed some spiritual energy to replenish his danshan. In this way, even if there was a day when the substance spirit qi didn't exist, it would still be a day. Li Yueming could also rely on the qi-jin in the human body to maintain his combat strength. There were only 3 months left before he went to the Great Zhou Cultivator Academy to recruit disciples. In these 3 months, Li Yueming finally stopped slacking. He began to train his body seriously. Because of his perfect Geno body, his physique was becoming stronger at an astonishing speed. After all, if ordinary people wanted to exercise, they had to let their bodies and muscles adapt to the rhythm of the exercise. However, Li Yueming was different. He only needed to train, and he could control his body to evolve in the direction he wanted through his perfect genetic body. Under such circumstances, Li Yueming only spent 2 months to officially enter the Qi transforming stage. After entering the Qi transforming stage, Li Yueming's body was flowing with the strength of a martial artist and the power of heaven and earth spiritual energy at the same time. His battle prowess soared, and he was only stronger than ordinary Qi transforming stage cultivators. Almost at the same time, Wang Ziwei began to instruct them to pack their luggage and prepare to leave. The western border was located at the border of the Great Zhou. It was a place famous for its bitter cold. He wanted to rush to the prosperous south of the Central Plains to participate in the assessment of the Cultivation Academy. Li Yueming and the others had to leave half a month in advance. He didn't know that they were preparing to leave. Countless geniuses of the Great Zhou dynasty were also packing their luggage. They began to gather at the cultivation colleges in the southern part of the Central Plains from all directions. He hoped to be able to rely on his talent and hard work to enter the Cultivator Academy in one fell swoop. From then on, the fish leaped into the dragon and danced in the sky. 0. Great Zhou Dynasty's Imperial Astronomical Bureau. On the stargazing platform, an old man with white hair and a clean face slowly woke up from his meditation. He looked up at the sky. The Ziwei star hung in the sky, and the 2 stars, Tian Kui and Tian Yu, were also shining. Further away, countless strange stars shone. Among the twinkling stars, there was an especially bright star that was shining brightly. After staring at it for a long time, the old man stood up with the help of the sky official and muttered, "With the appearance of the Emperor Star and the Demon Star, the world will be in chaos. The best and worst era was about to arrive." The sky official next to him trembled with fear. "Sir, should we report this to His Majesty?" he asked after a while. The old man closed his eyes and pondered for a long time. Finally, he nodded and said, "LT just so happens to be the Academy's examination, so let's report to His Majesty for him to pay attention to it." After the sky official left, the old man's eyes revealed a complicated expression. Finally, after pondering for a long time, he let out a long sigh. "The Ziwei star is in the east, and the demon star is in the west. To our Great Zhou, it's a bad omen. This old man has no children in this life. Now that I'm old, I only hope to burn this broken body and see if I can find a solution for the Great Zhou in the chaotic constellation." 0. Year 7815 of the Great Zhou Royal Calendar. The Cultivation Academy opened its doors to accept disciples, recruiting talents from all over the world. That year, Li Yueming was 7 years old. He followed his master, Wang Ziwei, and his fellow disciples. He headed to the Great Zhou Cultivator Academy in the south of the Central Plains. Before he left, Wang Ziwei turned around and looked at the 20-odd students. He slowly said, "This time, the main purpose of bringing you to the Cultivator Academy is not to let you take the examination. Instead, I'm here to exchange pointers with the other students and broaden your horizons. Of course, if you feel confident and are mentally prepared to not be defeated by other students, you can also give it a try. But normally speaking, you are still too young and definitely not qualified. You will only have a chance at the next reference in 3 years." Chapter 341, Cultivation College Exam, Heading to Zhangzhou Part 3. Every 3 years, the Cultivation Academy would hold a major examination. Under normal circumstances, apart from a very small number of particularly monstrous existences, the number of people in the world was extremely low. The Cultivation Academy would not relax the assessment criteria based on the age of the candidates. There was a limit to the number of students a cultivator academy could recruit, and all the assessment indicators were uniform. Therefore, he had no choice. Generally speaking, children between the ages of 9 and 10 would have an advantage. Among Li Yueming's group of students, currently, the oldest was only 7 or 8 years old, and most of them had just become cultivators not long ago. A considerable portion of them had not even broken through to the qi transforming realm. Compared to those older children who had already cultivated for 5 to 6 years, it was naturally not enough. That's why, in the past, Wang Ziwei had repeatedly emphasized that the purpose of going to the Cultivator Academy was to exchange pointers and not to participate in the assessment. Hearing this, Li Yueming was expressionless. He was not an orphan in this life. Not only did he have a powerful family, but he also had a powerful elder sister. As long as he wanted to, whether it was taking part in the assessment or exchanging pointers, it was not a problem for him. Other than a few top-notch dignitaries in the Great Zhou dynasty, everyone had to be polite to him. His face was full of fruits. However, although the other students were also dignitaries, he did not have this privilege. Therefore, when he heard Wang Ziwei's words, he was a little unhappy. After all, they had been dreaming of getting into the Cultivation Academy and then using this opportunity to make everyone look at them in a different light. Now, his teacher had poured a bucket of cold water on him. Naturally, he couldn't be happy. Tian Liang and Huang Li'er looked at each other. As reincarnators, they did not have that much time to dawdle. Therefore, they definitely had to participate in the assessment this time. Not only did he have to participate in the assessment, but he also had to enter. Now that they saw that Wang Ziwei was not very reliable, the two of them turned their attention to Li Yueming. After all, Li Yueming had an elder sister who was studying in the Cultivation Academy. Through this spy, Li Yueming would definitely know some insider information about the Cultivation Academy. Therefore, he had no choice. During this period of time, they had been very close to Li Yueming. The journey was non-stop. About 12 days later, the group of students and teachers arrived at Wenzhou City, where the Cultivation Academy was located. Wenzhou City was less than 800 miles away from Hejing, the capital of the Great Zhou dynasty. It was publicly recognized as the wealthiest city in the Great Zhou dynasty. Whether it was the scale of the city defense or the size of the city, regardless of the number of residents or the degree of prosperity, it was many times stronger than the bitter cold of the western border. At this moment, under the high wall that was thousands of feet tall, the number of people queuing to enter the city alone had probably exceeded 100,000. They were cultivators from all over the world. Fortunately, Wenzhou City was big enough. There were 32 gates in all directions. When each city gate was fully opened, it was enough for dozens of people to enter side by side. Therefore, it was barely able to absorb the flow of people coming and going every day. He handed over the travel pass. Wang Ziwei and the others finally entered the city after queuing for half a day. They walked on the quaint streets. Li Yueming even thought that he had come to the misty rain Jiangnan written by the literati. A group of students looked at the bustling Wenzhou city. His eyes were filled with shock. No wonder the Central Plainsmen always liked to call their western frontier a ravine. In the past, they were still unconvinced that they were in the middle. Now that he had witnessed such a bustling scene, he realized that it was not a lie. Compared to Wenzhou City, their western frontier was truly a bitter valley. On the street, a group of armored guards with a murderous aura was patrolling. Each of these soldiers had the appearance of a tiger and a wolf. It was obvious that they had seen blood at the border. Judging from the armor on his body, he should be a soldier of the Great Zhou's elite Dragon Tiger Army. The Tiger Dragon army was only qualified to be joined by veterans who had been through many battles. Even the most basic soldiers had to be cultivators in the Foundation establishment realm. Go to the top, the long, 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 the long. It was the core defense force of the Zhou dynasty. Now that he was patrolling the streets of Wenzhou City, it meant that the emperor placed great importance on this cultivator examination. Of course, it was basically the same in previous years. After all, as long as the emperor's brain wasn't completely destroyed, it was impossible for him not to pay attention to such a national-level exam. It was just that the Tiger Dragon army seemed to have more soldiers this year than in previous years. In front of this group of soldiers who were like wolves and tigers, the group of students did not even dare to breathe loudly. However, the residents of Wenzhou City were clearly used to this. Basically, they were doing what they were supposed to do. After entering the city, the group of arrogant and despotic scions in the western border became well-behaved. He had no choice but to keep a low profile here. All of them had prominent statuses in the western border. No matter how much trouble they caused, the family could still take care of them. However, it was different in the Central Plains. Wenzhou City was even more different. He stopped a random passerby on the street and interrogated him. They walked for about half an hour. Wang Ziwei brought a group of students to an inn called Lafu Inn. When they saw the inn's signboard, everyone, including Wang Ziwei, was shocked. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. After so many days of traveling, even though they were already cultivators, their bodies and minds were still unable to take it. After entering Wenzhou City, he encountered the Dragon Tiger army, which was full of killing intent. It had also ruthlessly killed their morale. At this moment, the group of people only wanted to have a good rest in the inn and relax their tense hearts. Wang Ziwei was obviously no stranger to this inn. They had already booked rooms for more than 20 people with the boss in advance. Now, they only needed to settle in. However, just as the group of people was about to head to the guest room on the second floor to rest, suddenly, an untimely voice sounded from the stairs. "LSNT, this brother Ziwei? I was wondering why the boss left more than 20 empty rooms for me. So you reserved them in advance. I heard that you've also been taking in disciples in the western border recently. How is it?" As he spoke, a man with triangular eyes walked down the stairs. When he looked at Wang Ziwei, his eyes were filled with ridicule. Wang Ziwei's face turned cold the moment he saw him. Chapter 342, Destiny's Chosen One appears. Ultimate Hidden Mission unlocked. 1. In the inn. A man with triangular eyes walked down the stairs. He looked at Wang Ziwei beside the counter with a mocking expression. Hearing the voice, Wang Ziwei also turned his head. When his eyes met with the triangular-eyed man, all the students could feel the coldness emanating from Wang Ziwei. He sized up the other party. Wang Ziwei suppressed his anger and replied coldly, "KK, Xiao Qian, what does my taking in a disciple have to do with you? As for you, I wonder if you've heard of the saying that dogs don't block the wave." Hearing the words "a good dog doesn't block the way," the triangular-eyed man who was called Xiao Qian by Wang Ziwei had obviously been stepped on. His eyes revealed a trace of anger. A moment later, he laughed out of extreme anger. Although I, Xiao Qian, am a dog in Prince Yu's residence, I am still better than some stray dog-like fellow. After all, I wouldn't dare to fart after my woman was taken away, nor would I be chased away in a panic. In the end, I had to rely on my woman to get back my cheap life. I could only hide in the ravines in the western border and change my face to live a miserable life. Hearing this, Wang Ziwei's entire face trembled, and his expression also changed. It was obvious that he had also been stepped on the most sensitive sore spot in the depths of his heart. He suppressed the anger in his heart. Xiao Qian, do you want to die on the spot today? Wang Ziwei sneered. Xiao Qian smiled. Hehe, I'm here today to accompany you for reference. I'm not interested in fighting you, however, if you insist on seeking death, it's not that I can't satisfy you. The two of them were at loggerheads. There was a high possibility of a fight. This caused the atmosphere in the inn to drop to freezing point. In the end, Wang Ziwei turned around and glanced at the group of students behind him. He resisted the urge to attack and said coldly, "Since you are receiving the dog food of King Yu, then do your job as a lackey. Aren't you afraid that King Yu will break your lackey legs?" Xiao Qian waved his hand when he heard this and said indifferently, "Forgot to tell you that I'm back to my old job now. These children behind you are your students, right? Coincidentally, I also brought a group of students, and all of them are prodigies." As he spoke, he paused, and his triangular eyes revealed a trace of coldness. "You have to remind your students to be careful during the exchange meet tomorrow." Wang Ziwei glanced at him. A group of students smiled and said, "Hehe, go back and check the background of my students first before you spout nonsense. In addition, clean up your mouth. If you dare to spout nonsense again, I'll kill you from thousands of miles away." Xiao Qian laughed out loud when he heard that. He glanced at the student behind Wang Ziwei. Especially when he saw Li Yueming, his eyes lit up. However, he didn't continue to argue and left with his hands behind his back. At the side, the group of students revealed curious expressions. Speaking of which, Wang Ziwei's origins were still rather mysterious. Everyone only knew that he was from the cold school and had to travel around when he was young because he couldn't get an official position. He had traveled to several countries. After explaining what it meant to read 10,000 books was not as good as to travel 10,000 miles. Wang Ziwei had finally understood the principles of the Sage Book. He had gone from a poor scholar to a cultivator who could fly in the sky and hide in the ground. 7 or 8 years ago, Wang Ziwei, who was already middle-aged, arrived at the western border. They've settled down around the Spirit Mountain. He became a very ordinary teacher. In the beginning, he only taught some poor children who could not afford to go to school. After spending a few years teaching many cultivators and students, that was how he managed to gain a certain amount of fame in the western frontier and slowly accumulated more and more fame. Until now, Wang Ziwei's golden signboard could even make the Li family, the overlord of the southwest, choose from left and right to let the heir, Li Yueming, become his disciple. It was obvious that Wang Ziwei had a considerable influence in the education field of the western frontier. But even so, no one knew what happened to Wang Ziwei when he traveled the world. In the past, he had never heard of Wang Ziwei mentioning it. Therefore, not many people cared. However, today, he suddenly heard the triangular-eyed man named Xiao Qian mention Wang Ziwei's past. Some of the keywords had obviously aroused the cravings of many students. However, looking at Wang Ziwei's gloomy expression, the students held back their urge to ask. After Xiao Qian left, Wang Ziwei's expression was not too good. After bringing the group of students upstairs, he instructed the students to stay in their rooms and not run around. Then, she flung her sleeves and went back to her room. He looked at Wang Ziwei's departing figure. However, Li Yueming sensed that something was wrong. On the surface, this triangular-eyed man seemed to have coincidentally met Wang Ziwei. Enemies would meet on a narrow road. However, Li Yueming didn't think it was a coincidence. Especially Triangular Eyes, who thought that he had hidden himself well. Before he left, he even swept his gaze over Li Yueming's body without leaving a trace. Li Yueming was alarmed. After all, there were more than 20 students behind Wang Ziwei just now. Li Yueming didn't say anything or show any special expression. How did Triangular-Eyed find him among so many students of similar age? Chapter 343, Destiny's Chosen One appears. Ultimate Hidden Mission unlocked. 2. Therefore, he had no choice. Li Yueming had reason to suspect that this so-called coincidence was not a coincidence. It was because someone had their eyes on him. Just as Li Yueming was still thinking, there was a knock on the door. Li Yueming got up and opened the door. He realized that the person standing outside the door was his teacher, Wang Ziwei. He was stunned. "Teacher, it's already so late. Is there something you need?" Li Yueming asked. Wang Ziwei turned around and looked at the door. After confirming that there was no one else, he entered Li Yueming's room and said calmly, "Did you see what happened during the day?" Li Yueming nodded and said doubtfully, "I saw it." "What's wrong?" Wang Ziwei carefully observed Li Yueming for a moment. After seeing nothing unusual, he asked, "Aren't you curious about what happened?" Li Yueming thought for a moment and replied, "Don't look at evil and don't listen to evil. That's why a gentleman is a gentleman. If master doesn't want to say it, I'm naturally not curious." He looked at Li Yueming's deep and clear eyes. This time, Wang Ziwei was really stunned. He looked at Li Yueming from head to toe, as if he had gotten to know his disciple who had always been quiet. A moment later, he burst out laughing. "It seems like you're the smartest among this group of disciples. You even fooled master. Marquis South Peak has given birth to a good son." Li Yueming just smiled and didn't say anything. Fortunately, Wang Ziwei was not conflicted and said, "Actually, it is not something that cannot be exposed. Perhaps, it is just a ridiculous story in the mouth of some storytellers. Xiao Qian and I were born in the humble class. We were once best friends and traveled the world together. During our journey, we fell in love with a beautiful woman at the same time. At that time, the two of us were just poor scholars from poor families. We had neither talent nor fame. We only had a depressed resentment. And that woman is the young miss of a rich family. In order to escape the family's betrothal, she left the family and happened to meet the two of us. After getting to know each other, with the encouragement of the woman, the two of us mustered up our courage to continue pursuing the path of the sage. From then on, Xiao Qian and I both fell in love with that woman. The lady rejected Xiao Qian and instead, she has some affection for me, like all the melodramatic stories. Although I was in love with that woman, in this era where bloodlines and clans are greater than the heavens, the difference between families is always a threshold that cannot be crossed. The untouchables will always be the untouchables. Even if the nobles tie their daughters up and drown them, they will never marry them off. At this point, he glanced at Li Yueming and added, "The prince might not understand this. But you have a noble status, so you don't have to understand." Li Yueming smiled and said, "Please continue, master. This is not a saint's book. It doesn't matter if I understand it or not." Hearing this, Wang Ziwei smiled and continued, "Not long after, that woman was found by her family. It was also at this time that I found out that the person she was betrothed to was actually the famous Prince Yu. I was instantly in despair. Prince Yu is the younger brother of the current emperor of Great Zhou. He enjoys the treatment of a prince, second only to one person and above 10,000 people. I'm just a poor scholar who is depressed and unable to achieve his goals. The gap between the two of us is probably even greater than the distance between heaven and earth. After this farewell, I'm afraid I won't be able to see her again in my lifetime." Hearing this, Li Yueming was also surprised. Wasn't the touching love between a poor scholar and a daughter from a wealthy family mostly novels written by poor scholars? He had never thought that his unattractive teacher would have such a melodramatic story behind him. However, just as he was about to chew repeatedly to savor the aftertaste, a message suddenly popped up from the reincarnation mark that had been silent all this while. A hidden mission has been detected. Please take a look. Hidden mission: help Wang Ziwei overthrow the Zhou dynasty. Mission reward: the remnant of the ancient holy book, the Book of Changes, that has been lost for tens of thousands of years. Good fellow. It was no wonder that he could pull out a bunch of melodramatic stories from third-rate novels. In the end, his cheap master was actually the chosen one of this world. It was really presumptuous. It seemed that his cheap master had also hidden quite well. Everyone else was thinking of ways to add fuel to the fire of the Zhou dynasty, but his unassuming master was actually secretly planning to overthrow the Zhou dynasty's rule. If I didn't receive the task of Li Yueming was probably still in the dark. Most importantly, the mission reward column mentioned the Book of Changes that had been lost for tens of thousands of years, although it was only a remnant. However, the meaning behind it was still enough to surprise Li Yueming. One had to know that the Book of Changes was a legendary ancient scripture. Even the ancient human emperor, the Tiandu clan, had come up with the current method of controlling the body with qi by deducing the Book of Changes. Therefore, it was also known as the source of all techniques in later generations, the source of everything. And now, helping Wang Ziwei overthrow the Zhou dynasty was actually rewarding him with a fragment of the Book of Changes? This was an irresistible temptation for Li Yueming. After all, there were so many reincarnators who were struggling in the public instance, hoping that they could obtain some top-grade cultivation techniques and top-grade weapons that could be encountered but could not be obtained. Chapter 344, Destiny's Chosen One appears. Ultimate Hidden Mission unlocked. Part 3. Li Yueming bumped into him. If he could obtain the Book of Changes, even if all the other main missions failed, it would be insignificant to Li Yueming. However, extreme temptation also meant extreme risk. The Zhou dynasty had risen in the ancient times and had been established for more than 20,000 years. Its foundation and strength had reached a terrifying level. It was far from being as easy to topple as the small forces of the previous few low-level worlds. If he was not careful, even if Li Yueming was a reincarnator, he might be consigned to eternal damnation. The only good news was that Wang Ziwei was probably blessed by the heavens. However, he did not know how much of the blessing he had received. However, from his miserable youth and downtrodden middle-aged man, he was definitely not the only hotshot in this world. After all, this fantasy world was very vast and had been divided into 6 dynasties with vast territories. It was difficult for people to believe that there was only one hotshot. Besides, if Wang Ziwei had enough luck, he wouldn't have needed to issue a hidden quest for his help. Under the blessing of the heavens, Wang Ziwei only needed to push everything. The rest could be left to the world's will to settle. However, Li Yueming had other doubts. For example, if the world's will wanted to settle a certain dynasty in this world, it should only need to gather all the destiny on a single hot shot. Why did he issue a hidden mission to the reincarnators? Or why was the reward of this hidden mission, the Book of Changes, only an incomplete scroll? How could he obtain the rest of the Book of Changes? He could not get an answer for the time being, so he could only bury it in Li Yueming's heart. Of course. Although Li Yueming's heart was already in turmoil at this moment. However, he still managed to control his expression very well. Seeing that Wang Ziwei had stopped talking, he asked thoughtfully, "Master, what happened after that?" Wang Ziwei smiled bitterly. After the woman returned home, the family behind her sent people to kill me and Xiao Qian to silence us in order to hide the news of her escape. I was lucky enough to avoid the first few small-scale assassinations. After my good luck ran out, I was quickly captured by a few assassins. However, for some reason, after the group of killers caught us, they didn't silence us on the spot. They only told us not to talk about her anymore. Later on, we found out that it was that woman who threatened us with her life in order to protect us. She even agreed to marry us, which saved our lives. It was also from that time onwards that Xiao Qian completely turned against me. I wandered thousands of miles and comprehended the Dao of heaven and earth by chance. But even if I have already become a cultivator, I am still unable to close the gap between me and Prince Yu. In my days, I finally stumbled and fled to the western border to conceal my identity and change my face to teach. It is unknown what Xiao Qian did, but he actually managed to sneak into Prince Yu's residence and become a servant. Now, he seems to be teaching and educating people. This is also why Xiao Qian would mock me when he saw me. The story was long and complicated. After saying that, Wang Ziwei's face revealed a somewhat dejected expression. This was the most painful and regretful thing in his youth. The person who should have held your hand and grown old with you. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as he married someone else's wife. Wang Ziwei would probably never be able to let go of this pain for the rest of his life. The reason why people would suffer. It was because everything in the past could not be undone. Even though Wang Ziwei had become the strongest expert in the world and could rule everything in the world like the former Renhuang of the Tiandu clan. However, he still could not change what had happened in the past. It was like a broken mirror that could never be restored. This was perhaps the biggest motive for Wang Ziwei to secretly plot to overthrow the Zhou dynasty. After all, the past could not be changed, but what had not happened could not be changed. How can I have thousands of houses to shelter the poor people all over the world? As long as he could overthrow the Zhou dynasty, perhaps he would be able to make all the humble class scholars in the world no longer like him. He could only watch helplessly as his beloved became someone else's wife. Of course, Wang Ziwei didn't tell Li Yueming all this. There was a deeper purpose behind it. As far as I know, your father and Prince Yu have differences in their strategies for dealing with foreign enemies. Your father advocated to unite with the great Ming dynasty to get rid of the Qin dynasty first, while Prince Yu believed that the Qin dynasty was not a threat and should attack the great Ming dynasty first while the great Ming dynasty was in internal strife. On the surface, the two of them seem to be at odds with each other, but in reality, it's a conflict of interest between the Western and Northern aristocrats. I don't know what state Xiao Qian is in right now, but his appearance here today is definitely not as simple as it seems. It's very likely that Prince Yu behind him has his eyes on you. Therefore, you must be careful during the Cultivation Academy's examination, especially during the exchange meet tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. If you can, don't do anything. Li Yueming nodded. Wang Ziwei didn't say anything, but he had already noticed it. But now, it was being stripped and placed in front of him. Li Yueming was even more confident. Seeing that there was no extra expression on his face. I reckon he won't need my reminder to find some clues, however, you don't have to worry too much. Teacher is still here watching, and Lord Marquis has made arrangements. After giving his instructions, Wang Ziwei stood up and left. Li Yueming sat alone in the room and did not move for a long time. Currently, Wenzhou City was the place where the entire Great Zhou dynasty met. Who knew how many reincarnators were there? If it was at the beginning. Li Yueming's goal was to take things one step at a time. It was time for him to plan for his future. According to the normal trajectory, Li Yueming should choose a main mission first, and then try to push forward the other main missions as much as possible during the process of completing this main mission. If they were lucky, they might even encounter a few side missions. He could also choose a few suitable ones and finish them. This way, when calculating the rewards for the public dungeon, the score could naturally exceed at least 90% of the reincarnators. He received some decent rewards. However, Li Yu had accidentally triggered this hidden mission related to the world's destiny's child. One had to know that even if it was just some ordinary hidden missions, it was quite tempting to reincarnators. There was no other reason. It was simply because hidden missions were too difficult. Even if the difficulty of the hidden mission was too high, the reincarnators would not be able to complete it alone. They would find other reincarnators to work together to complete it, and then split the loot according to the situation. The hidden quest that Li Yueming had triggered had a reward of the Book of Changes, a supreme secret manual that had existed in this world's myths and legends. Similar to the perfect gene serum produced in the previous world, the Book of Changes might be the most precious treasure in this fantasy world. Under such circumstances, everything would be different. Li Yueming had to shift the focus of his subsequent plans from the main mission to the hidden mission. He would strive to obtain the Book of Changes. Chapter 345, You don't want to give me face, you must come over to die, right? Part 2. The next morning, a group of students woke up from their sleep. After tidying up their personal hygiene, they began to prepare to gather outside the Great Zhou Cultivator Academy. Wang Ziwei woke up very punctually. From his expression alone, Wang Ziwei was as usual, as if the story he told last night had never happened. In fact, this was only considered a basic operation. If Wang Ziwei didn't even have such shrewdness, then it would be a joke for him to want to overthrow the Zhou dynasty. At the same time, Li Yueming thought about it for half a night last night. First of all, he had to complete this hidden mission. There was no doubt about this. However, the Zhou dynasty had been established for more than 10,000 years. Although it was not at its peak, it was not at its peak yet. In addition, the experts in this fantasy world also had the ability to penetrate. The next morning, a group of students woke up from their sleep. After tidying up their personal hygiene, they began to prepare to gather outside the Great Zhou Cultivator Academy. Wang Ziwei woke up very punctually. From his expression alone, Wang Ziwei was as usual, as if the story he told last night had never happened. In fact, this was only considered a basic operation. If Wang Ziwei didn't even have such shrewdness, then it would be a joke for him to want to overthrow the Zhou dynasty. At the same time, Li Yueming thought about it for half a night last night. First of all, he had to complete this hidden mission. There was no doubt about this. However, the Zhou dynasty had been established for more than 10,000 years. Although it was not at its peak, it was not at its peak yet. In addition, the experts in this fantasy world also had the ability to penetrate the heavens and earth. Some top-notch experts could easily launch an attack from thousands of miles away. Moving mountains and filling seas was nothing. No matter how many ordinary human armies there were, they were no different from ants. It was easier said than done to overthrow the Zhou dynasty's rule. It was like walking on a tightrope. One wrong step could lead to a fall into the abyss. Therefore, the plan absolutely could not be too rushed. He had to plan before he acted. And now, for Li Yueming, the most important thing was undoubtedly to speed up his cultivation and strive to become stronger and more influential. That was the only way. He would have more choices in the follow-up plan. And the current Cultivation Academy was a very good opportunity for him. Not only would they be able to enjoy the best teachers in the Great Zhou dynasty, but they would also be able to start making contributions in the school. As for overthrowing the regime, he could only think about it in his heart for the time being. But I don't want to show it anywhere. After all, Wang Ziwei didn't dare to say anything about this. He only dared to keep it in the deepest part of his heart. As a disciple of the Li family, Li Yueming had to be even more cautious. On the surface, he looked no different from the other descendants of the aristocratic families. However, the entire Great Zhou dynasty was secretly watching him. For the sake of the family to be able to see the sun tomorrow, Li Yueming wouldn't make any unnecessary moves before he was confident. Point 0. After washing up, a group of students walked out of the guest room. Gather in the lobby of the first building. Li Yueming stood alone in the corner. He didn't make a sound or show his head, using this to seek peace. The official assessment of the Cultivation Academy would begin at the beginning of the next month and end on the 15th of the month. The duration of the assessment would be half a month. It was the 26th of this month when the group of students arrived at Wenzhou City. There were still 4 days before the assessment officially began. According to the usual procedure, the 25th to the 30th of the month was the day for young cultivators from all over the world to interact. In the next few days, Wenzhou City would invite a few teachers from the Cultivation Academy to take charge. When a group of young people were sparring and exchanging pointers, if they could catch the attention of some teachers, then the subsequent assessment would be much simpler. As long as their performance was outstanding enough, the specially invited teachers could each give some preferential treatment to the designated 3 students. In fact, it was for some teachers who were unable to get into the Cultivation Academy due to their age. However, it was prepared by students who were talented enough. This was also the reason why the annual exchange meet was so popular. After all, the rules of the cultivation meet were strict, and the requirements for the students were rather strict. The cultivators' assembly in the next few days was the best opportunity for him to get in through the back door openly through his performance. Most of the students who could not pass the assessment would choose to fight here. After all, what if he was chosen by a teacher? Perhaps they would be able to use some special favor to successfully enter the Cultivator Academy. Wang Ziwei waved his hand and led them out of the inn. At this moment, the sky was just beginning to brighten. However, Wenzhou City was already bustling with activity. Countless cultivators came and went on the streets, and all kinds of hawking sounds could be heard on both sides of the road. It wasn't just civilians who were setting up stalls. There were also many cultivators who had come to do business and watch the show. After all, this was a grand event that was held once every 3 years in the entire Great Zhou. Many cultivators went out adventuring and obtained some spirit herbs by chance. Now was the perfect opportunity to sell it. Plantain, priced at 10 spirit stones, suitable for children below 7 years old. Stewed with spirit beast meat, it can strengthen the bones of children. The heavenly note spirit mushroom is priced at 30 spirit stones. It has the effect of consolidating one's foundation and is suitable for children around the age of 3. Xianrong flower, Zhuangtangzi, Smilax glabra. Cheap sale, cheap sale. Amidst the hustle and bustle, the group of people spent an hour arriving outside the Great Zhou Cultivation Academy. Looking from afar, the Great Zhou Cultivator Academy was simple and grand. There were a total of 49 steps outside the door. It symbolized the 49th tribulation of the 12 fairy tribulations. It was said that as long as one could pass the 49 difficulties, then gather the 9 cauldrons to gather the fate of the human race. Cultivators would be able to ascend to the heaven realm just like the human emperors of ancient times. The thick wooden door of the academy was painted with glossy black paint. There were all kinds of mythical creatures engraved in the middle of the black paint. A huge golden lion head was carved on the door handle in the middle, and there were 2 extraordinary signboards outside the door. Chapter 346, You don't want to give me face, you must come over to die, right? Part 2. On the left side of the plaque was written, Black hair doesn't know how to study hard. On the right side was written, The white-haired party regrets studying too late. The 10 or so words were written in a magnificent manner. Even from hundreds of meters away, one could feel an illusory concept. These 2 lines were personally written by the 4th emperor of the Zhou dynasty, Emperor Mu. 20,000 years had passed since then, but it was still shining brightly. However, this did not affect the heated atmosphere of the cultivators at all. At that moment, hundreds of thousands of cultivators had already gathered in the huge plaza outside the gates of the Cultivation Academy. Among this group of people, most of them were extremely lively youths with sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes. The purpose of coming here was also very simple. Other than expanding his horizons, he had to do everything he could to get into a cultivator academy. After Li Yueming and the others entered, they handed their travel passes to the Wenzhou City soldiers. The soldiers registered their identity information and gave them a token. On it were the words A72. After receiving the token, Wang Ziwei led a group of people towards the area where A72 was. On the way, Vaguely, he heard some cultivators gathered together and discussing. This year's exchange is simply amazing. I wonder how many geniuses have appeared. I heard that there's a young man surnamed Ding in A32. He's only 7 years old this year, but he's already broken through to the foundation establishment realm. That's not even close, there's an 8-year-old youth in C14. I saw that his combat strength was already close to the spirit pool realm. To be honest, I was shocked at that time. It's simply too terrifying. Are children so powerful these days? It's not just terrifying. He's clearly a demon who has descended to the mortal world. I heard that in the past few years, the two chaotic stars have appeared at the same time. I'm afraid that there are signs of chaos in the world. L didn't believe it before, but now I really do. Sigh, the new waves push on the previous waves, and the previous waves die on the beach. The discussion gradually faded away. Looking back, it seemed to be a group of cultivators who were not very successful. All the students who heard the voice looked nervous. No wonder Wang Ziwei wanted to instill in them the idea of participation is important. They couldn't understand before. However, now that they were really in this situation, the group of students could truly feel how small they were. Perhaps they were all descendants of prestigious families in the western frontier. But now, on this stage that belonged to young people, they could feel the heavy and suffocating pressure. What was a genius? Geniuses were the same age, but they could do things that some people couldn't even imagine in their lifetime. And here, geniuses were as numerous as the hairs on an ox, shining like stars in the starry sky. Among the group of students, only Li Yueming, Huang Li Er, and Tian Liang could remain calm. After all, they were the only ones who could understand that this group of so-called young geniuses were most likely experienced reincarnators. He was not a true genius at all. Under Wang Ziwei's lead, the group of students finally arrived at the venue where number A72 was. There were more than 2,000 people gathered in the 72nd venue. More than half of them were children under the age of 10, and less than 1/3 of them were caretakers. At this moment, everyone was looking at a young man of 8 or 9 years old in the middle of the field. The young man was wearing the royal family's 9 heavens flying dragon robe. He was already extremely handsome at such a young age. His every move was filled with an affinity as he wandered among the crowd. It was as if he was born to be the superior. Beside him, the triangular-eyed man called Xiao Qian, whom she saw yesterday, was standing not far away. There were also more than 30 students of similar age gathered around. Wang Ziwei had just entered with a group of Li Yueming and the others. The young man seemed to have sensed something and turned his head to look at Li Yueming and the others. After sweeping a circle, the first round, the second round, the second round, the third round, the fourth 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 round. The young man's gaze stopped. In the end, he stopped at Mingli and said, "If I'm not mistaken, this seems to be the heir of Marquis South Peak, right?" Hearing this, the thousands of people present all looked over. They looked at Li Yueming with curiosity. The Li family of the Marquis of Southern Mountain was the previous Duke of the Western Border. Their family was one of the strongest in the entire dynasty. Therefore, the Li family's reputation and attention in the Great Zhou were naturally quite high. A few years ago, everyone had heard that Marquis South Peak's luck had finally changed after giving birth to 2 daughters, and he had given birth to a son. And now, this was the first time they had seen this so-called son of the Marquis of South Peak. Li Yueming frowned. Originally, he had planned to hide and observe the situation first. But now, the other party's shout had directly made him the target of public criticism. Only the royal family of the Great Zhou could wear the 9 heavens flying dragon robe. According to what Li Yueming knew, among the royal family of the current emperor, only the youngest son of King Yu was of similar age to him. In other words, this young man in a luxurious robe with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes should be Prince Yu's youngest son, Ji Wuyan. It was quite interesting. When Li Yueming was 1 year old, he wondered if Ji Wuyan was a reincarnator or a native. Seeing the other party's eyes staring straight at him. Chapter 347, You don't want to give me face, you must come over to die, right? Part 3. Even the thousands of eyes around him were focused on him. Li Yueming could only stand up and reply, This one is Li Yueming. Greetings, young prince. A smile appeared on Ji Wuyan's face. However, it seemed a little fake. He pushed aside the other youths gathered around him and walked to Li Yueming. He said, No need to be polite. I often hear my father mention Marquis South Peak and praise him for being an enemy of 10,000 people on the battlefield. He has been guarding the northwest border all year round to resist the Qin dynasty's attacks. He is truly a pillar of our Great Zhou. I wonder how much of Lord Marquis' heroic bearing have you inherited? Li Yueming narrowed his eyes. This guy came with ill intentions. There must be someone behind this. His goal was probably to find a breakthrough in his counterattack against the western border. Therefore, he thought for a moment and replied, Young prince, you flatter me. Back then, my father also told me that he was just a martial artist. Other than fighting, he had no other strengths. He also told me that the heroes of the world today are still better than the talented King Yu, right? Ji Wuyan smiled and said nothing. However, a young man of similar age stood up and shouted, How dare you? Is Prince Yu someone you can criticize? His expression was very serious. It seemed like he wanted to bite Li Yueming to death. Li Yueming's expression remained unchanged. Ji Wuyan stared at him for a long time before smiling again. He turned around and scolded his subordinate, Hua Tian, don't be rude. The youth named Hua Tian's eyes flashed. He glanced at Li Yueming and all the students around him before slowly retreating. The atmosphere eased up slightly. As the saying goes, meeting is fate. Ji Wuyan took the initiative to speak. Since the prince is here, it means that there's some special fate between us. As he spoke, he turned around and looked at a white-haired old woman sitting not far away. This is Granny Wang from the Cultivator Academy. She's a coagulate spirit realm cultivator. Today, she's also in charge of watching over our A72 matches. The cultivator known as Granny Wang opened her eyes upon hearing this. He glanced at Li Yueming and said, You two don't need to be too polite, you two are good, you are old, you don't exist, you are good, everything is as usual. After she finished speaking, she closed her eyes and stopped making any movements like an old monk. It was obvious that he did not want to be tainted by some karma between Li Yueming and Ji Wuyan. Exchange and sparring meeting. As the name suggested, it was a place for cultivators to exchange pointers. As for communication, it was called a policy discussion, and they discussed some of the problems in Tiho. He would assign a teacher and all the spectators to the practitioner college to show the young students' understanding of the sage book. Some of the more talented students could even argue with the scholars here. The debate made many of their peers' Dao hearts unstable. If some of the ideas in the policy discussion could move the teachers appointed by the cultivation college, it was possible to get a 15% reduction in the liberal arts score. As for sparring, it was even simpler. It was a sparring session between the younger generation on the path of cultivation to show everyone their talent in the path of cultivation. If they could shine during the sparring, they might be able to obtain a 15% reduction in the martial sciences points. As for the assessment of the Cultivator Academy, it was based on the results of the civil and martial subjects to determine whether or not one could enter the academy. The humanities took up 30% of the total score. Martial sciences accounted for 50%. If they could obtain additional points, they would naturally be more competitive than the others. At this moment, Wang Ziwei had already brought Li Yueming and the others into the venue. Under the gazes of thousands of people around them, they slowly found a seat and sat down. She had just sat down and her butt had yet to settle down. The few young men who had surrounded Prince Yu earlier walked over. Wang Ziwei said, "Teacher Wang, we would like to spar with the son of the Marquis of Southern Mountains. What do you think?" Wang Ziwei glanced at the young men. He then looked at Xiao Qian, who was smiling sinisterly not far away. He snorted coldly and said, "The prince has caught a cold today. It's not suitable for us to spar." Hearing this, the young men seemed to have known that he would answer like this. They smiled and asked, "This competition will only last for 5 days. When will the prince recover from his cold?" The dignified air of the Marquis of South Peak. He couldn't possibly have caught a cold for several days in a row, right? As soon as he said this, Wang Ziwei's expression turned ugly. The other party's goal was already obvious. They wanted to force Li Yueming to go on stage to spar. Under normal circumstances, Li Yueming could go up and spar. But now, Prince Yu had clearly set a trap. No one knew what killer move was waiting for Li Yueming in the trap. Under such circumstances, in order to be able to pass steadily, the two of them had to be careful. The best choice was to let Li Yueming avoid the battle. However, the problem was that Ji Huiyan himself did not appear at all. He only sent a group of students around him to challenge him. If even Ji Huiyan's lackeys didn't dare to fight. On the contrary, he continued to avoid the battle for a few days. Li Yueming's reputation as a timid person would soon spread throughout Wenzhou City. After all, more than 50% of the cultivators of the Great Zhou dynasty were gathered in Wenzhou City. Chapter 348, You don't want to give me face, you must come over to die, right? Part 4. It was the center of public opinion. Once Li Yueming's reputation of being timid and afraid of fighting spread out, the entire Li family would be disgraced, and the inheritance rights of Li Yueming's son would probably be removed on the spot. From then on, he would become an idle branch of the family, and he would never be able to raise his head again. If he continued to fan the flames behind his back, even Li Nanfan himself might be affected. Obviously, Prince Yu had placed them on the barbecue grill. Whether he advanced or retreated, what awaited Li Yueming was a burning charcoal fire. Wang Ziwei was deep in thought. These young men walked up to Li Yueming and provoked him, "Ls the young duke's body well? If you really caught a cold, we can order the servants to go to the medicine shop in the city to get you 2 doses of medicine to boost your courage. After all, it must be because of cowardice that you happened to catch a cold at this time. If you're cowardice, you have to drink some courage tonic." These people's words clearly lacked artistic sense. In order to anger Li Yueming, he was mocking him for being timid. Li Yueming said calmly, "I'll have to trouble you guys to go back and study more. Otherwise, it'll be quite difficult to communicate. Also, you don't have to try so hard to anger me. If you want to spar, you can let the young prince do it himself." The young men didn't have time to reply. Wang Ziwei, who had been paying close attention, nodded secretly. Li Yueming's 3 sentences were very clear. He even bypassed the place where Prince Yu might have buried the pit and directly pointed the spearhead at the young prince, Ji Huiyan. This should be the best solution at the moment. After all, King Yu had set them on fire by forcing them to abdicate. What Li Yueming was doing now was giving him a taste of his own medicine. He pulled Ji Huiyan over and barbecued them together. As expected, she heard his reply. The expressions of the young men changed. Some of them even looked at Li Yueming a few times, as if they wanted to see something from him. Li Yueming only smiled at this. Through the contact just now, he guessed that these young people in front of him were most likely reincarnators in disguise. As for Ji Huiyan, this so-called young prince. Therefore, Li Yueming made up his mind that the other party would not dare to take the risk with Ji Huiyan. After all, although Prince Yu was famous for not recognizing his relatives. However, a son was still a son after all. He was not a consumable that could be casually sacrificed. He observed for a long time. He didn't see anything wrong with Li Yueming's face. A few reincarnators who were disguised as young people were a little hesitant. This was because they could not determine whether Li Yueming was a local native with luck or a reincarnator like them. This was more troublesome. Their original plan was to provoke Li Yueming to fight. Then, he would use the reincarnator's extremely powerful strength to suppress them. In this way, they had successfully completed a side mission and had even submitted a declaration of allegiance to Prince Yu. In the future, they would be able to officially become a part of Prince Yu's residence. But now, Li Yueming suddenly made a feint. He directly pointed his head at Ji Wuyan. This was far beyond their expectations. He pondered for a moment. The group of shocked and uncertain reincarnators could only take a step back and ask, "Forget it. Since the young duke has caught a cold, we will not disturb him today. However, I see that your fellow disciples are quite energetic. How about a few moves?" Seeing that they were still entangled, Li Yueming's eyes finally darkened. He stood up and said coldly, "You don't want to give me face and insist on coming over to court death, right? All right, I'll fulfill your wish today." Chapter 349, How dare you call yourself a cultivator when you don't even feel pain when you hit someone? Part 1. He looked at the few reincarnators in front of him who did not know what was good for them. Li Yueming stood up coldly. "You don't want to give me face, but you have to come over here to court death, right?" Hearing that Li Yueming was still blinded by anger, he felt that he had lost his mind. The reincarnator, who had a mocking expression on his face just now, took 2 steps back when he heard this. He put on an extremely surprised expression and said, "Yo, why is His Highness so angry all of a sudden? Could it be that the cold has completely healed? It's really a modern medical miracle." When the other reincarnators saw this, they were afraid that Li Yueming was not angry enough. He quickly added fuel to the fire. "Don't say that. His Highness has not recovered from his cold. If anything happens during the spar, we can't afford." That's right, that's right. It's better to let His Highness go back and rest. It won't be good to delay His Highness's illness." The few of them mocked him again. Seeing Li Yueming's face as black as the bottom of a pot, he was overjoyed. They mocked and mocked Li Yueming. He also put on a shameless and annoying posture, causing people's blood pressure to soar. His goal was to make Li Yueming angry. Now that their plan was about to succeed, they were naturally overjoyed. When no one was paying attention, one of the reincarnators lowered his head and made a few movements with his lips. He joked, "I thought the son of the Marquis of Southern Mountains was born in the year of the tortoise, but in the end, I was fooled, right?" To deal with this kind of cowardly native, one had to be sarcastic and sarcastic. The other reincarnators around him also replied with lip language, "Just now, I thought that this Marquis of Southern Mountains' son was also a reincarnator, but now it seems that he doesn't look like one. After all, if he was really a reincarnator, he would have long seen through our intentions and should have shrunk to the end. It's good that you're not a reincarnator. We can completely reduce the dimensions and attack the natives." These reincarnators all had the same code. Clearly, he was a member of a common organization in the origin world. He did not know what methods they had used, but the other reincarnators had just begun to move. They had already contacted each other and gathered together. At this moment, their behavior was also different from the vast majority of the other reincarnators. They did not choose to join the Great Zhou Cultivator Academy. Instead, he was prepared to skip this step and join King Yu's estate. This way, they could climb to the throne of power faster than those reincarnators who joined the Reincarnator Academy. While the competition was not intense, they might be able to pick up more benefits. And now, he had already received a side mission to join King Yu's forces and needed to help King Yu attack the forces at the western border. And Li Yueming was the first bone they chewed on after they gathered. In the beginning, Li Yueming refused to be fooled, and the few of them were still suspicious. They thought that Li Yueming might also be a reincarnator. If that was the case, then the difficulty of this side mission would be very high. They might have to think it over when they go back. After all, only reincarnators knew the methods of reincarnators, and only reincarnators could understand reincarnators. But now, he saw that Li Yueming was already enraged. The group of people could not help but heave a sigh of relief. As long as this Li family heir was not a reincarnator, everything would be fine. After hearing the commotion over here, the other cultivators gathered around as well. Some people with ulterior motives were hiding in the crowd and commenting. I didn't expect the son of the Marquis of South Peak to be such a useless coward. Isn't that so? He was actually humiliated by a few nameless juniors. If it were me, I would have lost all face to stay here. Regardless of whether it's the summit or the cultivator academies, they all want to gather the world's talents. Some of the less talented fellows are humiliating others by staying here. Indeed, if you don't even have the courage to spar, don't come out. It's embarrassing to come out. Hurry up and go home to find mommy, ha ha ha. Everyone present was a cultivator. Moreover, those who could be ranked A must have some power behind them. The others might not dare to speak because of Li Yueming's identity. However, they were not afraid even though they were hiding in the crowd. Not only was he not afraid, they were still fanning the flames at the side, watching the show as if it was not a big deal. After all, hundreds of thousands of cultivators had gathered at the sparring event. It was indeed a place where the wind and waves were at the forefront. If he made a small commotion here, it would not be long before tens of thousands of cultivators knew about it. Therefore, there would often be some big news every year. Some people became famous here, while others became a laughing stock. If they could see the heir of South Yu King embarrass himself in front of everyone, it would be something that they would love to see. Seeing that there were still people around to add fuel to the fire, the few reincarnators laughed in their hearts. However, he still managed to keep his face taut. In order to prevent Li Yueming from returning, one of the stronger reincarnators said, "Since your highness has recovered from the cold, can you go up on stage to spar?" The cultivators in the other arenas had also heard Li Yueming's roar. Now, they were frequently looking over. Not far away, Li Yueming's face was filled with anger after being ridiculed. Ji Wuyan's lips curled into a smile. He was probably the only one who knew how terrifying these unattractive students were. Chapter 350, How dare you call yourself a cultivator when you don't even feel pain when you hit someone? Part 2. After the investigation of the secret guards, most of these people were born in the humble class. In a cultivation environment that was extremely bad, he had forcefully used his shocking talent to reverse his fate. He was only 8 or 9 years old, but he was already an expert at the peak of the foundation establishment realm. He was far ahead of his peers who had abundant resources. Back then, when these people came to visit, even the experienced and knowledgeable King Yu was shocked by their strength. One could imagine how terrifying his talent was. Now that Li Yueming had been tricked, he was ready to spar with these monsters. If nothing unexpected happened, Li Yueming would immediately pay the price for his irrational behavior. Thinking of this, the smile on Ji Wuyan's face never stopped. He could already imagine the chain reaction that would happen later. The Marquis of South Peak was overestimating himself and actually dared to go against his father. He was simply courting death. Seeing that things were getting out of hand, Wang Ziwei sensed danger. He took the initiative to stand up and help Li Yueming out of the predicament. "Everyone, His Highness is indeed unwell today. I brought a group of students here just to let them broaden their horizons." He stood up again. The people who were watching the show couldn't help but look disappointed. However, at this moment, some people could vaguely feel a few cold gazes sweeping across them from the dark. After sensing that something was wrong, the onlookers opened their mouths, but in the end, they did not add fuel to the fire with ulterior motives. Li Yueming was protected by the prince behind him. At this moment, he was carefully observing the few reincarnators who had provoked him. Judging from the clothes they were wearing, Li Yueming guessed that they should be the group of reincarnators who were luckier. They were reincarnated into some small families or poor families. Currently, the 6 states were all controlled by the aristocratic families and the royal family. If they were reincarnated into a fallen family, they might have a chance to turn the tables. If you can invest in the farmer and the merchant's home, then it's true that it's pure bad luck. The merchant's son was slightly better. There would always be a few taels of silver to eat and wear. However, if he was reincarnated as a farmer, the son of a farmer could only be a farmer. This was something that had been written into the laws of many dynasties. Even a reincarnator would have to spend a lot of effort to make a comeback. The few reincarnators before him were clearly the type who were not born well. Although he had become a cultivator with his own experience, he still ran into a wall in the upper class. It was probably because of this that he took a fancy to Prince Yu. He wanted to step on Li Yueming and achieve his goal of joining King Yu's residence. That's why Li Yueming knew that these reincarnators would not let it go easily until they achieved their goal. If he didn't teach them a lesson, he wouldn't have a good life in the future. After all, the reincarnators called themselves the walking fourth calamity. They had neither etiquette nor shame. All the etiquette and rules of the reincarnated world were superficial to them. As long as there were enough benefits, they would not give up until they achieved their goal. When necessary, they could even sacrifice themselves to achieve a certain goal. In addition, the way they treated the natives of the reincarnation world had always been simple and crude. If you can beat him to death, then beat him to death. If he couldn't kill them, he would think of a way to collude with them. If he was confident, he would continue to fight to the death. No matter who it was. As long as he provoked this group of lunatics, he would never have a good life in his life. Therefore, he had no choice. Li Yueming had originally decided to teach these reckless reincarnators a deep lesson. But now, Wang Ziwei was standing in front of him. Furthermore, he blocked all the words. Li Yueming thought about it and didn't continue to make a fuss. He could teach this group of reincarnators a lesson, but it did not have to be now. He saw Li Yueming being protected behind him. A few reincarnators who thought that they were about to succeed could not help but secretly curse. However, Wang Ziwei stood in front of them. They couldn't do anything to Li Yueming. In fact, the biggest obstacle in this plan wasn't that Li Yueming didn't want to accept the challenge. After all, as long as Li Yueming was not a reincarnator and was a normal native, it was impossible for him to resist their ridicule and ridicule. Therefore, pulling Li Yueming's rage was the easiest part of the plan. And the most difficult part of the plan. On the contrary, it was this ignorant man in front of her. Li Yueming's teacher. According to Prince Yu's intelligence network, this refined scholar did not seem to have any offensive nature. However, in reality, it was very likely that he was a powerful cultivator at the spirit concentration realm or even the void refinement realm. Otherwise, Marquis South Peak would not be so assured about his son's safety. The 12th tribulation of ascension. Spirit focus was the 6th tribulation, and return to void stage was the 7th. Every cultivator who had cultivated to this realm possessed the power to destroy the world. If he accidentally angered Wang Ziwei, they might have to return to the reincarnation space before they grew up. Therefore, he had no choice. They did not dare to be too disrespectful to Wang Ziwei. This time, he didn't successfully complete the mission by trampling Li Yueming under his feet. However, from another perspective, it was not a failure. After all, Li Yueming was being provoked in front of everyone, but he didn't dare to accept the challenge. It was inevitable that Marquis South Peak and the Li family would lose face. He thought about it.